Chapter 321, Chapter 275, Crying Sea City Shocked. Chapter 275, Crying Sea City Shocked. They're dead? When one steps and convicts' corpses fell into the sea, Melissa momentarily forgot to command her NPC army, the corners of her eyes trembling slightly as she looked at Shi Feng in horror. Indeed. Melissa, a veteran paragon of morning light and an existence standing at the top of the greater god's domain, was currently experiencing fear. After all, how could she not be afraid? Strong as One Step and Convict were, the two of them together had fallen to just one slash from Shi Feng. For a moment, Melissa couldn't help but wonder if Shi Feng truly was just a Tier 4 player. Before Melissa could recover from her shock, she saw Shi Feng collecting the items One Step and Convict dropped, and appearing within 100 yards of her. Despite 100 Tier 4 NPCs guarding Melissa, Shi Feng behaved as if these NPCs did not exist as he calmly said to Melissa, "You're the only one left. You should reveal whatever cards you have left. I know this isn't all you have." Melissa was different from the 3 experts he had just defeated. During his previous life, the other 3 experts' highest achievement was becoming titled experts. Melissa, on the other hand, had been conferred the position of Grand Elder in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Even her title at that time was different from her current title, Immortal Queen. This was Melissa's true title. And the reason for this title was because not once had Melissa died an actual death in God's domain. When she heard Shi Feng's words, Melissa's fear instantly turned into surprise. Then, after taking a deep breath, she looked at Shi Feng and said, "You're a really terrifying person. You've never let your guard down in the slightest. You still have your full attention on me even until this very moment. Why? Do you not think you are worthy of this attention?" Shi Feng. The number of people conferred with the position of Grand Elder in the 7 Luminaries Alliance did not even reach double digits. Every one of these existences was a monster among monsters, and not even Apex powers would dare to offend them. Although Melissa was only a titled expert currently and had even entered the miniature ancient world, her true strength definitely wasn't limited to what she had shown thus far. Otherwise, she couldn't have become Morning Light's 3rd Vice Guild leader at such a young age. If one were to compare the performances of Shadow Emperor Convict and Melissa during this battle, Convict would be in no way inferior to Melissa. Yet, Convict was only the commander of a trump card legion in Morning Light. It was also the case with Titan Sword One Step, his position in Divine Hunters being only that of a trump card legion's commander. Hence, Melissa absolutely wasn't as simple as she portrayed herself. "Although I don't know how you noticed it, I will be withdrawing for today," Melissa said after taking a deep breath. Before anyone realized it, a stone covered in divine runes had appeared in her hand. Then, she crushed the stone, which, in turn, caused her body to begin fading out of existence in front of everyone's eyes. "But do not think you can establish a foothold in Crying Sea City just because you've defeated the 4 of us. What you've done today is simply incite us even further. You have no idea what kind of existences you have offended." Shi Feng looked at Melissa's fading figure. Then, he faintly smiled and said, "We'll see about that." He dared to challenge even Apex powers during his previous life, let alone the current Divine Hunters and Morning Light. After Melissa disappeared, it took a while for the various powers experts down below to react. She fled, she withdrew, just like that. When everyone looked at the vanishing NPC army, they felt like they were in a dream. They simply couldn't understand why Melissa had chosen to run away. After all, if Melissa chose to fight, she wasn't without a chance of killing Shi Feng. It should be known that Melissa had an army of 100 Tier 4 NPCs at her command. Moreover, these NPCs were empowered by a battle array. Even if Shi Feng had the ability to kill One Step and Convict in a single move, his chances of winning against 100 Tier 4 NPCs wouldn't be very high. After all, NPCs weren't players. They had much more HP than players. They also possessed many more Tier 4 skills and spells than players. A force of 100 Tier 4 NPCs was enough to slay even Tier 5 monsters. Facing the encirclement of 100 Tier 4 NPCs, even Shi Feng would need to kill Melissa as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be whittled down and killed by the NPCs. In addition, Melissa was known to be invincible at sea. She would be a troublesome foe for anyone incapable of killing her instantly. So, the odds of winning should be evenly split between the two. It simply didn't make sense for Melissa to withdraw so soon. Melissa is still as mysterious as always, Favre thought when she saw Melissa disappearing. Then, she looked at Shi Feng, a hint of curiosity appearing in her eyes as she wondered, could Black Flame still have more strength hidden? Favre would be lying if she said she wasn't shocked by Shi Feng's accomplishment. Shi Feng had faced 4 Tier 4 titled experts simultaneously, yet he had emerged victorious, killing 3 of his 4 opponents and scaring the last one into fleeing. Moreover, he had even killed 2 veteran paragons in a single move. However, Favre understood Melissa very well. Melissa had always been an incredibly mysterious person. Nobody had ever seen Melissa dying before. She had survived even when she went against a Tier 6 god as a Tier 5 player in the Greater God's domain. Yet, even though her current opponent was only a Tier 4 player, Melissa had chosen to flee without putting up a fight. This was very uncharacteristic of Melissa. The only explanation Favre could think of was that Melissa had noticed something that left her with no choice but to escape. While the various powers were left puzzled by this outcome, Hidden Soul, Lu Wusheng, and the other members of Ashura grew ecstatic over this situation. He won. Guild leader Black Flame is amazing. He killed 3 out of 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts. This is going to be a huge loss for the 2 guilds. With this, our mercenary alliance will have a real chance at securing Crying Sea City's medium shipyard. Previously, the Asura Mercenary Alliance could only barely survive in Crying Sea City. The Mercenary Alliance simply could not compete with the myriad world superpowers, let alone the hegemonic powers. However, now that Shi Feng had shown himself strong enough to win against 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 experts, the Asura Mercenary Alliance would likely secure an administrative spot in Crying Sea City's medium shipyard. Then, with the advanced ships that could be created through the medium shipyard, Asura could quickly make up for its lack of capable experts out at sea. Moreover, with the Primordial Tower's training effect, the Asura Mercenary Alliance would definitely grow stronger as a whole as time passed. Combined with the medium shipyard, it would only be a matter of time before Asura became a hegemonic power in the miniature ancient world. This was something not even the 5 great super guilds would dare to dream of accomplishing. News of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's encirclement failing quickly spread throughout Crying Sea City and caused an uproar. Nobody thought the city's top 2 guilds would be hiding Tier 4 experts. Even more surprising was that these 4 Tier 4 titled experts had suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of an expert hardly anybody knew about. In no time, the name of Black Flame became known by everyone in Crying Sea City. The myriad world's various powers began frantically looking into Black Flame's identity to try and understand his past. Not even Zero Wing was spared from their investigations. While the myriad world's powers were investigating Black Flame and Zero Wing, on a large floating island in the real world, an impromptu meeting was being held in the top-floor conference room of the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. At this time, a young beauty looking to be in her early 20s cautiously looked toward the young woman sitting at the head of the conference table and said, "Vice President, according to our latest information, Zero Wing's Black Flame has killed 3 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 titled experts, and it is very likely that the Asura Mercenary Alliance will secure a spot in Crying Sea City's medium shipyard in the future." Chapter 3202, Chapter 276, God List Rankings. Chapter 276, God List Rankings. Chapter 276, God List Rankings, Zero Wing? Something came to Sha Qingying's mind when she heard this name. Then she looked at the young beauty reporting to her and asked, "Lu Wen, are you talking about the Zero Wing that received 5 million star coins from the Galaxy Corporation?" "That's right." The young beauty named Lu Wen nodded. Shi Feng, Zero Wing's member who we sent to Star Lake City previously, has performed excellently in the Star Lake Legion selection, coming in 100th place on his first attempt at the test. If Zero Wing can secure Crying Sea City's medium shipyard, it is likely to grow into a hegemonic power in the future. If Zero Wing has the Green God Corporation's resource assistance on top of that, it is 100% certain to become a hegemonic power. Zero Wing indeed has a lot of potential, Sha Qingying said, nodding as she read Zero Wing's information. Although it has only been established recently, its development in the miniature ancient world is rapid. Zero Wing also has an expert like Black Flame. With Black Flame's recent achievement, he should get into the God List's top 10 in the next update if nothing unexpected crops up. Moreover, Zero Wing can more or less be considered a local power of our world, so it indeed qualifies to be nurtured by the Green God Corporation. "Isn't it too early to make a decision, Vice President Xia?" A young handsome man suddenly spoke up. "Zero Wing might have good potential, but the Green God Corporation's resources don't fall from the sky. We cannot afford to waste the resources we've had to go to great lengths to earn in the greater world. Otherwise, we won't have enough to give to powers with true potential." The dozen or so Green God Corporation executives present nodded in agreement with the young man's words. That's right. The corporation's resources are earned from many years of effort and accumulation in the greater world. Now that our world's survival relies on these resources, we must maximize the use of every bit. Indeed, we should choose our partners well. We have only been nurturing individual experts previously. Although some of these individuals have made some achievements in the greater world, most of them have merely been a waste of our resources. None of them have managed to climb into the upper echelons of the various cities and gain true authority. Now that we are trying to nurture entire powers to give our world some authority in the God's Domain Association, we must be even more careful with our resources. We will not have a second chance if we invest in the wrong power. The executives voiced their opinions one after another, all of them agreeing with the young man's words. They didn't think the young man was overstepping his boundaries by speaking against Xia Yingqing. After all, the young man was Zhang Yao, the new vice president appointed by the president. Moreover, Zhang Yao earned this position by making a considerable contribution. Specifically, he had helped the Green God Corporation form a partnership with the corporation in the greater world, saving the Green God Corporation a lot of trouble in its upcoming plans. Even if Zero Wing receives the Green God Corporation's support, it will only become an ordinary hegemonic power in the future. However, an ordinary hegemonic power is useless to our world, Jiang Yao continued when he saw that the other executives agreed with him. What we need is an upper-ranking hegemonic power. We've previously already agreed that the Flower of Seven Sins is the most likely power in our world to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Greater Gods domain. We currently only have 1 Grade 1 resource and 4 Grade 2 resource recommendation slots. But if you find that Zero Wing is a qualified candidate, we can give Zero Wing a Grade 2 resource slot, Vice President Jia. None of the executives present voiced an opinion against Jiang Yao's suggestion. The Flower of Seven Sins' recent performance was clear for all to see. Currently, Thousand Scars had already climbed to the 41st rank in the Star Lake Legion selection and completed the Paimon Corporation's test. Now that she had become an internal member of the Paimon Corporation, she had a very high chance of joining the corporation's middle management in the future. As for the miniature ancient world side, the Flower of Seven Sins had achieved meteoric growth when it came to its experts. Currently, the Flower of Seven Sins already had more than 50 God-ranked experts and several fourth-floor experts. It even had 2 monsters on the main continent who were nearly as strong as the top 10 monsters on the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list. The Flower of Seven Sins' comprehensive strength was vastly superior to Zero Wing. If the Flower of Seven Sins could receive the Green God Corporation's resource assistance, it probably wouldn't take long to become a hegemonic power. Of course, that wasn't to say Zero Wing was weak. While it might not match the Flower of Seven Sins' potential, it had Black Flame, an expert capable of entering the God-ranked expert list's top 10. Black Flame's presence would increase Zero Wing's fame in the myriad worlds significantly, so the guild similarly had great growth potential. As you wish. Xia Qingying frowned at the executive's reaction. However, she did not speak any further. Others might not know how the Flower of Seven Sins had suddenly achieved such explosive growth in its God-ranked expert count, but Xia Qingying knew it very well. It was only because Jiang Yao had given the Flower of Seven Sins the resources in his possession that the Flower of Seven Sins managed to gain such a large batch of God-ranked experts. Meanwhile, there was a significant difference between the Green God Corporation's Grade 1 resource slot and Grade 2 resource slot. Grade 2 resource slots only included resources available in the upper zone, whereas Grade 1 resource slots included resources in the greater world. There was at least a 10-fold gap simply in the basic resources offered, let alone the resources provided for nurturing core experts. However, Jiang Yao was also right in saying that the Green God Corporation did not need to nurture an ordinary hegemonic power. Instead, it needed an upper-ranking hegemonic power that could gain real authority in the Gods Domain Association. Zero Wing certainly had great potential, but there was no hope for it to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Greater Gods Domain. The difference in resources and expert count between the Flower of Seven Sins and Zero Wing was simply too massive. Had Zero Wing started its development 10 years earlier, it might have had a chance at acquiring the Grade 1 resource slot. Unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. Miniature ancient world Crying Sea City, because of Shi Feng's battle outside the city, a swarm of local experts had flooded Zero Wing's temporary residence in the Adventurers Association to apply for the guild. Meanwhile, in the association's lobby, the various foreign powers members also discussed Zero Wing, the scene causing local players to feel a sense of pride. It was especially true for Zero Wing's members. In the past, whenever the various foreign players came to the Adventurers Association to pick up quests, they would always be discussing the experts of other gods' domain and wondering which expert could get into the god-ranked expert list and how high these experts could rank. Now, the situation had changed as everyone was discussing and wondering how highly Black Flame would rank on the god-ranked expert list. For the time being, everyone was certain Black Flame could get into the top 10, though how highly he could place within the top 10 was still up for debate. However, even if Black Flame only came in 10th place, it would still be of significant help to Zero Wing. After all, before today, everyone who managed to get within the God-ranked expert list's top 10 came from a higher God's domain and sat in high positions in the Greater World's God's Domain Association. Meanwhile, the benefits of having such a position in the God's Domain Association would help a power greatly in the Greater God's Domain. Zero Wing's temporary residence, guild leader's office. I have already relayed all the information the Green God Corporation wishes to convey to you, Guild Leader Black Flame. So long as you sign the contract, Zero Wing will receive the Green God Corporation's Grade 2 resource slot and the corporation's full support in the Greater God's domain. In exchange, the corporation only asks for 20% of Zero Wing shares. Lu Wen, a level 24 oracle dressed in a red sacred robe and going by the name of Colorful Lunarite in-game said. The Green God Corporation might not be as powerful as the Greater World's conglomerates, but it is still a mid to upper level corporation in the Greater World. It can offer significant development assistance to a power in the Greater God's domain. I'm sure you should know about this, Guild Leader Black Flame. This is indeed a tempting offer, Shi Feng said, nodding. However, he then shook his head and continued, but I cannot agree to it. This is a condition no other corporation in the Greater World will offer to Zero Wing, Guild Leader Black Flame. The reason the Green God Corporation is willing to do so is to support local forces, Colorful Lunarite said. She was greatly confused by Shi Feng's answer. She couldn't understand why Shi Feng would reject such an excellent offer. So long as Zero Wing has the Green God Corporation's assistance, it can quickly grow into a hegemonic power and gain control over many towns, cities, and resource nodes. Zero Wing will not have to worry about not having a living place in the greater world for its members. You are right. Shi Feng nodded. Although Colorful Lunarite was a support-focused oracle, the aura she radiated was comparable to Tier 3 titled experts. Moreover, she was ridiculously young, looking no more than 25. Colorful Lunarite's existence was a testament to the Green God Corporation's strength. But the Green God Corporation should be aware that Zero Wing, or more specifically, the Asura Mercenary Alliance, is in conflict with the Flower of Seven Sins. If the Green God Corporation is sincere about this partnership, then dismiss the partnership with the Flower of Seven Sins. Otherwise, Zero Wing will not partner with the Green God Corporation. This is simply not possible. When Colorful Lunarite looked at Shi Feng's firm gaze, she couldn't help but feel that the man was crazy. There was no way the Green God Corporation would agree to abandon the Flower of Seven Sins for Zero Wing's sake. It should be known that Zero Wing could only receive this slot because of Sha Qingying's recommendation. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't even be considered for a Grade 2 resource slot. A partnership cannot be formed then, Shi Feng said definitively. Seeing that Shi Feng had no intentions of changing his mind, Colorful Lunarite had no choice but to leave and report this matter to Sha Qingying. In Colorful Lunarite's opinion, Shi Feng was behaving too arrogantly. He had no idea how large of a gap there existed between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. The two couldn't be put on the same scale at all. Shi Feng would sooner or later come to regret his decision today. Shortly after Colorful Lunarite left Zero Wing, night fell in Crying Sea City. At this time, the Seven Luminaries Alliance suddenly published a new version of the God-ranked expert list. As soon as the list came out, an uproar occurred in the entire miniature ancient world. This was because the God-ranked expert list's top 5 positions that had never changed since the list's introduction in the miniature ancient world had finally seen a change. There was even a new name among these top 5 positions. Black Flame, 4th place. TL notes, fixed a mistake I made in Chapter 257, 15th August 2022. Even a conglomerate like the Green God Corporation. Even the Green God Corporation, no idea what I was smoking that day. Chapter 3233, Chapter 277, Asura Sword Emperor, Chapter 277, Asura Sword Emperor. As night fell in the Dead Soul Sea, a fleet of 30-plus advanced ships docked by a small island. The Dead Soul Sea was a level 125-plus map, and the sea monsters found here were mostly at level 107 or above. Moreover, unlike sea monsters in other places, the Dead Soul Sea's sea monsters were incredibly nimble and hard to kill. Even the various hegemonic powers' main fleets would be reluctant to spend time in this place, let alone spend a night on an island in the Dead Soul Sea. Once night fell in the top of 2 worlds, many sea monsters would leave the sea to rest on islands. Because of this, the density of sea monsters one would come across on islands at night would be at least 10 times greater than during the day, so very few players would be willing to spend the night on an island. Yet, the players of this fleet of advanced ships behaved oppositely. They showed great enthusiasm when they saw the sea monsters emerging from the sea, their behavior making it seem as if the sea monsters were talking treasure troves. We've collected 97 legacy stones so far, Big Sis Omen. 3 more, and we can synthesize a legacy crystal. Summer Wolf, who had already reached level 21, excitedly reported to Death Omen, who had just single-handedly defeated over a dozen level 27 Grand Lord ranked sea monsters. Once we have the legacy crystal, you can use it to get promoted to tier 4, and the Flower of Seven Sins will have its second tier 4 expert. At that time, we can secure Black Gold City's medium shipyard. The medium shipyard is not going to happen. I might have grown a lot stronger and acquired a special legacy, but even if I reach tier 4 and work together with Gluttony, we have 0 chances at securing a slot in the medium shipyard, Death Omen said, shaking her head. The best we can do is secure a small shipyard. Even reaching tier 4 is not enough, Summer Wolf exclaimed. If he is only tier 3, I am confident I can beat him after I reach tier 4. However, this is Skyflash we are talking about. He is ranked 5th on the god list. There is no way he is still stuck at tier 3, Death Omen explained. Only the Great Commander will have a chance at defeating that person under the same tier. Summer Wolf did not doubt Death Omen's judgment. When the God-ranked expert list was first introduced into the miniature ancient world, the top 20 positions would see frequent changes in owners. However, it was a different story for the top 5 positions. The owners of those 5 ranks had never changed since the God-ranked expert list appeared, and the 5 players occupying these 5 positions were now labeled as the 5 disasters by the myriad world's powers. The reason these 5 players were labeled as disasters was simple. Should one provoke any of these players, the consequences one suffered would be akin to facing a disaster. Big Sis Omen, what rank do you think Black Flame will receive now that he has single-handedly beaten 4 of Divine Hunters and Morning Light's Tier 4 titled experts? Top 10 or top 5? Summerwolf asked curiously. Summerwolf was personally very curious to learn exactly how powerful the God-ranked expert list's top 20 experts were. Even as a Domain Realm expert, he couldn't even begin to guess how strong those experts were. This was because every one of those experts was a Beyond Domain Realm expert. Only Death Omen, who had fought against Beyond Domain Realm experts before and could now be considered a titled expert, could answer such a question. Although the 7 Luminaries Alliance would update the God-ranked expert list's rankings once every 3 days, Summerwolf still couldn't help but wonder what rank Black Flame would receive. Top 5 is out of the question, but he will definitely get into the top 10. If I were to harbor a guess, he should be ranked 7th or 8th, Death Omen said definitively. Unlike Summerwolf, she had seen Skyflash, the 5th-ranked player on the God list, in person. When standing in that monster's presence, she only felt despair, and her mind instinctively warned her to stay as far away as possible from him. This was the 2nd player she had felt such a feeling after the Flower of 7 Sins Great Commander. This was also why she felt that only the Great Commander had a chance at defeating Skyflash. Of course, she also had to admit that Black Flame's performance outside Crying Sea City was astonishing. It was incredible that he managed to kill 3 veteran Paragons and repel one all by himself. If not for the God list's top 5 players being overly strong, Black Flame could definitely achieve a much higher rank. Shortly after Death Omen finished speaking, a liaison officer of the Flower of 7 Sins suddenly approached her, an excited expression on his face as he held a list he had just finished writing. Commander? The 7 Luminaries Alliance just published a new version of the God-ranked expert list. Here are the latest rankings. Wasn't the God list updated only yesterday? Why did it get updated again now? Summerwolf grew confused as he received the list. It was common knowledge that the God-ranked expert list would only get updated once every 3 days. This had never changed since the list was introduced in the miniature ancient world. This impromptu update was definitely a first. Not much has changed to the list, Death Omen said as she scanned the list from top to bottom. Then she saw something that piqued her curiosity as she muttered, "Prayer is in 8th, and blood perforation is in 7th? Why have their ranks dropped? Could Black Flame be ranked 6th? As Death Omen continued down the list, her gaze abruptly stopped at the 4th place, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. 4th, Black Flame. As for Skyflash, the person she felt intimidated by, he had fallen to 6th place. There was also a small introduction attached to Black Flame's name. Defeated 4 titled experts outside Crying Sea City, mastered world creation, and slayed 2 titled experts in one move. The 7 Luminaries Alliance awards Black Flame the title of Asura Sword Emperor. 4th place? Another disaster? Summerwolf was similarly dumbfounded by the 7 Luminaries Alliance's latest version of the God-ranked expert list. It should be known that the God list's top 5 experts were individuals greatly feared by even the various hegemonic powers. Moreover, every one of them had monopolized an entire medium shipyard for themselves. Yet now another expert of such caliber had appeared. Moreover, this expert was even the Flower of 7 Sins' enemy. In a certain upper zone, inside the top floor office of a Green God Corporation building, "I've tried my best, Vice President Shia," Lu Wen said, sighing after she finished reporting to Sha Qingying regarding Zero Wing's answer to the Green God Corporation's partnership offer. When she recalled Shi Feng's response to the offer, she couldn't help but feel infuriated. Zero Wing's Black Flame is simply a lunatic. He simply refuses to listen to any advice. He even tried to get us to choose between Zero Wing and the Flower of 7 Sins. Shi Feng's achievement of defeating 4 titled experts was indeed amazing. However, such an achievement was nowhere near enough to bridge the gap between Zero Wing and the Flower of 7 Sins. After all, according to the Green God Corporation's evaluation, Zero Wing only had the potential to become an ordinary hegemonic power, whereas the Flower of 7 Sins had the potential to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Lunatic? Sha Qingying, sitting behind her desk, smiled when she heard Lu Wen's words. Then she handed a list to Lu Wen and said, "But I think Black Flame is very sane. Here, take a look at the latest God-ranked expert list." Lu Wen was initially confused by Sha Qingying's words. However, she quickly became stunned when she looked at the list on the desk. God list's 4th place, Ashura Sword Emperor, Chapter 324, Chapter 278, Metamorphosis, Chapter 278, Metamorphosis, 4th on the God list? How is this possible? The anger and dissatisfaction on Lu Wen's face vanished when she saw the updated God-ranked expert list, and replacing those emotions was shock and confusion. Shi Feng had merely defeated 4 titled experts. While such a feat was indeed amazing, it still shouldn't be anywhere near enough to put him on par with those 5 people. This was because every one of those 5 monsters had single-handedly defeated 6 or more titled experts simultaneously ever since they arrived in the miniature ancient world. Every one of them possessed unimaginable strength, and just one of them could serve as the foundation for an ordinary hegemonic power to fight to become an upper-ranking hegemonic power. However, when she stood before Shi Feng previously, she didn't get the feeling that he was a powerhouse at all. She also didn't think that he was concealing his aura from her. While it was true that most experts in God's domain could hide their aura, maintaining this action was exhausting. It was akin to a person blinking. A person might be able to keep themselves from blinking, but it'd be impossible to do so across a long period since it would be extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, even a beyond domain realm expert would have difficulty behaving naturally while maintaining such a state. It was especially true when dealing with experts of her caliber. With her vastly strengthened senses, she would notice even the slightest hint of unnaturalness. The time she spent with Shi Feng was by no means short. If Shi Feng really was suppressing his aura, he definitely couldn't have fooled her. An army of 1,000 is easy to raise, but a capable general is hard to find. An expert of such caliber is indispensable for all powers. Sha Qingying did not try to resolve Lu Wen's confusion. Instead, she looked at the god list with an excited expression as she said, "Even the Green God Corporation is no exception." "Vice President Sha, are you saying that we should," unable to help herself, Lu Wen asked, "agree to Black Flame's condition?" As a talent nurtured by the Green God Corporation, Lu Wen naturally understood the importance of experts of Shi Feng's caliber. In the eyes of the various hegemonic powers and the Green God Corporation, titled experts might be important, but they were by no means indispensable. However, it was a different story for experts capable of going against common sense. But the Flower of Seven Sins was no pushover either. It was especially true for the organization's mysterious Great Commander. The Great Commander might not be any weaker than Shi Feng when it came to individual prowess. "Visit Zero Wing tomorrow and tell Black Flame that we can negotiate on that matter," Sha Qingying said without hesitation. "What if Black Flame still refuses?" Lu Wen asked worriedly. Smiling, Sha Qingying looked Lu Wen in the eye and said, "Then, do whatever it takes to get him to agree." Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's temporary residence, Guild Leader, things have gotten crazy in Zero Wing and Ashura ever since the latest God-ranked expert list came out, Shu Qianlu said as she entered Shi Feng's office, a bitter smile on her face. "I was worried about the guild not having enough fresh talent a few days ago, but now, I'm afraid the S-rank nutrient fluids we have on hand are nowhere near enough to meet the demand of all the geniuses we just recruited." The current Zero Wing was in the spotlight of the miniature ancient world, so it was the best opportunity for the guild to develop. Unfortunately, Zero Wing lacked resources, so it couldn't nurture a large number of its own geniuses even if it wanted. Currently, Zero Wing's resources were already stretched thin just after recruiting a little over 10,000 geniuses. Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this situation. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How are the main force members' training and bloodline allocation coming along?" Any power that wished to grow stronger in God's domain didn't require only in-game resources. It would also need real-world potions such as S-rank nutrient fluids. Otherwise, the development of the brain would be dragged down due to insufficient nutrition. The various superpowers in God's domain each had their own stable sources to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. As for first, second, and third-rate guilds, they didn't have a stable source. This was also why there was such a huge gap between superpowers and non-superpowers. Currently, Zero Wing was in the same predicament as the various non-superpowers. Apart from the S-rank nutrient fluids it earned through nurturing the geniuses of other powers, it didn't have any other sources to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids from. In reality, Su Qianlu had already done very well by keeping Zero Wing's requirements met by relying solely on an unstable source of several hundred bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. After roughly 2 weeks of effort, the main force members have already grasped the silver combat techniques that are compatible with them. We have also finished allocating the advanced lineage crystals already. We have paid a significant cost to do so, and it's hard to even find advanced lineage crystals sold on the market now, Su Qianlu said, feeling a little proud of herself. Currently, our main force is only inferior to the various hegemonic powers' main force. Even Witches Sin's main force members are envious of ours. You've worked hard. When Shi Feng heard Su Qianlu's report, he could already imagine the envious expressions the various powers would have once they saw Zero Wing's main force. After all, even the various hegemonic powers would have difficulty coming up with a main force of such caliber in the current miniature ancient world. Shi Feng also understood that Su Qianlu must have gone through a lot of trouble to accomplish these matters, be it purchasing silver combat techniques or advanced lineage crystals. Both matters required a lot of negotiations with many powers. Moreover, Su Qianlu had to be incredibly careful while conducting these negotiations. Otherwise, if other powers learned of Zero Wing's goal, it would become incredibly difficult for Zero Wing to produce such a main force. "Can you tell me why you need such a main force now, Guild Leader?" Su Qianlu asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. She had practically burnt all of Abyssal Star City's earnings to develop Zero Wing's main force. No other power would dare to make such a reckless investment. It should be known that this was an investment of tens of millions of gold coins. Such a sum of money was enough to fully arm an army of 10,000 in epic equipment. Yet Zero Wing had invested such a large sum of money into a mere team of 100 players. To earn money, Shi Feng said, chuckling. We are going to earn the power necessary for Zero Wing and Ashura to take over the entire miniature ancient world. Is such a thing even possible? Su Qianlu couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was joking with her. Currently, Zero Wing's main force wasn't even strong enough to win against the various hegemonic powers' main force. In such a situation, saying that they were going to earn enough money and power to take over the entire miniature ancient world was no different than talking about fantasy. It's a little late today. Have everyone gather up tomorrow morning, Shi Feng said, smiling. He did not bother giving any additional explanations. If they only had Zero Wing's current main force to rely on, they naturally couldn't take over the miniature ancient world. However, he had the 7 Luminaries Codex. So long as he had a sufficiently strong team, he could easily earn a large amount of resources. Now that the various powers barely had any Tier 4 players, their range of activity in the top of 2 worlds was considerably limited. They couldn't venture to dangerous areas that were rich in resource nodes. They also couldn't reach the world bosses located in these maps. It should be known that world bosses played a crucial role in the struggle between the various powers. This was because world bosses were tied to something that was of utmost importance to the various powers: flying mounts. This was an item capable of overturning the status quo in the top of 2 worlds. With flying mounts, a power could achieve rapid travel between the various cities. This meant that it would no longer have to restrict its base of operations to one particular city. It could also conduct trade with a much larger market. I'll inform the others then. Although Su Qianlu was curious as to what Shi Feng had planned, it was already late at night now. It would be dangerous to carry out an operation outside the city at night. Since Shi Feng didn't wish to explain his plan to her, she had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to learn about it. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng had finished taking care of matters in God's domain, he went offline to rest. He had remained online for the past several days because of his Tier 4 promotion. Even if the God's Domain Association's virtual gaming cabins allowed players to stay online for long periods, it was still necessary to exercise their real bodies from time to time. When Shi Feng climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, he immediately felt a refreshing feeling as his body bathed in the morning sun's rays. It was as if his body cells were breathing for the first time and brimming with life, and this feeling made him feel like he had grown a lot younger, as expected of the Greater World's virtual gaming cabin. The improvements it provides to the body are simply amazing. Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh ruefully when he saw that one of the virtual gaming cabin's canisters of life potion was now empty. The God's Domain Association had thoroughly displayed its wealth by offering its members such generous service. Shortly after Shi Feng got out of his cabin, the room's AI suddenly reminded him, "Contestant Shi Feng, there are 16 days left before the City Legion selection ends. Your placing has fallen to 3112th place. If you wish to become an official participant in the Starleg Legion, you will have to strive to enter the top 100. Currently, you have 2 more free test attempts remaining." 312th? Shi Feng was a little surprised to hear the AI's reminder. It's only been 2 weeks. Are these people improving so quickly? It was rare to see someone's position in a City Legion selection fall from 100th to beyond 300th in only 2 weeks. After all, 2 weeks' time wasn't usually enough for someone to achieve significant growth. It was especially true for people capable of entering the top 100 of a City Legion selection. So be it. I can use this opportunity to test my current standards. After saying so, Shi Feng walked out of his room and took the elevator to the first floor. TL notes regarding the previously assumed differences between bloodline and races, lineage crystals. I have no idea what exactly are the differences between these two things anymore. I previously thought bloodlines were different from races due to the bloodlines mentioned in the main story, e.g. Frost Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Boulder Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Hurricane Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Scorching Flame Bloodline, Chapter 1580, Dark Iron Basic Bloodline, Dark Iron Bloodline. Chapter 1580, Space-Time Bloodline, Chapter 1951. These bloodlines were even assigned ranks such as Basic, Advanced, etc. However, it would seem that the author intends to add a different category meaning for bloodlines. Now, it seems the term bloodline is going to refer to race as well. I'm not sure what the author intends for this term for now. We will only know more should the author decide to clarify things in a future chapter. Chapter 3205, Chapter 279, Empress Purple Jade, Chapter 279. Empress Purple Jade, God's Domain Association's first floor lobby. Although it was still early in the morning, when Shi Feng arrived at the test hall, there were already well over 100 people waiting in line. Most of these people looked quite young, their ages under 25 on average. These youths stood in groups of several people, and each group wore a different type of uniform that indicated their respective origins. While waiting for their turn, these youths wore anxious and excited expressions. At the same time, a hint of contempt also appeared in their eyes when they looked at the participants waiting in line by themselves. No wonder my ranking fell by so much. So it's because the various corporations have begun to make their move. Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he saw the youths waiting in line. A City Legion slots were incredibly precious. It was one of the few opportunities for most players to climb their way into the upper echelons of a city. Meanwhile, to the greater world's various corporations, this was also the quickest method to gain authority in a city. Hence, the greater world's various corporations wouldn't just try to recruit people who had successfully entered a city legion. At the same time, they would also nurture their own experts to join the various city legions. This would further increase their authority and influence in the various cities. Meanwhile, the experts the various corporations nurtured were all geniuses carefully selected out of tens of thousands of youths. After receiving the various corporations' training and resources, these youths all came to possess frightening strength. As a result, whenever a city legion selection took place, the various corporations would usually occupy more than half of the available slots. It was especially true for the top 100 ranks, also known as the official participant slots. Over 70% of the official participant slots in a city legion selection would typically go to the various corporations' experts. While Shi Feng was about to join the waiting line, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. What a coincidence, Guild Leader Shi Feng. Are you also here to take the test? The person who spoke was Purple Jade. She just so happened to have walked out of the mental space at this time and saw Shi Feng, so she took the initiative to walk over and greet him. She was dressed in a light blue shirt and shorts, and she had her hair tied into a ponytail, her appearance giving her a vibrant feeling. You've never left your room throughout the past 2 weeks. I nearly thought you had lost interest in the selection. Purple Jade's initiative to greet Shi Feng quickly attracted many people's attention to Shi Feng, everyone looking at Shi Feng in surprise and envy. Be it her face or body, Purple Jade could be considered a top-tier beauty even in the greater world. As a result, she could attract a lot of attention simply by relying on her beauty alone. As icing on the cake, her test result that had just appeared on the lobby's scoreboard was one that the people in the lobby could only look up to in admiration. Mental grade, 3-star mental strength master, potential rating, 94, mental strength rating, A, mental control rating, A, overall ranking, 47, anyone capable of entering the selection's top 100 would already be a genius among geniuses. As for those capable of entering the top 50, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were heaven's favored child. Not to mention, Purple Jade clearly wasn't a genius nurtured by the various corporations. Her growth potential was much greater than experts the various corporations nurtured. If nothing unexpected happened, Purple Jade would have a high possibility of becoming a vice commander in the Star Lake Legion. At that time, she would become a VIP among Star Lake City's upper echelon, and even Star Lake City's various corporations would have to treat her respectfully. Meanwhile, the privilege of having such a talented and beautiful woman take the initiative to greet them was something youths like themselves didn't even dare to dream about happening. I've been somewhat busy recently, Shi Feng said. He wasn't particularly surprised by Purple Jade's result. After all, the name of Empress Purple Jade was considerably famous in the greater world during his previous life. So, it was completely normal for her to show such great potential after arriving in the greater world. Then, Shi Feng smiled and continued. It seems you have made significant improvements in the time we haven't met, Commander Jade. With this, you are guaranteed to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion. I'm not so sure about that. When Purple Jade looked at her ranking, she shook her head and said, there might only be 2 weeks left before the selection ends, but the various corporations still aren't done trying. So, I'm still not certain I can stay within the top 100 by the time the selection ends. After staying in the greater world for the past 2 weeks, she realized just how frightening of a place this was. The so-called Tier 6 God-ranked experts that their homeworld held in high regard were nothing in the greater world. The resources the greater world's geniuses had access to were also beyond their homeworld's imagination. Life potions that were treated as priceless treasures in their homeworld's upper zones were practically no different from drinking water in the greater world. Not to mention, the greater world had even higher ranking potions than the life potion. Shortly after Shi Feng and Purple Jade began conversing, a commotion suddenly occurred in the lobby. At this time, an elegant young man with long hair could be seen walking out of an elevator, and behind the young man followed 4 men and women wearing suits and sunglasses. These 4 men and women exuded a powerful aura. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, the people standing in their way subconsciously stepped aside. It was obvious that their mental strength had reached the Grandmaster standard already. The young man had 4 1-star mental strength Grandmasters serving as his bodyguard. This was a rare sight even in Star Lake City. Any mental strength Grandmaster could take on temporary positions in the various cities' administration. For 1-star mental strength Grandmasters under the age of 50, they could even receive the various cities' priority training. Yet, all 4 of the young man's bodyguards were clearly under 50. Who is that guy? He actually has 4 1-star mental strength Grandmasters working as his bodyguards. How can you not know about him? He's the Dawn Light Corporation's second young master, Chen Qitian. Chen Qitian? The one who's ranked 25th on the scoreboard? That's right. Also, you must have heard about Chen Qitian's elder brother, right? Chen Qilin, the Star Lake Legion's Paragon-level vice commander. The crowd in the lobby quickly began a discussion among themselves when they saw Chen Qitian, shock coloring their faces when they spoke about the young man and his background. The Dawn Light Corporation might not be a conglomerate, but its influence in Star Lake City still ranked within the top 5 among the various corporations. Meanwhile, a large part of the reason for that was because of Chen Qilin. However, after seeing Chen Qitian, everyone felt that the Dawn Light Corporation's influence in Star Lake City would become even greater in the future. This was because Chen Qitian's talent was not the slightest bit inferior to Chen Qilin. On the contrary, Chen Qitian looked superior to his elder brother. After all, when Chen Qilin joined the Star Lake Legion, he had done so with a result of 43rd place in his selection. Meanwhile, Chen Qitian was currently ranked 25th in the selection. It was just that Chen Qitian was challenging his test at an older age than when Chen Qilin challenged his selection. Wait, Chen Qitian looks like he's coming over to the test hall. Didn't he just test himself 3 days ago? Don't tell me he improved again in such a short time. I doubt that. How much progress can a person possibly make in just 3 days? When the crowd in the lobby saw Chen Qitian making his way to the test hall, they couldn't help but grow confused and curious. After all, Chen Qitian was one of the heirs of the Dawn Light Corporation. He should have received the best training and resources money could buy from a young age, so he should have fully tapped into his potential already. It was highly unlikely that he would achieve significant growth in only 3 days. While everyone was wondering about Chen Qitian's purpose in visiting the test hall, Chen Qitian walked up to an inconspicuous person standing amidst the crowd. When Chen Qitian saw the ordinary sweatsuit Shi Feng wore, a flash of disdain appeared in his eyes as he asked, "Are you Zero Wings Shi Feng?" "That's right. Do you have business with me?" Shi Feng asked, confused as to why Chen Qitian would suddenly approach him. "Good." After taking another look at Shi Feng, Chen Qitian coldly said, "I see that you have good potential. So long as you leave Zero Wing and receive Miss Thousand Scars' forgiveness, I will ensure that your needs will be met for the rest of your life in Star Lake City." Chapter 3206, Chapter 20D80, Second Test, Chapter 20D80. Second Test. As soon as Chen Qitian finished speaking, an uproar occurred in the lobby. Nobody thought Chen Qitian would come here for the sake of Thousand Scars. Thousand Scars was currently ranked 41st in the selection. However, this result was one that she had gotten a few days ago. For a genius who had only entered the greater world recently, a few days was enough to achieve significant growth. When Thousand Scars had risen to the 41st rank, it had sparked a lot of discussion from the various participants of the selection. Many powers had also investigated Thousand Scars' background, and what they found had given them a shock. Thousand Scars was a genius nurtured internally by the Paimon Corporation. Not only that, but she was also young and beautiful like a goddess. Upon learning of Thousand Scars' situation, many talented young men in Star Lake City suddenly became her admirers. Meanwhile, by the looks of the current situation, Chen Qitian was also trying to woo Thousand Scars. I wonder if that guy will agree? Do you think he has a choice? Haha, I guess you're right. But he'll also receive second young Master Chen's good graces in the future. Nobody in the lobby looked at Shi Feng enviously anymore when they heard Chen Qitian's words. Instead, they only looked at him in mockery. So what if Shi Feng got to talk with Purple Jade? So what if Shi Feng got to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion? In the end, wasn't he still going to end up as someone's dog? While everyone was having hushed discussions among themselves, Shi Feng suddenly laughed. Chen Qitian grew dissatisfied when he heard Shi Feng laughing. "What are you laughing for? Did you not hear what I said?" As a genius who had only entered the greater world recently, Shi Feng might have great potential and talent. However, in Chen Qitian's opinion, Shi Feng was still nothing but an ant. He felt he was already generous with the conditions he had offered Shi Feng. "Why am I laughing?" Shi Feng chuckled as he looked at Chen Qitian. "You want me to leave Zero Wing and ask for Thousand Scars' forgiveness? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" Chen Qitian immediately grew furious upon hearing Shi Feng's words. "So, are you going to reject my goodwill?" "I'm rejecting it now," Shi Feng said as he looked at Chen Qitian nonchalantly. "What can you do about it?" As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the entire lobby fell silent as the surrounding spectators looked at Shi Feng in disbelief. Is he crazy? Shi Feng's response was completely outside everyone's expectations. Nobody ever thought that a newbie to the greater world with no background whatsoever would dare to provoke Chen Qitian. The next moment, Chen Qitian's complexion could be seen turning livid. If not for the God's Domain Association prohibiting fights, everyone did not doubt that Chen Qitian would have his 4 bodyguards cripple Shi Feng. "Good, very good, I'll remember your words," Chen Qitian said furiously. "I hope you won't regret your words today." After saying so, Chen Qitian left the lobby with his 4 bodyguards. The instant he turned around, those who met his gaze felt a freezing chill crawling down their spines. This guy must be insane. That's the Dawn Light Corporation's Chen Qitian we are talking about. This guy shouldn't be thinking of leaving the God's Domain Association ever again. With this, it wouldn't matter even if he becomes an official participant in the Star Lake Legion in the future. Everyone could tell that Chen Qitian was serious about his threat. Meanwhile, the fearsomeness of Chen Qitian wasn't something a newbie to the greater world like Shi Feng would understand. One word from Chen Qitian was enough to turn Shi Feng into a cripple. Shi Feng might even disappear from Star Lake City entirely. Guild leader Shi Feng, I'm afraid Chen Qitian won't let this matter rest, Purple Jade said, an ugly expression appearing on her face. She never thought that someone like Chen Qitian would become one of Thousand Scar's admirers. She also didn't think that Shi Feng would provoke Chen Qitian to such an extent. The Dawn Light Corporation might not be a conglomerate, but it was still a corporation that had existed for well over a century. It was also one of the top 5 most influential corporations in Star Lake City, and it wasn't an existence that any individual person or hegemonic power could go up against. Even if Shi Feng managed to become an official participant in the Star Lake Legion, Chen Qitian could abuse Chen Qilin's position in the Legion to forcibly strip away Shi Feng's status. Meanwhile, so long as Shi Feng lost his status as an official participant, it would become a child's play for Chen Qitian to banish him from Star Lake City and deal with him. I know, Shi Feng nodded. Then he nonchalantly said, but it won't be so easy for him to deal with me. Not even the almighty apex powers and conglomerates could do anything against him in his previous life, let alone Chen Qitian and the Dawn Light Corporation behind him. Purple Jade was at a loss for words when she heard Shi Feng's response. This was one of Star Lake City's top 5 corporations they were talking. They were more than capable of making even official participants of the Star Lake Legion disappear. There were even precedents of such situations happening. You certainly are Zero Wing's acting guild leader Shi Feng. You won't give in even when dealing with the Dawn Light Corporation. A clear and gentle voice suddenly came from nearby. When Purple Jade turned to this voice, she saw 2 women dressed in office wear approaching them. Upon seeing the woman walking in the lead, Purple Jade subconsciously gaped in shock. What brings you here, Vice President Xia? Purple Jade asked as she looked at the alluring and elegant woman before her in disbelief. In the past, Purple Jade never truly understood how powerful the mysterious Green God Corporation was. However, after entering the greater world, she came to understand just how powerful and high of a position the Green God Corporation held here. The greater world was a place that connected countless worlds. However, only an incredibly small number of worlds could give birth to a company that could be regarded as a corporation in the greater world. Meanwhile, every corporation in the greater world was an existence that even the various hegemonic powers of God's domain had to try and curry favor from. As for the vice president of a corporation, that was an existence that stood above even the guild leaders of the various hegemonic powers. I originally came here to discuss a partnership with guild leader Shi Feng, Sha Qingying said in response to Purple Jade's question. Then, she turned to Shi Feng and smiled, but I didn't think I would get to see such a scene. You have given me a real surprise. Are you disappointed, Vice President Xia? Shi Feng asked, smiling. No. Xia Qingying shook her head. This situation has only furthered my resolve to partner with Zero Wing. The Green God Corporation wants to partner with Zero Wing? Purple Jade's eyes widened in shock, her mind thinking that Xia Qingying must be joking. After all, a corporation in the greater world was seeking to partner with a guild that wasn't even a hegemonic power in God's domain. This was unprecedented in the greater world. I'm sure Zero Wing has already given you a reply, Vice President Xia. Between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins, you can only choose one of us, Shi Feng said as she looked at Sha Qingying strangely. He had already made himself very clear to Lu Wen previously. I understand, Sha Qingying nodded. Which is why I am not here on behalf of the Green God Corporation but in my individual capacity instead. I wish to invest in Zero Wing and become a shareholder of Zero Wing. Although I cannot match the resources offered by the Green God Corporation's Grade 1 resource slot, I can offer Zero Wing resources greater than what is offered by the corporation's Grade 2 resource slot. For example, I can provide Zero Wing with some entry slots into the greater world and assistance in the miniature ancient world in the form of combat power and resources. What does Zero Wing have to do in exchange? Shi Feng asked. Sha Qingying's offer was considerably tempting. It was especially true for the greater world's entry slots. Every additional person he could bring into the greater world would boost Zero Wing's combat power in the greater world significantly. I don't want much, just 10% of Zero Wing's shares. I also need you to take care of some matters in the miniature ancient world for me, Xia Qingying said with a light smile. That's not too much to ask, right? After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng asked, can you get me some entry slots into the greater world in the next few days? It will be difficult, but I can do it, Xia Qingying said after thinking over Shi Feng's request. However, I'm afraid it will only be a few slots. Even a few are fine, Shi Feng nodded. In that case, I officially accept this partnership offer on behalf of Zero Wing. As for the contract, it should be fine if we sign it in God's domain, right? No problem, Sha Qingying answered without hesitation, seemingly having expected this arrangement already. This scene dumbfounded Purple Jade. She never thought that a big shot like Sha Qingying would hold Zero Wing in such high regard. For a moment, Purple Jade even had the urge to contact the Secret Pavilion and have the Secret Pavilion deepen its partnership with Zero Wing. Afterward, Shi Feng and Sha Qingying discussed the finer details of the partnership. In addition to the Greater World's entry slots, Shi Feng had also requested Xia Qingying to provide Zero Wing with a warship in Crying Sea City capable of carrying at least 100 players. In response, Xia Qingying agreed to lend Zero Wing a bronze warship that could accommodate up to 120 people without hesitation. From this generous gesture, one could see that the Green God Corporation's foundation was vastly superior to ordinary hegemonic powers. After their discussion ended, Shi Feng entered the mental space and began his second test attempt. "Don't you think we are losing out too much in this partnership, Vice President Xia?" Lu Wen quietly asked Xia Qingying after seeing that Shi Feng had already left. "Zero Wing might have black flame, but Shi Feng has offended Chen Qitian. We'll have to pay a huge price if we want to protect Shi Feng. We don't have to worry about that. So long as Shi Feng enters the top 50, the Dawn Light Corporation will have difficulty removing him from the Star Lake Legion," Xia Qingying calmly said. "Shi Feng got into the top 100 on his first attempt, so it is highly likely that he can get into the top 50 on his second attempt. So long as he enters the top 50, he'll catch the attention of the Star Lake Legion's commander. At that time, unless Chen Qilin can find a suitable reason, he will have no way of touching Shi Feng." After thinking over Xia Qingying's words, Lu Wen nodded in agreement. The Star Lake Legion's newly promoted commander was no ordinary individual. The woman wasn't on the same side as Chen Qilin and the Dawn Light Corporation either. If Shi Feng could catch the new commander's attention, even Chen Qilin would be powerless to do anything against him. After Xia Qingying and Lu Wen waited in the test hall for some time, Shi Feng's test results suddenly appeared on the scoreboard. Mental grade, 2-star mental strength master, potential rating, 97, mental strength rating, S, mental control rating, S, overall ranking, 1, Chapter 327, Chapter 281, unparalleled potential, Chapter 281, unparalleled potential. Inside a certain training room in Star Lake City's God's Domain Association, the training room was the size of 4 basketball courts. Currently, a cold beauty wielding 2 daggers and wearing leather armor was dodging virtual arrows coming at her from all directions. While doing so, the woman also fought against 3 virtual monsters. However, whether it was the arrows or monsters, neither could land a hit on the woman. The woman also consistently landed attacks on the monsters, eventually shattering all 3 of them. "Your recent improvements are simply insane, Qianhen. It's only been 3 days, yet you've already passed the association's advanced test. Even official participants of the Star Lake Legion would need close to a year of adaptation after joining the Legion to clear the advanced test. If those veteran official participants learn about your achievement, they'll definitely lose their minds." A young woman in her early 20s said in excitement and admiration as she looked at Shui Qianhen, also known as Thousand Scars. The God's Domain Association had prepared 4 different levels of tests targeted toward virtual combat in God's Domain: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. However, unlike actual combat in God's Domain, the God's Domain Association's test required players to preserve their weapons and equipment using their mental strength. Essentially, this test tested players' mental strength and combat standards. Meanwhile, official participants of the Star Lake Legion would only gain the qualifications to participate in virtual competitions after they had conquered the association's advanced test. If an official participant managed to conquer the special test, they would become qualified to compete for a team leader position in the Legion. Qianhen is the pride of our generation. It's normal for her to achieve such a result. Otherwise, the Dawn Light Corporation's second young master wouldn't be trying to woo her so desperately, a slightly older woman said enviously. "I heard young Master Chen is planning to get Shi Feng to seek Chenen's apology. Although Shi Feng is a genius capable of entering the top 100, he'll probably have no choice but to capitulate in front of young Master Chen." The several other women training nearby nodded in agreement, their hearts similarly filled with envy. Only an existence like Chen Qitian would have the ability to get a genius of Shi Feng's caliber to lower his head. Yet, such an existence had fallen head over heels for Thousand Scars. "Whatever Chen Qitian does is his problem," Thousand Scars said indifferently as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "What Shi Feng decides to do is also none of my business." In Thousand Scars' opinion, both Shi Feng and Chen Qitian were nothing but minor characters. Ever since she came into contact with the Paimon Corporation, she understood that her stage was on a higher plane. As for Shi Feng, someone who she used to think of as a threat, he was nothing more than an ordinary genius in her eyes now. Currently, she only had one goal, to get into the top 10 of the City Legion's selection. Shortly after Thousand Scars finished speaking, a young woman suddenly rushed into the room with an excited look. "Something happened. Something big happened," the young woman shouted excitedly. "What's gotten into you? What happened?" the slightly older woman asked curiously. "Did young Master Chen start to take action against Shi Feng?" "And no," the young woman fervently shook her head. Then, she hurriedly said, Shi Feng is simply amazing. Not only did he come in first place on his second test attempt, but he even received an S rank for both evaluations. Everyone in the association is talking about him right now." The entire training room fell silent as soon as the young woman finished speaking, everyone looking at the young woman in disbelief. Impossible. Thousand Scars instinctively denied the young woman's words. Although Thousand Scars admitted that Shi Feng had astonishing potential, it shouldn't be possible for him to go from 100th to 1st in the selection in only 2 weeks, much less receive a double S rank in his evaluations. This news sounded like a joke no matter how she wrapped her mind around it. It should be known that it had been well over a century since Star Lake City had seen someone receiving an S-rank result for both the mental strength and mental control evaluations. How could a Tier 3 instructor from Zero Wing possibly accomplish this feat? At the same time, inside a high-class courtyard in Star Lake City, a middle-aged man nearing his 50s wearing knight armor and a 2-star mental strength Grandmaster's emblem on his chest stood quietly by a pool as he looked at a woman swimming in the pool. The woman in question not only had a stunningly beautiful appearance, but she also had a superb figure that could make countless young men lose their minds for her. However, when the middle-aged man looked at this peerless beauty, there was not the slightest hint of disrespect in his eyes. On the contrary, his eyes carried hints of fear. If Shi Feng were here to see this, he would definitely be surprised. This was because this peerless beauty was none other than the female receptionist responsible for overseeing his test when he first entered Crying Lake City's God's Domain Association. "What brings you here, Warbear?" the woman said after swimming to the pool's edge and glancing at the bulky middle-aged man. "If it's not something interesting, you'd better be prepared." "Commander Red Frost." "This is definitely big news," the bulky man said somewhat fearfully. "Just a short while ago, a newcomer named Shi Feng took first place in the selection. Moreover, he received an S rank for both evaluations. However, I also heard that Chen Qilin's younger brother, seems to be in conflict with Shi Feng. What is your opinion on this matter?" "Double S rank?" the woman called Red Frost smiled. "It seems things are finally going to become interesting in our legion. I heard that Chen Qilin loves his younger brother dearly. Once that newcomer officially joins the Legion, I wonder what surprises he and Chen Qilin will bring me." Miniature ancient world, Crying Sea City's harbor. As the morning sun shined its rays on the harbor, the various powers teams gathered at the harbor and summoned their ships one after another, instantly causing the spacious harbor to become crowded. Among the many ships floating at the harbor, a 60-meter-long warship stood out like a sore thumb, the ship's majestic frame causing the surrounding players to drool. A warship was significantly bigger than the average ship. It was a tool specialized for combat out at sea. Even a common warship possessed firepower rivaling multiple advanced ships. In addition, it also had a defensive barrier that was far superior to that of advanced ships. It was a war machine capable of going up against mythic sea monsters. However, the warship parked at the harbor clearly wasn't just a common warship. After all, the warship's twofold mana barrier was not something one could find on any common warship. What is Vice President Xia thinking? Why did she have our Grey Goose team bring the corporation's sole bronze warship to assist Zero Wing? A level 124 Tier 3 male Guardian Knight complained as he looked at the surrounding players looking in his direction. However, he had long since gotten used to receiving such attention, so he turned to a level 24 female cleric with short hair and grinned, saying, "Feather, I heard from Xiao Xiao that Zero Wing's main force has not only her younger sister in it, but also her junior sisters and brothers. I wonder if they'll be surprised if they see Xiao Xiao now." In response, the cleric named Crowfeather chuckled and said, "Surprise will be an understatement. I bet they'll be utterly dumbfounded if they see how strong Xiao Xiao has become. Aside from Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame, nobody else in Zero Wing will be a match for her." Before Wu Xiaoxiao joined the Green God Corporation, her combat standard was only at the Flowing Water Realm. Now though, not only was Wu Xiaoxiao only one step away from reaching the Domain Realm, but she also had combat power rivaling Tier 4 players of the same level. This was thanks to the fragmented legendary staff and special class she acquired. Meanwhile, according to Wu Xiaoxiao, whether it was her juniors or her younger sister, all of them were only at the Refinement Realm standard. There was simply no competition between them and Wu Xiaoxiao. While the Guardian Knight and Cleric from the Grey Goose team were talking, a commotion suddenly occurred at the harbor. At the same time, an indescribable sense of oppression spread across the entire harbor. When everyone turned to look at the origin of this oppressive feeling, they saw a team of 100 players clad in matching equipment. Even though all these 100 players did was walk on the street, everyone in the harbor could feel the air around them trembling. It felt as if 100 mythic monsters were currently walking in the harbor. When everyone saw the six-winged emblem these 100 players wore on their chests, the shock they experienced rose to a whole new level. Zero Wing? Chapter 328, Chapter 282, Tier 4 Team? Chapter 282, Tier 4 Team? Am I dreaming? Crowfeather, the cleric of the Grey Goose team, gaped in shock when she saw Zero Wing's team walking down the harbor and the surrounding players subconsciously stepping aside to make way for the team. Players on a busy street wouldn't make way for others out of politeness. There was only one reason these players would behave in such a way: fear. This was because every player in Zero Wing's 100-man team was not only of a higher race, but every one of them also radiated an aura comparable to mythic monsters of the same level. When the Guardian Knight from the Grey Goose team saw Zero Wing's team walking in their team's direction, he exclaimed, "Isn't Zero Wing's main force a little too strong? It's practically comparable to the various hegemonic powers' main force." No. Colorful Lunarite, the Grey Goose team's leader, shook her head in response to the Guardian Knight's comment. Then, looking at Zero Wing's team solemnly, she said, "If we are talking purely in terms of equipment standards, even the various hegemonic powers' main forces are inferior to Zero Wing's main force." "How is that possible, team leader?" "The various hegemonic powers have fully equipped their main forces in 8-piece epic equipment sets. Zero Wing couldn't possibly have geared its main force members in fragmented legendary items, right?" Crowfeather said in disbelief. Access to the miniature ancient world had only been opened not long ago, so 8-piece epic equipment sets were already considered the best equipment players could get their hands on. Even the various hegemonic powers had only managed to get their hands on a few fragmented legendary items so far. As for equipping an entire main force with fragmented legendary items, that was simply fantasy. Crowfeather had learned about Zero Wing's situation from Wu Xiaoxiao. Although Zero Wing had some powerful experts under its command, the guild was terribly undersupplied when it came to weapons and equipment. It probably couldn't even supply its main force members with 6-piece epic equipment sets like the various superpowers, let alone 8-piece epic equipment sets. They aren't equipped with fragmented legendary items. Looking at Crowfeather with a bitter smile, Colorful Lunarite said, "But they are equipped with immortal sets. 6-piece level 120 fine gold immortal sets at that." "Fine gold immortal sets?" Crowfeather's skepticism increased when she heard Colorful Lunarite's words. "Are you trying to fool me, team leader? We are talking about immortal sets here. Even if it's only a 6-piece set at the fine gold rank, it is still an immortal set. Not even the Greater God's Domain's hegemonic powers will dare to do something as extravagant as fully equipping an entire main force in immortal sets. A fine gold immortal set might not be as valuable as a fragmented legendary item, but it was definitely rarer than fragmented legendary items. As for a level 120 fine gold immortal set, it was superior to even level 120 epic equipment sets when it came to basic attributes." In the current miniature ancient world, Crowfeather doubted that any of the various hegemonic powers had even one of such immortal sets. Only a fool would believe that Zero Wing could take out 100 fine gold immortal sets. "You know I have the judgment eyes. There is no way I can be wrong in this," Colorful Lunarite said definitively to Crowfeather. In reality, Colorful Lunarite herself didn't wish to believe this outcome. However, the information obtained by Judgment Eyes could not be wrong. Of course, Colorful Lunarite could also understand Crowfeather's inability to believe her words. Hearing that an entire main force was fully equipped with fine gold immortal sets was equally as shocking as hearing that every member of a main force was equipped with a fragmented legendary weapon. After all, these were immortal sets they were talking about. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would cry tears of agony if they saw someone doing something as wasteful as equipping an entire 100-man team in immortal sets. Immortal equipment was different from epic equipment. A player geared in immortal equipment would not have to worry about engaging mythic monsters in a melee. It was especially true for MTs. They could keep fighting for long periods without having to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. Hence, whether a team possessed immortal equipment or not would affect its ability to grind and explore significantly. Guild leader Black Flame, as per our agreement, we will lend this bronze warship to you for the next 3 days. The Grey Goose team will also be assisting you throughout this period, Colorful Lunarite said after seeing Shi Feng signing the God's Domain contract she had prepared. "Once these 3 days are up, we will collect the warship immediately, so I hope you can understand. As for the Greater World's entry slots, Vice President Xia will have them ready in 3 days. However, exactly how many slots she can secure remains uncertain for now." 3 days? Shi Feng nodded. Xia Qingying's capabilities were much greater than he expected. The world passage had yet to activate, so traveling between their homeworld and the greater world was incredibly troublesome. Even a vice president of the Green God Corporation would have trouble acquiring entry slots into the greater world. Originally, Shi Feng thought Xia Qingying would need around a week to secure the entry slots, so it was certainly a pleasant surprise to hear that she only needed 3 days. With this, the people he chose to bring to the greater world would have more time to prepare for the Star Lake Legion's selection, which would, in turn, increase their chances of getting into the City Legion. If they could get into the City Legion, they would become a real help to him in the greater world, and he would have a much easier time carrying out his plans. After Colorful Lunarite granted Shi Feng temporary authority to control the bronze warship, Shi Feng promptly set sail toward the destination he had decided on beforehand, the Bipolar Sea. The Bipolar Sea was a level 130 sea zone, and it contained the only Grade 1 ore vein Shi Feng had found using the Seven Luminaries Codex's elemental search. Grade 1 ore veins produced large amounts of Seven Luminaries crystals, a highly demanded currency in the greater world. 1 unit of Seven Luminaries crystal could go for 100 star coins in private transactions. One could say that Seven Luminaries crystals were the primary method for powers in God's domain to strengthen themselves in the greater world. Even if Shi Feng managed to join the Star Lake Legion as an official participant, he would only receive a monthly salary of 10,000 star coins. Aside from the monthly salary, the only other way he could earn star coins reliably as an official participant was to lease out land. Moreover, the precondition for that was to not get targeted by a corporation. Otherwise, nobody would want to rent his land, and he would have no choice but to get by with only his standard salary. Yet, if he relied only on his monthly salary, even staying in the God's Domain Association would become a problem. This was because the God's Domain Association's lower floors were in high demand but with low supply. Meanwhile, higher floors such as the 400th floor and above cost at least 2,000 star coins per day. If he were to rely only on his monthly salary, he'd be homeless before the week was even over, let alone purchase various potions to strengthen himself. Not to mention, his goal wasn't only to survive by himself in the greater world. He also needed to nurture other people in the greater world, which would cost a significant amount of star coins. Meanwhile, a grade 1 ore vein was something that could spark a fight between several dozen hegemonic powers in the greater God's domain. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would join in the fight if the vein wasn't located too far from their base of power. One could easily imagine how much wealth a grade 1 ore vein contained if it could tempt so many hegemonic powers into action. Hence, Shi Feng naturally couldn't let the grade 1 ore vein he discovered go to waste. A warship was much faster compared to an ordinary ship. A bronze warship's speed was even comparable to a bronze mount's speed. Because of this, the journey that originally required 20 hours of sailing took less than 10 hours in the bronze warship. Moreover, traveling in a bronze warship was also much safer. Several times they encountered some red players who tried to rob them. However, these red players would quickly steer clear out of their path when they saw the opponent they were going up against. As for the sea monsters they encountered, the bronze warship could shake off even mythic sea monsters with no trouble at all. The bipolar sea? When colorful Lunarite saw the tornadoes that covered the sea ahead of her, she couldn't help but turn toward Shi Feng, who was steering the warship, and asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, this is a level 130 sea zone. Isn't it rash to enter this place with the team's current level?" In the miniature ancient world, the difficulty of sea monsters would increase by 1 rank for every 5 levels they were higher than players. For a team with an average level of under 125, fighting against level 130 plus sea monsters would be a great challenge. Not to mention, the bipolar sea was also regarded as a land of death in the current miniature ancient world. This was because the bipolar sea was not only covered in tornadoes and storms, but it was also filled with powerful sea monsters. Even the weakest sea monster here was a level 130 Grand Lord. Although colorful Lunarite didn't care about the survival of Zero Wing's members, she would be in hot water if the bronze warship sank in the bipolar sea. Shi Feng naturally understood colorful Lunarite's concerns. He also understood that colorful Lunarite retained central authority over the bronze warship, and she could retake control over the warship if necessary. So, he smiled and said, "This place might be a forbidden land for Tier 3 players, but what about Tier 4 players?" As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Su Qianlu, who stood on the deck, pulled out a magic tactical vehicle from her epic spatial bag. Subsequently, a magic array covering a 500-yard radius slowly rose from the tactical vehicle and elevated the mana of everyone within its range by 1 rank. Tier 4 mana. Colorful Lunarite gasped when she felt the mana around her. TL notes, 1 colorful Lunarite Lu Wen, Xia Ying's assistant. 2. The author forgot about the Dragonhorn tactical vehicle's parameters. Taken from Chapter 208, Hexagram Protection erects a magic array that greatly strengthens the mana of up to 6 people within a 1,000-yard radius. Enhancement works up to the Tier 4 standard. Magic array costs 1,000 magic crystals per minute to maintain. Chapter 3209, Chapter 283, God Mode Regional Dungeon. Chapter 283, God Mode Regional Dungeon. You can rest assured now, right, Team Leader Lunarite? Shi Feng smiled when he saw colorful Lunarite's gaze fixed on the magic tactical vehicle. "I see why you aren't afraid of divine hunters and morning light now," colorful Lunarite said, realization dawning upon her as she swept her gaze across the Zero Wing members aboard the warship. Mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. For players, the stronger their mana, the stronger their skills and spells would become. Apart from not having any Tier 4 skills and spells, the Zero Wing members present were no longer any different from actual Tier 4 players. Meanwhile, a force of 100 Tier 4 experts was not something any power in the current miniature ancient world could go up against. Yet, funnily enough, the various powers thought that Black Flame was Zero Wing's only Tier 4 expert. Should Crying Sea City's various powers try to take action against Zero Wing out in the fields, the outcome would definitely shake the entire miniature ancient world. Subsequently, Zero Wing's members could be seen effortlessly slaughtering the level 130 Grand Lord ranked sea monsters in the bipolar sea. Because of the difference in tiers, the level suppression effect was practically negligible. Moreover, Zero Wing's members didn't even require the assistance of the bronze warship's artillery. Just the silver combat techniques they used were enough to turn a Grand Lord into an abundant amount of EXP in only a few minutes. Wu Xiaoxiao tricked me. She said her little sister was only at the refinement realm, while her juniors hadn't even reached the refinement realm. So, what is up with all these silver combat techniques? Crowfeather's eyes twitched when she saw Wu Lingling and the others executing one silver combat technique after another, their skillfulness in using these combat techniques superior to even her. At a glance, their combat standards were not the slightest bit inferior to hers. Silver combat techniques. These weren't combat techniques that Refinement Realm experts could learn. Even most Void Realm experts would have difficulty learning one. Yet, Wu Lingling and the others had learned at least 3 silver combat techniques each, covering the 3 main categories of defensive combat techniques, offensive combat techniques, and footwork. Speaking purely in terms of combat power, Crowfeather doubted she could even match Wu Lingling and the others. These so-called juniors of Wu Xiaoxiao were already close to matching Colorful Lunarite, the Grey Goose team's team leader. Subsequently, the further Shi Feng and the others progressed into the Bipolar Sea, the more Colorful Lunarite became tempted by the magic tactical vehicle. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know if Zero Wing has any intentions of selling this magic tactical vehicle? Colorful Lunarite asked. Zero Wing's main force members might have extraordinary strength, but the real reason they could have such strength was entirely because of the magic tactical vehicle. Otherwise, Zero Wing's main force could, at most, contend against the various hegemonic powers' main force. It absolutely couldn't achieve overwhelming victory, let alone fight against groups of Grand Lord-ranked sea monsters. Of course, we intend to sell it, Shi Feng said as he turned to Colorful Lunarite with a smile. This will be the main product Zero Wing offers in the future. Zero Wing was incredibly poor right now. If there was an opportunity to make money, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't let it get away. Not to mention, he had deliberately displayed the magic tactical vehicle to Colorful Lunarity this time. May I know the price? Colorful Lunarite asked, an excited look appearing on her face. Originally, she had only thought of trying her luck when she asked Shi Feng about the sale of the magic tactical vehicle. Although she didn't think Zero Wing would sell such a powerful war weapon, it wouldn't hurt to ask. 1 bronze warship or 2 million star coins, Shi Feng stated. This, Colorful Lunarite, was rendered speechless by Shi Feng's answer. I'm afraid I'll have to discuss this with Vice President Xia first. Trading a bronze warship for a magic tactical vehicle was out of the question. 2 million star coins wasn't a small sum either. It was an amount of money that the average person in the greater world would never see in their lifetime. Even for Xia Qingying, this was a significant expenditure. So, Colorful Lunarite couldn't give Shi Feng an answer on the spot. Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this response. He too was aware that his asking price was very high. Afterward, he took a look at the coordinates shown by Elemental Search. We're finally here. Excitement appeared on Shi Feng's face as he looked at the island ahead of him and verified that the Grade 1 ore vein was located on the island. However, when the bronze warship moved within 1,000 yards of the island, a gigantic magic array that covered a radius of several thousand yards suddenly appeared in the sky above them. The magic array was so massive that the people on board the bronze warship couldn't even see the entire magic array at a glance. After this magic array appeared in the sky, space underneath it began to grow chaotic. Spatial tiers appeared all over the place, and there was no place safe for the bronze warship. This is a regional event? Shi Feng was incredibly familiar with this scene. Events would randomly appear across the entire God's domain. However, these events were normally caused by players. Meanwhile, whenever an event occurred, a special space would be created in the area where the event was triggered. An example of this special space would be Regional Dungeons, Regional System Announcement. This area will be promoted into a God Mode Regional Dungeon. All players are advised to be careful of the ensuing spatial turmoil. A God Mode Regional Dungeon? Shi Feng was stunned by the system announcement. Most regional dungeons could be categorized into 3 difficulties: Normal Mode, Hard Mode, and Hell Mode. However, there were 2 more levels of difficulty above this, Asura Mode and God Mode. Of the 2, God Mode regional dungeons were known as Lands of No Return. They were forbidden lands for players under Tier 6. Even Tier 6 players would face a high risk of death in a God Mode regional dungeon. Moreover, the death penalty inside a God Mod regional dungeon was incredibly severe, so much so that one would have to start a new account if one wasn't careful. Shi Feng wasn't the only person stunned by this unexpected development. Everyone on the bronze warship was similarly dumbfounded. A God Mode regional dungeon. Regional dungeons of such difficulty were extremely rare, even on the main continent. Meanwhile, every one of these God Mode regional dungeons was the nightmare of the various powers. Aside from a select few super guilds, nobody else dared to enter God Mode regional dungeons. Yet now, a God Mode regional dungeon had appeared right before their very eyes. Everyone stick together in groups of 3 to 5. Nobody is allowed to move alone, Shi Feng shouted when he saw the number of spatial tiers in the surrounding area increasing. Once the spatial turmoil ends, gather at the island's shore. Do not try to explore the island. Do not try to explore. The gigantic magic array had spread out with the island at its center, so it was obvious that the event's starting point was at the heart of the island. This would also be the most dangerous location of the God Mode regional dungeon. Even if this was only a level 130 regional dungeon, a tier 6 God-ranked expert would still fall if they weren't careful at the regional dungeon's heart. However, before Shi Feng could finish speaking, space around the warship shattered and transformed into numerous spatial tiers. Then, everyone on the warship was quickly sucked into these spatial tiers and disappeared from the sea. When the gigantic magic array in the sky disappeared sometime later, it was as if Shi Feng and the others had never appeared in the area. Chapter 3210, Chapter 284, Land of Ancient Dragons. Chapter 284, Land of Ancient Dragons. The sun was shining brightly on an island enveloped by a magic array. Shi Feng stood up next to a creek, a sigh of relief coming out of his mouth when he saw his surroundings. Although the mana around him was incredibly chaotic and the gravity he experienced was several times greater than the outside world, he wasn't completely out of luck as he wasn't transported to the core area of the newly appeared God Mode regional dungeon. Different from Shi Feng, colorful Lunarite's complexion paled when she recovered from her daze and looked at her surroundings. How is this possible? Colorful Lunarite's expression quickly turned solemn as she looked at the 30-meter-tall death dragons that roamed the area around her. 1. Death Dragon, Spirit Devourer, Mythic, level 132, HP 60,000,000. Spirit Devourers might not be an apex race like dragons, but they were regarded as a Class 1 dangerous race in God's domain. Spirit Devourers did not have a fixed form. Their strength depended entirely on the creatures they've devoured. Spirit Devourers were also the enemy of all races in God's domain. So long as Spirit Devourers were discovered, every other race in God's domain would try to eradicate them at all costs. Even players were no exception. This situation was because of the Spirit Devourer's nature. Spirit Devourers could not only devour all life, but they could even devour the souls of players to grow and evolve. Meanwhile, the more souls they devoured, the greater their numbers would become. In the history of the greater world, many ancient kingdoms, ancient empires, and even apex races had suffered annihilation at the hands of Spirit Devourers. At one point, Spirit Devourers as a race had become so powerful that they had devoured all life and civilizations on numerous gods' domains. Back then, if it weren't for the greater gods' domain's apex powers joining hands and sacrificing over half of their forces to combat the fully grown Spirit Devourers, the situation in the greater gods' domain of today would definitely be different. As for the Spirit Devourers here, it went without saying that they had devoured dragons. Hence, they had transformed into death dragons. Although the Spirit Devourers here hadn't grown to maturity yet, their population had already reached a frightening number. If all of these Spirit Devourers managed to evolve into their matured state, the miniature ancient world and the surrounding gods' domains would most likely transform into lands of death. Aside from colorful Lunarite, Su Qianlu and the others, who were also teleported to this place, were similarly shocked by the scene in front of them. Although they didn't know what a Spirit Devourer was, the Death Dragon's 60 billion HP was more than enough to instill despair into them. Not to mention, there were well over 100 such Death Dragons roaming the area. There was no way current players of the miniature ancient world could survive in such a place. Is this what a God Mode regional dungeon is like? When Su Qianlu looked at the death dragons around her, she finally understood why even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could potentially die inside the God Mode regional dungeons on the main continent. The Land of Ancient Dragons? After looking at the name of the land displayed on the system map, Shi Feng said in the team chat, "We are moving locations. This isn't a place to rest. Normally, players should only consider entering a God Mode regional dungeon after reaching Tier 5. It was especially so when said dungeon housed a dangerous species such as Spirit Devourers. Although the Death Dragons here weren't actual Tier 4 dragons, they were still invincible among Tier 4 opponents. A minimum of several tens of thousands of Tier 4 players would be required to fight against so many Death Dragons." Everyone nodded without hesitation. Then, they quietly followed Shi Feng to the outer zone of the island. Fortunately, the Death Dragons weren't positioned close to each other. So long as they timed their advances right, they could pass these Death Dragons unnoticed. However, such a measured approach cost them a lot of time. Just getting to the Land of Ancient Dragons' outer zone took them a day. Meanwhile, during this past day, Shi Feng and the others learned how wealthy the Land of Dragons was. The incomparably precious 7 Luminaries crystals could be seen covering the island's surface. The island's wealth exceeded the wealth of a Grade 1 ore vein by leaps and bounds. Although 7 Luminaries crystals could be found in Grade 1 ore veins, they were only present underground in very small quantities. Even for Shi Feng, this was the first time he had seen 7 Luminaries crystals growing on the surface. After making a rough estimate, he concluded that the Land of Ancient Dragons ore vein could yield at least 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal per day. It should be known that all of the ore veins combined in an average elementary god's domain only produced around 6,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal per day. Yet, the land of ancient dragon's vein could produce half of that amount daily. This was simply unheard of. If the miniature ancient world's various foreign powers were to learn about this, they would definitely send even more experts into the miniature ancient world. Even those upper-ranking hegemonic powers will lose their calm if they learn about such wealth. Colorful Lunarite inwardly sighed as she recalled all the 7 luminaries crystals she had come across thus far. Currently, the various hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world were only playing around. None of them had seriously committed their strength to the miniature ancient world. However, it would be an entirely different story if half of an elementary god's domain's 7 luminaries crystal production capacity was involved. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be tempted into action. 7 luminaries crystals were the capital for god's domain's powers to develop in the greater world. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult to monopolize an entire god's domain's resources. Even an elementary god's domain wasn't something an upper-ranking hegemonic power could occupy and monopolize. However, in the case of the miniature ancient world, a world that anyone could enter, occupying it would be a piece of cake. While colorful Lunarite was worrying about upper-ranking hegemonic powers entering the miniature ancient world in full force, the sound of an explosion suddenly came from a distance. Subsequently, the area 1,000 yards around the epicenter of the explosion sank by several dozen meters. Then, a majestic temple rose from the middle of this sunken ground. When Shi Feng and the others turned to look at this temple, they saw several dozen figures charging toward this 1,000-meter-tall temple. The speed of these figures was beyond the speed of the average Tier 3 expert, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary players. These figures also looked relatively young. Among them, 10 were even Tier 4 players. Even Crying Sea City's Divine Hunters Guild and Morning Light Guild combined couldn't come up with such a force. Are they the ones who triggered the event? Shi Feng wondered. No God Mode regional dungeon would appear without a cause. Typically, these causes were major events triggered by players. Moreover, to Shi Feng's surprise, he found a familiar face when he looked at the figures approaching the temple's entrance, the Flower of Seven Sins Death Omen. At this time, Death Omen had not only reached Tier 4, but her combat standard had also improved significantly. Why are the Paimon conglomerate's people here? Colorful Lunarite exclaimed when she looked at the several dozen people standing before the temple's entrance. They're from the Paimon conglomerate? Upon hearing Colorful Lunarite's words, Su Qianlu immediately began scrutinizing the youths in the distance. The Paimon conglomerate. So long as one bothered to learn from the various foreign gods' domains players, one would know just how high of a position the Greater World's corporations held in both the Greater World and the Greater Gods' domain. It was even more so for corporations that managed to get recognized as conglomerates. The influence and strength a conglomerate wielded was not something ordinary hegemonic powers could even begin to fathom. Conglomerates were so powerful that the miniature ancient world's various hegemonic powers had deemed it necessary to treat the Flower of Seven Sins respectfully simply because Thousand Scars had joined the Paimon conglomerate. At the same time as Shi Feng's group had noticed the Paimon conglomerate's youths, the Paimon conglomerate's youths also noticed Shi Feng's group. How is he here? When Death Omen saw the cloaked and inconspicuous swordsman standing in the distance, an intense fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. He? Who's he? The crimson-haired young man carrying a broken sword and standing in the lead of the Paimon conglomerate's team asked as he looked at Death Omen in confusion. Death Omen was nothing special among their team in terms of individual strength. If not for her connection with Thousand Scars, she wouldn't have even qualified for the mission this time. However, from his interactions with Death Omen, he knew that Death Omen wasn't incredibly prideful. So, he found it surprising that Death Omen would show such a reaction to someone. He is Zero Wing's Black Flame, Death Omen answered. Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired youth couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng. Black Flame? The God lists Asura Sword Emperor? Chapter 3211, Chapter 285, this is Zero Wing. Chapter 285, this is Zero Wing. The God lists Asura Sword Emperor? A level 25 girl with short hair and golden pupils wearing silver holy armor muttered with a look of interest. That's quite a grand name. I wonder if we can achieve any improvements if we fight against him. It should be possible, the crimson-haired young man said in an uncertain tone. I gained a lot of inspiration from the last time I fought the third-ranked Holy Nine. Seeing as Black Flame is ranked 4th, he shouldn't be much worse than Holy Nine. Should we take action now? The short-haired girl with golden pupils asked excitedly as she grabbed the round shield and sharp axe she carried on her back. No, not today. The mission comes first, the crimson-haired young man said as he moved his gaze away from Shi Feng and back to the temple before him. Moreover, he'll have to cross this hurdle first before he is qualified to fight me. I guess you're right. The short-haired girl nodded and returned her shield and weapon to their original position. This goes the same for you, Omen. Before the mission is completed, I will not permit any member of the team to do anything else, the crimson-haired young man said to Death Omen. Then, he smiled and continued, but don't worry. Once the mission is over, I'll have Zero Wing cease its actions against the Flower of Seven Sins. Death Omen did not say anything and simply watched in silence as the temple's stone doors slowly opened. However, she did not doubt the crimson-haired young man's words in the slightest. Whether it was the crimson-haired young man or the short-haired girl with golden pupils, both were bona fide monsters. Like Thousand Scars, the two were geniuses nurtured internally by the Paimon conglomerate. Only, they had joined the Paimon conglomerate a few years earlier than Thousand Scars. Because of this, they were strong enough to hold their ground against even Holy Nine, the third-ranked player on the God's Domain expert list. So long as the two youths wished for it, Zero Wing would have no choice but to comply with their demands. Moreover, it was just like the crimson-haired young man said. It was still uncertain whether Black Flame and his team could survive the upcoming battle. "Let's quickly withdraw while they're not paying attention to us," Guild Leader Black Flame, Colorful Lunarite said, cold sweat rolling down her forehead as she looked at the crimson-haired young man and short-haired girl with golden pupils. The Paimon conglomerate will always nurture some geniuses internally every year, and even the weakest of these experts would be a titled expert. 3 years ago, two little monsters even appeared among these geniuses. They are the Crimson Sword Emperor Meteor and Divine Shield Star Snail. Both of them had fought the God List's third-ranked Holy Nine previously. Although Holy Nine did not lose, he didn't win either. If not for the Paimon conglomerate, the two of them would have most likely entered the God List's top 5 already. Moreover, both of them are battle maniacs. If we end up fighting them, we will most likely be the ones to suffer. Colorful Lunarite didn't think Shi Feng would lose to Meteor and Star Snail since Shi Feng was similarly one of the top 5 experts on the God-ranked expert list. However, Shi Feng could, at most, stop one of those two if it came down to a fight. "I'm afraid that's not up to us to decide," Shi Feng said as he looked at the threefold magic barrier that had suddenly formed around them. The magic barrier covered a radius of several hundred yards with the temple at the center, and it simply wasn't something Tier 4 players could break. Along with the threefold barrier's formation, the temple's doors also opened completely. Immediately afterward, an aura that caused everyone to tremble gushed out of the temple. A moment later, a one-horned humanoid with a pair of pitch-black wings slowly walked out of the temple. This winged humanoid was 5 meters tall and wielded a scepter in his right hand. When subjected to the humanoid's gaze, everyone present felt a chill crawling down their backs. "A Demon King?" Colorful Lunarite gasped when he saw the winged humanoid. A Demon King? Demon King was the Tier 5 class for demons. A Demon King was a bona fide Tier 5 life form, and it simply wasn't an existence current players in the miniature ancient world could provoke. It was especially so when this Demon King was in a God Mode regional dungeon. In God Mode regional dungeons, monsters would not be subjected to the system's restrictions. Hence, they could exhibit 100% of their strength. Moreover, the Demon King that had just walked out of the temple wasn't an ordinary Demon King, but a Demon Monarch who stood at the top of the demon race instead. He was an existence capable of rivaling 6-winged Valkyries of the same level. The next moment, a system notification entered everyone's ears. "System, congratulations. You have triggered the legendary event Dragon Princess. Rewards unknown. Dragon Princess?" Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the system notification. At this point in time, the name of Dragon Princess was most likely foreign to most players in God's Domain. However, during his previous life, the Dragon Princess was an existence known by all in the Greater God's Domain. In a time when ancient gods had disappeared from the Greater God's Domain, the Dragon Princess was known to be comparable to ancient gods. At the same time, she was also the ruler of the Ancient Dragon Sanctuary, one of the Greater God's Domain's 12 sanctuaries. It should be known that the Greater God's Domain was a vast place that connected countless God's Domains. However, there were only 12 regions at the heart of the Greater God's Domain, known as the 12 Sanctuaries. The 12 Sanctuaries were also the origin of the Greater God's Domain. If a power wished to develop into an apex power in God's Domain, the easiest, yet also the most difficult, way to do so would be to seize one of the 12 Sanctuaries. In the Greater God's Domain's long history, although 3 powers had only ever reached the apex by monopolizing one of the 12 sanctuaries, these 3 were also the strongest apex powers in the Greater God's Domain. Yet now, Shi Feng was being told that the ruler of the Ancient Dragon Sanctuary during his previous life was being sealed in the miniature ancient world. This was simply unbelievable. Before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, Meteor suddenly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." As soon as Meteor finished speaking, the demon monarch Firenze could be seen lifting the scepter in his hand and creating several hundred summoning arrays in the sky. Then, level 130, Tier 4 great demons began emerging from these summoning arrays one after another, their numbers quickly reaching the 4 digits. After completing his summoning, Firenze sneered at Shi Feng and the others as he commanded, "Go forth, my servants. Devour the souls of these heavens blessed." Immediately, the army of great demons swooped down from the sky, leaving Shi Feng and the others no time to prepare at all. Tier 4s open a path. Everyone else, focus on support and defense. Meteor did not panic even when facing the army of great demons. Instead, he calmly gave out commands to his team. An army of over 1,000 level 130 great demons might be terrifying opponents to face for a Tier 3 team, but their team had 10 Tier 4 players. They were more than strong enough to cope against the great demons. The only problem they needed to worry about was their stamina consumption. It seems there's no hope for Zero Wing this time, Star Snail said, sighing in disappointment when she saw the army of great demons swooping down from the sky. As for Death Omen, she simply let out a cold laugh in her heart. Even several Tier 4 experts working together would have a hard time going up against so many Tier 4 great demons simultaneously, let alone Zero Wing's team, which only had one Tier 4 player. Hexagram Protection. Accompanied by a calm voice, 4 powerful mana fluctuations suddenly spread across the battlefield, covering a 500-yard radius. These powerful mana fluctuations drastically improved the mana of the 22 Tier 3 players in Shi Feng's team. Now, when it came to mana, Su Qianlu and the others were no different from Tier 4 players. Including Shi Feng, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shi Feng's team was now composed of 23 Tier 4 players. TL notes, I guess the author hasn't completely forgotten about Hexagram Protection's parameters? Again, for reference, Hexagram Protection erects a magic array that greatly strengthens the mana of up to 6 people within a 1,000-yard radius. Enhancement works up to the Tier 4 standard. Magic array costs 1,000 magic crystals per minute to maintain. Yet now, Shi Feng was being told that the ruler of the ancient dragon sanctuary during his previous life was being sealed in the miniature ancient world. This was simply unbelievable. Before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, Meteor suddenly shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." As soon as Meteor finished speaking, the demon monarch Firenze could be seen lifting the scepter in his hand and creating several hundred summoning arrays in the sky. Then, level 130, Tier 4 great demons began emerging from these summoning arrays one after another, their numbers quickly reaching the 4 digits. After completing his summoning, Firenze sneered at Shi Feng and the others as he commanded, "Go forth, my servants. Devour the souls of these heavens blessed." Immediately, the army of great demons swooped down from the sky, leaving Shi Feng and the others no time to prepare at all. Tier 4s open a path. Everyone else focus on support and defense. Meteor did not panic even when facing the army of great demons. Instead, he calmly gave out commands to his team. An army of over 1,000 level 130 great demons might be terrifying opponents to face for a Tier 3 team, but their team had 10 Tier 4 players. They were more than strong enough to cope against the great demons. The only problem they needed to worry about was their stamina consumption. It seems there's no hope for Zero Wing this time, Star Snail said, sighing in disappointment when she saw the army of great demons swooping down from the sky. As for Death Omen, she simply let out a cold laugh in her heart. Even several Tier 4 experts working together would have a hard time going up against so many Tier 4 great demons simultaneously, let alone Zero Wing's team, which only had one Tier 4 player. Chapter 3212, Chapter 286, Sword Emperor and Sword Emperor. Chapter 286, Sword Emperor and Sword Emperor. How is this possible? Death Omen's mouth nearly fell wide open when she saw the 22 Tier 3 players from Zero Wing's team giving off an aura no different than that of Tier 4 players. It was incredibly challenging to increase the strength of one's mana in God's domain. Although some tools could accomplish this feat, the effects of these tools were limited. Moreover, most of them could only take effect on one player. Even so, these tools were still considered rare and precious treasures in God's domain, so much so that not even the Paimon conglomerate would be willing to provide such tools to its internal geniuses. As for tools capable of improving the mana of multiple players, it went without saying that the value of such tools would be exponentially greater. Yet now, Zero Wing had taken out 4 of such tools. How could Death Omen not be in disbelief? At this moment, even the Paimon conglomerate's geniuses were stunned by this situation. Such wealth was something not even the Paimon conglomerate could take out in the miniature ancient world. Moreover, even if the Paimon conglomerate had such tools in the miniature ancient world, it wouldn't hand these tools over to developing geniuses like themselves. After all, such behavior was already beyond prodigal. It should be known that Zero Wing's magic tactical vehicles were not immortal items. The tactical vehicles would get damaged when attacked and become useless after their durability fell to 0. Meanwhile, monsters would typically prioritize attacking items capable of improving players' mana, such as the magic tactical vehicle. They wouldn't simply stand still and do nothing, as the magic tactical vehicle was strengthening the players trying to kill them. Hence, taking out something as precious and fragile as the magic tactical vehicle in front of so many Tier 4 great demons was an incredibly crazy move. Guild leader Black Flame, isn't it a little too much to take out 4 magic tactical vehicles? Colorful Lunarite asked anxiously when she saw the nearby Tier 4 great demons turning their attention to the magic tactical vehicles. The great demons were not only numerous, but every one of them could also use Tier 4 spells. Even though their team had switched to focusing solely on defense, the magic tactical vehicle's durability was still decreasing steadily. Rather than risk losing 4 magic tactical vehicles, it'd be wiser to risk only 2 instead. After all, they should be able to keep themselves alive with just 12 players with Tier 4 mana. No, this number is just right, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at the Paimon conglomerate's team, which was rapidly advancing toward the temple, and continued, "Any less, and we'll have trouble competing with the other side." If they were simply looking to stay alive, he naturally wouldn't take out 4 magic tactical vehicles and risk losing all of them. After all, he didn't have an unlimited supply of these powerful war weapons. He could only exchange a limited number of magic tactical vehicles each month. However, his current goal was to rescue the Dragon Princess. This meant that a clash with the Paimon Conglomerate's team would be inevitable. While it was true that their team had many players with Tier 4 mana, the combat standards of Su Qianlu and the others were significantly inferior to the Paimon Conglomerate's geniuses. The gap was so significant that Meteor and Star Snail could kill Su Qianlu and the others all by themselves. After all, fights between players differed from fights between players and monsters. Monsters possessed a significant HP advantage. Because of this, even the God-ranked expert list's top 5 experts would have great difficulty soloing a Tier 4 mythic monster of the same level. However, if these top 5 experts were to fight players of the same level and tier, they would only need a few moves to finish the fight. Not to mention, even with 23 Tier 4 combatants on their team, their speed of advance was only slightly faster than the Paimon Conglomerate's team, which had only 10 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, this was under the situation where the Paimon Conglomerate's team was still conserving its strength. Hence, the use of 4 magic tactical vehicles was absolutely necessary if they wanted to surpass the Paimon Conglomerate's team. Competing with the other side? Colorful Lunarite turned to look at the Demon King guarding the temple's entrance when she heard Shi Feng's words, and she couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was joking with her. Unlike Nether King Diaclo, Demon King Firenze wasn't a severely weakened Tier 5 monster. Instead, he was a Tier 5 Demon King capable of effortlessly annihilating Tier 4 teams. The reason the Paimon Conglomerate's team dared to come here must mean that they had come prepared. However, that was not the case at all for their team. They were dragged into this mess, so they didn't come prepared in the slightest. When Shi Feng, Colorful Lunarite, and the others reached within 100 yards of the temple's entrance, the Paimon Conglomerate's Meteor and Star Snail suddenly activated their Tier 4 Berserk skills and charged for the temple's entrance at full speed. When Firenze saw this, he swung his scepter left and right, instantly creating 2 Tier 5 magic arrays beneath his feet. Tier 5 spell, Spatial Smash. Tier 5 spell, Dark Paradise. Immediately, with Firenze as the center, space within a 100-yard radius ruptured, and spatial tiers formed rapidly. At the same time, dark orbs capable of pulverizing space covered the ruptured space, the combination making it nigh impossible for anyone to reach the temple's entrance unharmed. Su Qianlu and the others were rendered speechless by this scene. The average Tier 5 monster was plenty terrifying already. Yet, on top of having Tier 5 basic attributes and Tier 5 spells, Firenze also possessed control and mastery over spells that could put Domain Realm experts to shame. Tier 5 spells were incredibly complex, and even peak magical class experts could, at best, employ speed casting on Tier 5 spells. Silent casting was simply out of the question for peak experts, let alone double silent casting. Moreover, Firenze perfectly combined the 2 spells into a Tier 5 combination spell. In terms of raw power, a Tier 5 combination spell was several times stronger than an ordinary Tier 5 spell. Even Tier 5 players wouldn't dare to try to receive such a spell. However, the Demon Monarch's Tier 5 combination spell did not faze Meteor and Star Snail in the slightest. Immediately, Star Snail transformed her shield into multiple magic barriers, drastically increasing her defensive capabilities. Then, with the help of these magic barriers, she briefly stopped the spatial tiers spreading in her direction, opening a path for Meteor to advance through safely. As for Meteor, he transformed his broken sword into hundreds of threads. Then, he used these threads to guide the dark orbs floating in the air and have them float toward Firenze, his control over the flow of strength simply extraordinary. Under Meteor's manipulation, it looked as if he were the one who had cast Dark Paradise instead of Firenze. When Firenze saw this, he suddenly waved his scepter and transformed it into numerous lightning bolts that erratically spread to the surroundings. Not only did these lightning bolts break apart the approaching dark orbs, they also created a lightning field that prevented Meteor from moving within 50 yards of the temple's entrance. Absolute control? After trying and failing to deflect the oncoming lightning bolts a few times, Meteor's expression quickly turned grave. Absolute control could be regarded as an incredibly tricky mana manipulation technique to deal with. If a spellcaster knew absolute control, they could continue exerting control over their one-time use spells after launching them. They could even correct the trajectory of an offensive spell that had been deflected. While Meteor was trying to figure out how he could get past the several hundred lightning bolts and reach the temple's entrance without getting hit, a figure suddenly dashed past him and entered the lightning field. Is he crazy? Meteor grew confused when he saw Shi Feng charging into the lightning field. Every one of the lightning bolts Firenze summoned carried power at the Tier 5 advanced standard. Even with a Berserk skill activated, a Tier 4 player could, at most, survive a few hits. In a situation where it was impossible to evade or deflect these lightning bolts, there was no way a Tier 4 player could get past this lightning field alive. Are you that eager to die? When Firenze saw Shi Feng charging into his lightning field, he promptly had them attack him in an irregular pattern. Demon God's Armament, Godslayer. Shi Feng executed Sword's Orbit without hesitation when he saw the several hundred oncoming lightning bolts. Chapter 3213, Chapter 287, Dragon Princess, Chapter 287, Dragon Princess. Boom, 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 boom. Several hundred light blue lightning bolts bombarded Shi Feng continuously, the clash between stars and lightning bolts sending echoes of explosions spreading across the entire island. 98%, 96%, 94%. Because Firenze held absolute control over his spell, there was no use in trying to deflect or make use of his attacks. Shi Feng could only block the attacks, and there were no opportunities to be seized. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's HP had already fallen close to 50%. Yet, when all of the several hundred lightning bolts disappeared from the battlefield, Shi Feng remained standing in midair. Although he had less than 5% of his HP remaining, there was no doubt he was still alive. He didn't die? Meteor subconsciously gaped in shock when he saw that Shi Feng hadn't been reduced to ashes. Is he a monster? Firenze was not only a Tier 5 demon king, but he was also a demon monarch among the demon race. He was as strong as a six-winged Valkyrie of the same level and tier. In a situation where he had free reign over his Tier 5 spells, he could obliterate a medium-sized NPC city all by himself. Yet Shi Feng had survived one of Firenze's Tier 5 spells without dodging, deflecting, or manipulating. He had blocked and survived a Tier 5 Demon King's Tier 5 spell despite being only a Tier 4 player. If Meteor were to tell this matter to others, they would definitely call him a liar. After all, a Tier 5 Demon King's Tier 5 spell was not only powerful, but it also had a very high attack frequency and attack count. It wasn't something a Tier 4 player could resist simply by activating a Berserk skill. He survived even an attack like that? Could he be wielding a legendary weapon? Star Snail, who had caught up to Meteor, couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. It wasn't impossible for Tier 4 players to hold their ground against Tier 5 monsters. However, players typically did so by deflecting monsters' attacks. If players were to go up against a Tier 5 monster with absolute control, they would need a legendary weapon to stand a chance. However, legendary weapons required a lot of time to obtain. It was why legendary weapons were considerably rare even in the Greater God's domain. Seeing as the miniature ancient world had only opened up not long ago, there was no way anyone could have gotten their hands on a legendary weapon already. If Shi Feng truly was in possession of a legendary weapon, neither Shi nor Meteor would be a match for him. Any fourth-floor expert wielding a legendary weapon could wipe the floor with them in their current state. Even as an MT, Star Snail doubted she could last more than 30 seconds against such an opponent. Not to mention, Shi Feng was even an expert who had mastered a Saint-rank mana technique. However, what Star Snail did not know was that Shi Feng was in possession of the Tier 4 Overtier spell Demon God's Armament, the spell increasing the effects of all of his weapons and equipment by 100%. Not only did this spell boost his basic attributes drastically, but it also allowed his physique and reaction speed to undergo a qualitative transformation. Hence, he barely managed to keep up with Demon King Firenze's attacks. Of course, out of the several hundred lightning bolts, only about 100 had managed to hit him. Otherwise, even with Demon God's Armament's buffs, he would still be blown into smithereens. Meanwhile, Death Omen fell silent when she saw this outcome from a distance. Originally, Death Omen thought that Shi Feng would, at most, be a little stronger than Meteor. She thought that even if Shi Feng could win against Meteor, it would be a close victory. Hence, she felt that if Meteor and Star Snail were to work together, there would be no way Zero Wing's team could leave this island alive. But now, even if the rest of the Paimon conglomerate's Tier 4 experts worked together with Meteor and Star Snail, it was unlikely they'd have any hopes of winning against Shi Feng. Is this guild leader Black Flame's true strength? Colorful Lunarite's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just seen. At the same time, she also understood why Shi Feng had reacted so calmly to seeing the Paimon conglomerates Meteor and Star Snail. With Shi Feng's presence, Zero Wing was practically guaranteed to secure Crying Sea City's medium shipyard now. While everyone was feeling shocked and surprised, Shi Feng promptly charged into the temple as soon as he finished blocking Firenze's lightning bolts. Although Firenze tried to stop Shi Feng was too fast, so Firenze could only watch as Shi Feng entered the temple. It really is the Dragon Princess. After entering the temple, Shi Feng drank a master regeneration potion he took out from his bag while observing a woman suspended in the middle of the temple's hall. The woman wore a holy dress and a silver crown. Her face was as delicate as snow, and she was seemingly asleep as her eyes were tightly shut. Meanwhile, this holy woman was none other than the Dragon Princess Kalisha in Shi Feng's memories. However, before Shi Feng could further scrutinize the holy woman, the threefold barrier outside the temple suddenly shattered. At the same time, another threefold barrier formed at the temple's entrance, sealing the temple shut. At this time, Firenze had also appeared inside the temple's hall. Calmly, he looked at Shi Feng and said, "I have to say that you are very lucky to be able to reach this place, heavens blessed. I even had to retract all my strength just to deal with you. However, you are all out of luck now." As soon as Firenze finished speaking, the density of the mana around him rapidly increased in density, doubling in the blink of an eye. The intensity of the aura he radiated was also vastly stronger than before. Guild leader, Su Qianliu immediately grew worried when he saw Demon King Firenze becoming even stronger than before. If the previous Firenze was equated to a puppy, the current Firenze was akin to an adult tiger in his prime. There was simply no comparison between the two. The barrier is gone. All of you retreat immediately, Shi Feng shouted through the team chat when he saw that Su Qianliu and the others intended to charge into the temple. None of us will be leaving alive if you come in. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Su Qianliu and the others gritted their teeth and reluctantly retreated from the temple. Despite their reluctance, Su Qianliu and the others understood that not even Tier 4 players could resist the current Firenze, let alone Tier 3 players like themselves. If they stood before Firenze, even moving their bodies would become a challenge, let alone fighting the Demon King. They would only drag down Shi Feng if they chose to stay. Meteor was similarly surprised when he saw the change in Firenze's strength. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Change of plans. Everyone, retreat immediately." After saying so, Meteor fled the area immediately, not daring to stay here even a moment longer. The violent mana Firenze currently radiated could already affect his movements. He had never experienced this situation when facing other Tier 5 monsters. Firenze paid no heed to the withdrawal of the teams of Zero Wing and the Paimon conglomerate. Instead, he looked at Shi Feng with a friendly smile and said, "Now that your friends have left, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to use them to compensate for my disappointment. It's all or nothing." When Shi Feng saw that Firenze was about to make a move, he dashed up to Kalisha and cut apart the chains binding her hands. He prayed that this would awaken Kalisha. Otherwise, he really would be dying here today. Chapter 3214, Chapter 288, End of the Line, Chapter 288. End of the line, land of ancient dragons, outer zone shore, with this much distance between us, that Demon King will need some time to catch up to us. If we split up now, many of us should get out of here alive, Meteor said, sighing in relief as he looked back at the distant temple. Demon King Firenze's sudden transformation was never mentioned in the information they collected, so they didn't have any countermeasures prepared. An increase to the density of one's mana could provide significant improvements even to ordinary players, let alone a monster capable of casting spells. If Firenze were to use the Spatial Smash and Dark Paradise combination again, none of them would be able to move a muscle. "We might be safe now, but we have also failed our mission," Star Snail said worriedly. "After this failure, the conglomerate is unlikely to let us take on such an important mission again for the foreseeable future." The important mission she spoke of was crucial for the Paimon conglomerate's internal geniuses to improve their standings in the conglomerate. Meanwhile, they only had one opportunity to challenge these missions each month. Moreover, should they fail to complete an important mission, they would be prohibited from challenging another for several months. It is indeed a huge loss for us. "Meeting Zero Wing here is also outside of our expectations," Meteor said as he turned to look at Su Qianliu and the others who were currently recuperating some distance away. Then, in a cold tone, he continued, "Zero Wing is much more dangerous than we initially thought. If we don't take care of Zero Wing now, it will become a hindrance for the conglomerate in the miniature ancient world." "I agree," Star Snail nodded. "Moreover, they should have discovered the land of ancient dragons' 7 luminaries crystals. If they publicize this matter, it will increase the number of competitors we have to face." 7 luminaries crystals were incredibly precious even to the Paimon conglomerate. Meanwhile, an ore vein capable of producing up to 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day was incredibly rare and precious. Every god's domain was the basis of development for a civilization. Because of this, every god's domain would have a local system favoring native players heavily. If players were to enter a foreign god's domain, they would typically be subjected to the world suppression and have their tiers reduced by 1. For example, should a Tier 6 player enter a foreign god's domain, they would be forcibly suppressed to Tier 5. In such a situation, there was no way these foreign Tier 6 players could go up against the native Tier 6 players. After all, the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players was no longer one that could be overcome with numbers. Unless a power had overwhelming strength, it would have an incredibly difficult time occupying a foreign god's domain. Because of this, one could easily imagine how valuable the land of ancient dragons ore vein was. So, to reduce the competition the Paimon conglomerate had to face later on, it was best if they got rid of Zero Wing's team right here and now. Coincidentally, there was an easy way to accomplish this in the land of ancient dragons, the Spirit Devourers. With the Spirit Devourers' help, they could permanently erase players from God's domain. "Should we attack them now?" Death Omen asked, a look of interest on her face. If they could deal a heavy blow to Zero Wing's main force now, Zero Wing would have its activities in the miniature ancient world severely restricted. On the other side, Su Qianliu and the others also quickly noticed what the Paimon conglomerate's team was planning. "They're coming closer. It seems they plan to attack us." Su Qianliu grew a little anxious when she saw Meteor and the others moving closer and closer to their team. After witnessing the strength Meteor and Star Snail displayed, Su Qianliu did not think even for a moment that Zero Wing's main force could win against the Paimon conglomerate's team. In fact, Meteor alone was probably enough to wipe the floor with Zero Wing's main force. We are not far from the warship, Colorful Lunarite suddenly said. So long as we can board the warship, we'll have a chance to shake them off our tails. In that case, I'll stay behind and buy us time, Su Qianlu said. Despite what Colorful Lunarite said, Su Qianlu did not think their team was near the warship. Even though they had reached the shore already, they would still need to run for at least half an hour before they could reach and board the warship. This much time was more than enough for the Paimon conglomerate's experts to annihilate Zero Wing's main force. You don't need to do that. We only need to fight as we retreat, Colorful Lunarite said, shaking her head. Also, I'm afraid I am currently the only one in our team who can keep Meteor distracted. Only fourth floor experts could keep someone like Meteor distracted. Anyone weaker would be dead in one move. Su Qianlu and the others might have learned many silver combat techniques, but their combat standards were significantly inferior to even the Green God Corporation's internal experts. They would only be throwing their lives away pointlessly if they tried to fight Meteor. Subsequently, Colorful Lunarite, Su Qianlu, and the others began frantically withdrawing in the bronze warship's direction. When Meteor saw Colorful Lunarite and the others running away, he laughed and said, "Do you honestly think you can help Zero Wing's members escape, Lunarite?" Meteor had interacted with Colorful Lunarite some years ago, so he knew she was an internal genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation. With her strength, Colorful Lunarite could indeed be regarded as a powerful expert among the various hegemonic powers. However, against him, she didn't even have a chance of running away with her life. Immediately, Meteor dashed forward, his body transforming into a streak of light that rapidly approached Zero Wing's main force. Although Su Qianlu and the others possessed basic attributes rivaling Tier 4 players, there was inherently a huge difference in movement speed between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players. This was because actual Tier 4 players could fly even without the help of a mana domain. Subsequently, the distance between Meteor and Zero Wing's main force rapidly shrunk. 1,000 yards, 1,000 yards, 500 yards, this is the end of the line. When Meteor saw that there were less than 200 yards between him and Zero Wing's main force, he promptly reached for his sword. At this distance, Zero Wing's main force was already within his attack range. Whoosh! However, just as Meteor was about to draw his sword, a sword light suddenly tore through space and flew at him from a distance. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, and he dodged the unexpected attack in the nick of time. Who is it who dares to interfere with the Paimon conglomerate's actions? Meteor bellowed as he turned to look at where the sword light came from, his expression turning indescribably ugly. Previously, Meteor had only dodged the attack out of instinct, so he didn't find the attack to be anything remarkable. However, he quickly changed his mind when he saw the spatial tear that measured over 500 yards in length. No matter how he looked at it, this attack range was inhuman. I have no idea what is going on since I was only passing by, but I cannot turn a blind eye to you chasing after Zero Wing's retreating members, said a peerless beauty with long light blue hair and a silver crown on her head as she stepped out of the spatial fissure. Then, looking at Meteor, the woman continued, "Since you intend to harm Zero Wing's members, how about I, Laura Crater, be your opponent?" Chapter 3215, Chapter 289, Another Monster? Chapter 289, Another Monster? Commander Laura, Su Qianlu stopped running as she turned to look at the figure that had emerged from the dense forest and stood in Meteor's way, her eyes widening in shock. It had already been some time since Laura Crater had disappeared from the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Outsiders might not know what Laura Crater had left to do, but Su Qianlu knew that Laura had left to challenge her Tier 4 promotion. So, logically, Laura wouldn't appear in the Land of Ancient Dragons. Is she the woman mentioned in the reports? When Colorful Lunarite saw Laura, she couldn't help but scrutinize the other party out of curiosity. According to the information the Green God Corporation gathered, Laura Crater was one of the few fourth-floor experts belonging to the Asura Mercenary Alliance. The corporation had even suspected that Laura might be a titled expert. However, because Laura had suddenly disappeared after the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took effect, the various powers gradually stopped paying attention to her. At this point, the name of Laura Crater was all but forgotten in the miniature ancient world. So, Colorful Lunarite didn't think that Laura Crater would appear in the Land of Ancient Dragons of all places. Moreover, it was obvious that Laura was no longer the same as when she last fought in the Boundary Mountain Range. The aura she exuded clearly indicated that she had already reached Tier 4 and become a bona fide Sword Emperor. However, after their brief surprise, a wave of unease also spread in the hearts of Su Qianlu and Colorful Lunarite. Tier 4 players might stand at the top of the current miniature ancient world, but one Tier 4 player was unlikely to be enough to stop the Paimon conglomerate's team. It was especially true for the likes of Meteor and Star Snail. The two were far stronger than the average titled expert. You want to be our opponent? Do you think you are worthy of that? Death Omen sneered contemptuously as she looked at Laura Crater. Then, she immediately poised herself to resume chasing Su Qianlu and the others. It was true that Laura Crater had shown incredible strength at the Boundary Mountain Range. It was also true that she had reached Tier 4 already. With her achievements, even the various hegemonic powers would have to be wary of her. However, it was a different story for the Paimon conglomerate. The conglomerate's team of geniuses was vastly superior to the teams the various hegemonic powers could come up with. Not even the God List's top 5 experts would dare to act arrogantly in front of the conglomerate's genius team, let alone ordinary titled experts. Yet, the moment Death Omen took her first step, an arm suddenly appeared in her path, blocking her advance. Commander Meteor? Death Omen looked at the person blocking her path, her mind failing to understand what Meteor was trying to do. However, at the same time as Death Omen posed her question, she also noticed a strange situation. Whether it was the Crimson Sword Emperor Meteor or the Divine Shield Star Snail, neither wore their previous look of nonchalance. Instead, replacing their calm expression was a solemn one. Even their eyes carried strong hints of alertness. This was a reaction they would normally only make when they were going up against experts capable of threatening them. While watching Laura Crater slowly making her way over, Meteor said in a low tone, "Don't act rashly. This person isn't simple." Not simple? Death Omen was surprised. Could it be that even you are not confident in dealing with her, Commander Meteor? I can't be sure without fighting her, Meteor said, but I am certain she is not weaker than Black Flame. Not weaker than Black Flame? When Death Omen heard Meteor's evaluation, she couldn't help but take another look at Laura Crater, her mind in disbelief. Death Omen had already witnessed Black Flame's strength. He was a monster capable of surviving the full-powered attack of a Tier 5 Demon King despite being only a Tier 4 player. This was a feat not even Meteor and Star Snail could accomplish. Honestly, Death Omen already had a hard time accepting the fact that Zero Wing had such a monster in its midst. Yet now she was being told that the Asura Mercenary Alliance's Laura Crater was also a monster on Black Flame's standard? How could she possibly believe this? It should be known that the Asura Mercenary Alliance was only a group of nobodies gathered by Zero Wing. Its strength couldn't even compare to the local super guilds, let alone the Flower of Seven Sins. So, how could a monster of Black Flame's caliber possibly appear in the Mercenary Alliance? Amidst Death Omen's daze, Meteor began walking toward Laura Crater. Commander Laura, since you wish to intervene in Zero Wing's affairs, would you be willing to block 3 of my attacks? If you block all 3, my team will give up on targeting Zero Wing's team. However, if you can't, I hope you will stop interfering in this matter. What do you think? Meteor asked as he unsheathed the broken sword he carried on his back. Death Omen sighed in relief when she heard Meteor's words. The Flower of Seven Sins had no control over the Paimon conglomerate's actions. If Meteor did not wish to fight Laura Crater for the Flower of Seven Sins, there was nothing Death Omen could do about it. However, by the looks of things, it would seem that Meteor planned to try and fight Laura Crater. Meanwhile, should Laura Crater refuse Meteor's suggestion or fail to block Meteor's attacks, Zero Wing's main force would be doomed. Laura Crater was a little surprised by Meteor's suggestion. Then, she calmly responded, "All right, I agree with your conditions. If I can block 3 of your attacks, I will have to ask you to cease your actions against Zero Wing. Of course, I always keep my word." Meteor nodded and raised his broken sword with both hands. Immediately, the aura he radiated skyrocketed in intensity, his aura not at all inferior to when he had his berserk skill activated during his fight with Demon King Firenze. It was obvious that he treated Laura Crater as a formidable enemy. They're having a one-on-one fight? Colorful Lunarite gaped in shock when she saw this development from a distance. She never thought Meteor would choose to fight Laura Crater in a one-on-one duel. The Paimon conglomerate's team held a significant numbers advantage. Logically, even if Laura Crater was now a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, she could, at most, hold Meteor back by herself, while the Paimon conglomerate's team's remaining 9 Tier 4 experts would have free reign. Meanwhile, these 9 Tier 4 experts would be more than enough to annihilate Zero Wing's team. So, there was no need for Meteor to go through the hassle of challenging Laura to a duel. The only reason Meteor would take such a course of action was that he felt that Laura Crater alone was strong enough to pose a significant threat to his team, and Colorful Lunarite found this situation to be absolutely astonishing. Before Colorful Lunarite could recover from her shock, Meteor's broken sword had transformed into hundreds of threads that attacked Laura Crater from various directions. Each of these threads carried enough power to tear apart space and heavily injure superior mythic monsters of the same level. Moreover, they could even increase their power by forming weaves of 10 threads or more. Tier 4 Advanced Silver Combination Combat Technique, 1000 Threads. How foolish of her to give Meteor time to execute 1000 threads. When Death Omen saw Laura Crater patiently waiting for Meteor to attack her, she couldn't help but laugh in her mind. Anyone familiar with Meteor would know about his trademark move, 1000 Threads. It was an attack that combined the Tier 4 Legacy Skill Spatial Dicing and the Advanced Silver Combat Technique Tornado. It was with this move that Meteor had injured Saint 9, the 3rd-ranked player on the God-ranked expert list. Had Saint 9 not activated an invulnerability skill in time, he would have definitely died to this move. The only flaw in this combination attack was its somewhat long execution time. However, so long as Meteor successfully executed the combination attack, his opponents would die without fail unless they possessed an invulnerability skill. Subsequently, the several hundred threads could be seen attacking Laura Crater from all directions. Yet, even as the threads closed on her, Laura did not make any movements. She didn't even draw the longsword hanging by her waist. Boom. The sound of a loud explosion shook the area, followed by a blinding light that brightly illuminated the entire coastline. The light was so dazzling that everyone found it difficult to look at the source directly. When the blinding light faded, Laura could be seen standing in her original position, her right hand sheathing the longsword she had drawn without anyone's notice. As for the threads that previously covered the sky, they had vanished as if they never existed. Chapter 3216, Chapter 290, Legend Chapter 290. Legend, how is this possible? When Death Omen saw Laura Crater remaining intact, she couldn't help but rub her eyes and take a second glance. Meteor's 1,000 Threads was an attack that forced the third-ranked player on the God-ranked expert list to use an invulnerability skill. Yet, Laura had blocked it perfectly without using an invulnerability skill. On top of that, she didn't even manage to see when Laura had unsheathed her sword and brandished it. Standing in the distance, Colorful Lunarite also gaped in shock when she saw this outcome, her mind having difficulty accepting this situation. The average expert might not be aware of Meteor's trademark move, but as a genius nurtured internally by the Green God Corporation, Colorful Lunarite knew a little about it. Meanwhile, according to the corporation's report, so long as Meteor successfully executed 1,000 threads, even paragons like the third-ranked Saint 9 would have to do their best to avoid it. So, it was incredibly shocking to Colorful Lunarite to see Laura unscathed. Most importantly, she didn't even see what Laura had done just now. This situation caused Colorful Lunarite to turn to Su Qianlu, hoping that she could get an explanation from the other party. However, Su Qianlu was equally bewildered by this situation, so she could only respond to Colorful Lunarite's curious gaze with a bitter smile. Su Qianlu was aware that Laura Crater was very powerful. After all, the other party was the strongest expert in the stratified abyssal realm's Slumber City. Only, Su Qianlu never thought that Laura Crater would be this strong. After silence enveloped the battlefield for a short moment, Meteor suddenly revealed a look of realization. Then he asked, I truly did not think the miniature ancient world would have an expert like you. Players have only begun to reach Tier 4 recently. At this point in time, even titled experts have, at best, developed their mana bodies to a completion rate of around 1100%, yet you have already reached the maximum of 120%. Who are you? Her mana body is at 120% completion rate. When Death Omen heard Meteor's words, she turned to look at Laura Crater as if she were looking at a monster. The mana body was a player's foundation. The greater the control a player had over their mana body, the greater the strength they could exhibit. Normally, a peak expert would be fortunate if they could unlock their mana body to 100% completion rate shortly after getting promoted to Tier 4. As for going beyond the 100% limit, to do so would require players to modify and improve the method they use to control their mana body, making their method better suit themselves. However, breaking the mana body's 100% limit was not an easy feat. Achieving further improvements after breaking the 100% limit was an even more challenging task. Typically, peak experts could, at most, develop the completion rate of their mana bodies to 105%. Moreover, reaching this completion rate required a lot of time and effort. As for fourth-floor experts, their progress would generally hit a wall after they reached 110%. Moreover, the higher the rank of a player's mana body, the more difficult it would be to improve. Even a peerless genius like Meteor had only reached 109% completion rate with his epic mana body. Although Meteor couldn't tell what rank Laura's mana body was at, it didn't matter, even if it was only a gold mana body. Reaching 120% completion rate in a gold mana body was still an incredible feat even in the Greater God's domain. If Laura had an epic mana body, she would be a legend in the Greater God's domain. After sheathing her longsword, Laura calmly replied, I am only an ordinary member of Ashura passing by. An ordinary member of Ashura? Death Omen couldn't help but cast a look of contempt at Laura. Only a fool would believe such words. We're leaving. After taking one last look at the so-called ordinary member of Ashura, Meteor put away his broken sword, turned around, and left. Commander Meteor, are we going to retreat just like that? Death Omen was stunned by Meteor's decision to retreat. This is the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage to Zero Wing's main force. If we miss this opportunity, Zero Wing will create many problems for us in the future. Death Omen admitted that Laura Crater was much stronger than she imagined. However, Meteor still had cards he hadn't used. So long as he used those hidden cards, defeating Laura Crater might not be out of the question. I cannot stop her in my current state, Meteor said as he glanced at Death Omen. If you wish to continue pursuing Zero Wing's main force, I won't stop you. However, I'm afraid you don't have much time left. After saying so, Meteor promptly left the area with the Paimon conglomerate's members. Damn it. When Death Omen saw Meteor and the others leaving, she gritted her teeth and retreated as well. Now that the Land of Ancient Dragons had transformed into a God Mode regional dungeon, not only did it house the incredibly dangerous Spirit Devourers, but it also housed an abundance of 7 Luminaries crystals in its inner zone. Information on these 7 Luminaries crystals would spread across the miniature ancient world sooner or later. At that time, thousands of powers would flock to this place. After all, nobody could resist the temptation of half an elementary god's domain's daily production volume of 7 Luminaries crystals. So, they needed to start making preparations as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Colorful Lunarite, Su Qianlu, and the others experienced another round of surprise when they saw Meteor's team retreating. Colorful Lunarite, in particular, had her evaluation of Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance thoroughly renewed. After witnessing Shi Feng's and Laura Crater's strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Asura Mercenary Alliance had 2 experts capable of rivaling the God-ranked expert list's top 3 players. Not even the higher god's domain's hegemonic powers possess such strength in the miniature ancient world. This won't do. I have to inform Vice President Xia about this as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, Colorful Lunarite quickly had one of her subordinates on board the warship go offline to inform Xia Qingying about today's matter. Meanwhile, inside the Land of Ancient Dragons Temple, "There is no escape for you, heavens blessed," Demon King Firenze said gloatingly as he launched one Tier 5 spell after another at Shi Feng. Even though Shi Feng was fully focused on evasion and did not make any excess movements, his HP had still fallen to 10% in no time. He also didn't have any time to consume a regeneration potion, so it was only a matter of time before he got killed. "This is my limit." Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile when he saw that Godslayer's duration was about to end. Originally, Shi Feng thought that he would have a chance of surviving if he broke the chains binding Dragon Princess Kalisha. Unfortunately, Kalisha remained asleep even after her restraints were broken. The only changes that took place after the chains broke were the temple's space becoming increasingly stable and the temple's mana becoming increasingly denser. Dense eternal energy had even started to flood the temple, allowing Shi Feng's mind to achieve unprecedented clarity. With his clear state of mind, Shi Feng was able to quickly break through the 100% threshold of his legendary mana body. Then, once he integrated Holy Annihilation's mana control technique with his legendary mana body's mana control technique, he instantly elevated his mana body to 1110% completion rate. Because of this, his physique, the density of his mana, and the strength of his mana also experienced a qualitative transformation. Combined with Godslayer's effect, Shi Feng was already close to rivaling a Tier 5 Sword Saint in strength. It was only with this enhanced strength that he had managed to dodge and survive the bombardment of Tier 5 spells from Firenze. However, once Godslayer's duration ended, Shi Feng would lose his only means of surviving Demon King Firenze's attacks. Die. When Firenze noticed that Shi Feng had already lost his Tier 5 mana and Tier 5 concentration, he promptly raised his scepter and sent 3 Tier 5 destruction spells blasting at Shi Feng from 3 different directions. Thump. However, before Firenze's spells could hit Shi Feng, a loud heartbeat suddenly echoed throughout the temple. Then, the entire temple fell silent, and the mana powering Firenze's 3 destruction spells stagnated. At the same time, sweat began appearing on Firenze's ferocious face as he anxiously turned his crimson eyes toward the origin of the heartbeat. Firenze had gotten so anxious that he had even forgotten to maintain his spells, which, in turn, caused the 3 destruction spells to disintegrate. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng also turned to the source of the heartbeat. At this time, Kalisha, the dragon princess who remained suspended in midair motionlessly this entire time, suddenly opened her eyes. When those indescribable silver eyes opened, both Shi Feng and Firenze subconsciously took a step back. They felt as if their lives were firmly held by this pair of eyes at this moment, and their life and death were no longer in their control. Meanwhile, the instant Kalisha awakened, a system notification also entered Shi Feng's ears. Chapter 3217, Chapter 291, Eternal Night Upgraded. Chapter 291, Eternal Night Upgraded System, congratulations. You have awakened Dragon Princess Kalisha and triggered the legendary World Quest Sanctuary's rise. Quest content, collect 100 God Crystals within 100 days to restore Dragon Princess Kalisha's strength. Rewards unknown. The system notification repeated 3 times, putting Shi Feng into a daze. 100 God Crystals in 100 days? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he read the system notification before him. A God Crystal was the crystallization of a god's power. While it might not be as rare as a legendary item, its preciousness was not the least beast lower than fragmented legendary items. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 100 God Crystals could be used to exchange 100 fragmented legendary items. Moreover, this was only true when one was offering to use God Crystals to trade for fragmented legendary items. If one was trying to trade fragmented legendary items for God Crystals, the ratio wouldn't necessarily be 1-1. Even if all of the hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world worked together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to come up with 50 God Crystals in 100 days, let alone 100 God Crystals. This was essentially an impossible quest. While Shi Feng was in a daze, Firenze suddenly regained his calm, his previous frightened expression nowhere to be seen. There was even a hint of joy in his eyes now. It seems the passage of time has weakened you quite a bit, Kalisha. You're not even at tier 5 right now, Firenze said as he looked at Kalisha with a cordial smile. In that case, you might as well let me see you off one last time. It won't be a disgrace for you to die by my hands. After saying so, Firenze promptly began chanting a spell. Subsequently, with each syllable Firenze spat out, the lighting in the temple gradually darkened. At the same time, dark mana began flooding the temple and expelling all other elements of mana from the temple. Shi Feng's expression turned grave when he saw this scene. Shi Feng was well aware that Firenze had not gotten serious in the slightest when fighting him previously. The Demon King was only messing around and using a bunch of ordinary tier 5 spells against him. Now though, Firenze was serious. Dark Tide. This was a tier 5 curse capable of rivaling tier 6 spells. This one spell could eradicate all life within a royal capital with a population of tens of millions. It was a spell that could neither be blocked nor dodged. If Firenze was allowed to complete this spell, Shi Feng would no longer have to worry about completing his legendary world quest. After all, nothing would be left of his character's tier 4 immortal soul if he got hit by this move. His character would cease to exist in God's domain, and he would have no choice but to start over from scratch. As the density of the dark mana in the temple continuously increased, Kalisha suddenly appeared in front of Shi Feng. Is she really only at tier 4? Shi Feng was startled when he saw Kalisha appearing before him all of a sudden. Even though Kalisha's statistics showed that she was only at level 130, tier 4 currently, she was so fast that he didn't even react to her movements. Normally, not even a tier 5 existence's movement speed was fast enough to escape Shi Feng's perception. The only explanation he could think of was that Kalisha had executed spatial leap. This was a movement method that was superior to even spatial movement. Normally, only tier 6 gods could use this movement method. Do you wish to live, heavens blessed? Kalisha asked as she looked at Shi Feng. Naturally, Shi Feng nodded. Good, sign a soul contract with me then, Kalisha said. I will lend you my power. Afterward, you will have to figure out a way to distract Firenze for 1 minute. A soul contract? Shi Feng frowned. A soul contract was not a normal contract. It was the main method evil gods and demon gods used to recruit followers. Players who signed a soul contract would have to permanently contribute a portion of their soul to the contractor to gain a portion of the contractor's power. In the greater god's domain, many players lacking strength would often go down this path to achieve further growth. However, this external power could only provide players with a considerably limited boost in strength. Normally, it would be no different than receiving a god's blessing. At most, the recipient would see an increase in their physique and basic attributes. Moreover, these bonuses would become negligible once players reached tier 6. While receiving a small boost in strength was better than nothing, the price of obtaining this strength was massive. Firstly, players would permanently lose a portion of their souls. Not only would this increase the death penalty they suffered by several times, but it would also increase the amount of EXP they needed to level up by 2 or more times. Secondly, and most importantly, when the contractor of a soul contract died, the contractee would also follow them to the grave. Of course, a soul contract wasn't completely without its benefits. The stronger a contractor was, the greater the power players would gain when they were at a low tier. This was also why many players would willingly strive for the various evil gods and demon gods. Of course, you can also choose not to enter a contract with me, Kalisha added as she looked at Shi Feng, her bright lips curving into a playful smile. But in that case, you'll be dying here with me. I can see that you carry a not-so-small secret on you. Are you really willing to start over? Fine, you win, Shi Feng said begrudgingly. He couldn't help but feel that the main god system was messing with him. However, the ancient abyssal god's legacy was not some bargain bin legacy. If he were to lose it, no amount of regret could make up for it. That's more like it. Let's begin immediately then. Kalisha smiled and nodded. Then, seeing as Firenze was about to complete his spell, she quickly drew an ancient divine pattern on the back of Shi Feng's right hand. My power is a little special. It cannot enhance your body directly, only your weapon. Fortunately, it seems that you are carrying a good weapon with you. As soon as Kalisha finished speaking, a new notification appeared before Shi Feng. System, you have signed a soul contract with Dragon Princess Kalisha. You have obtained the Ancient Dragon's power. When Ancient Dragon's power is activated, you may choose to upgrade the rank of one weapon temporarily. As Dragon Princess Kalisha is currently at tier 4, the chosen weapon can only be upgraded up to the legendary rank for 10 minutes. The first use of Ancient Dragon's power will not cost anything. Each subsequent use will cost 1 god crystal. What an unbelievable power. Shi Feng was stunned by the information the system notification conveyed. Although he had long since expected Dragon Princess Kalisha's power to be extraordinary, he didn't think it would be this amazing. However, after seeing what the Dragon Princess's power could offer, Shi Feng understood why Kalisha could become the Ancient Dragon Sanctuary's sole ruler and elevate an upper-ranking hegemonic power into an apex power during his previous life. Even though Kalisha was only at tier 4 right now, the power she granted him could already upgrade a weapon up to the legendary rank. If Kalisha were to ascend to tier 5 or tier 6, the ancient dragon's power she granted him would naturally receive an improvement as well. At that time, he might even be able to elevate a weapon into a divine artifact. A divine artifact. This was a weapon countless experts dreamed of obtaining. Just one piece of divine equipment was enough to let a tier 6 god-ranked expert rival ancient gods. If a tier 6 god-ranked expert were to wield a divine weapon, they would see an even greater increase in their strength. However, the cost of using Ancient Dragon's power was also astonishingly high. Even in its current state, Ancient Dragon's power already cost 1 god crystal per use. That was equivalent to expending 1 fragmented legendary item for 10 minutes of glory. Even hegemonic powers would wince at this price. However, before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, Firenze finally finished chanting the last syllable of his incantation. Die! Firenze bellowed as he released his dark tide at Shi Feng and Kalisha. Immediately, light within the temple seemingly vanished as a tidal wave of darkness appeared and threatened to devour everything within the temple. Ancient Dragon's power. Shi Feng dared not hold back in this critical moment. Immediately, he used Ancient Dragon's power on the Winter of Eternal Night and swung the longsword at the oncoming tidal wave. Radiant Night, TL notes, I will be using divine weapons and divine equipment to refer to divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment. I will still use divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment when the context isn't clear enough. Chapter 3218T, Chapter 292, Peak State, Chapter 292, Peak State. When Shi Feng swung the Winter of Eternal Night, the surging tide of darkness instantly froze. Even space itself had become frozen, and not a single particle of mana could move in the slightest, all of them suspended in place. Amazing. After looking at the frozen space around him and the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand, Shi Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Although legendary weapons had the power to allow players to transcend tiers, he didn't think he could achieve such an effect with the Winter of Eternal Night. Even mana was prevented from carrying out their most basic operations. This frightening passive ability was definitely enough to put the Winter of Eternal Night into the ranks of the 10 great legendary weapons. It could be said that spells would become nothing but a joke in front of the Winter of Eternal Night. Spells relied on the movement of mana to exist. If even mana was prohibited from moving, it would naturally become impossible for a spellcaster to maintain the integrity of their spells. Meanwhile, Demon King Firenze was also stunned by Shi Feng's Radiant Night. Dark Tide was Firenze's strongest spell. This one spell was more than enough for him to heavily damage opponents of the same tier. Yet, Shi Feng had neutralized it so easily. However, Firenze was a tier 5 Demon King. Moreover, he was even a demon monarch among demons. Even though this unexpected development had shocked him, he quickly recovered his calm and transformed his scepter into an axe. Then, he appeared before Shi Feng via spatial movement and swung his 5-meter-long axe down at Shi Feng. Firenze did not complement his attack with any techniques. Even so, his attack carried overwhelming speed and power, enough for him to obliterate an entire city. Bang! Countless sparks appeared when Shi Feng's longsword collided with Firenze's axe. At the same time, Firenze's axe was knocked away, indicating that the longsword carried more power than the axe. This one exchange instantly showed who was superior when it came to strength. However, Firenze remained unfazed even after seeing the disparity in strength. A cold smile had even appeared on his face. So what if you can block my attack? A calm and contemptuous voice flowed out of Firenze's mouth. At the same time, another Firenze had suddenly appeared behind Kalisha, the axe in his hands already descending toward the Dragon Princess, who appeared to be chanting something with her eyes closed. Tier 5 spell, Worldly Doppelganger. It was a spell that allowed the user to create a carbon copy of themselves. The doppelganger created would have 100% of the user's basic attributes and all of the user's skills and spells. However, Shi Feng did not panic in this situation. Instead, he simply smiled as he swung the Winter of Eternal Night, Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, a river of stars that covered a 500-yard radius suddenly formed with Shi Feng as the center. At a glance, it looked as if a miniature galaxy had formed within the temple. Meanwhile, before Firenze's doppelganger could hit Kalisha with its axe, it was sent flying and crashing into a wall by one of the many stars flowing around Shi Feng. Firenze's doppelganger wasn't the only one sent flying. Even the real Firenze standing before Shi Feng had similarly been sent flying into a wall, his HP instantly falling by over 100 million. For a time, both Demon Kings couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with a bewildered look, their minds failing to understand what Shi Feng had just done. It's been a while since I felt so liberated, as expected of the ancient God of Thunder's final creation. I didn't think it could let me use Sword's Orbit in its peak state. Satisfaction filled Shi Feng as he looked at the Winter of Eternal Night. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to pity Firenze. Sword's Orbit was the technique he had relied on to rise to prominence. Initially, Sword's Orbit was nothing more than an ordinary combat technique. However, as time passed and he continued perfecting the technique, Sword's Orbit had also continuously grown stronger with him. Because of this, if he wanted to unleash Sword's Orbit's full potential, he would have to reach the Tier 5 standard at the very least. Just having Tier 5 mana and concentration wouldn't be enough. His physique would also have to reach Tier 5. Only after meeting these three conditions could he perfectly integrate world creation with Sword's Orbit and unleash power rivaling the second sword, Holy Devour. In addition, everything within a 500-yard radius would be within his attack range, and he would no longer have to worry about concentration expenditure. Subsequently, Firenze and his doppelganger could be seen attacking Kalisha one time after another. However, no matter what attack they used, they couldn't even get close to Kalisha, let alone injure her. Shi Feng had stopped all of their attacks without fail. Unfortunately, even though Shi Feng was suppressing Firenze, there was nothing he could do to really threaten the Demon King. Search hosted novel for the original. As a level 130 Tier 5 Demon King, Firenze's base HP was over 300 billion. His battle recovery as a Demon Monarch even allowed him to recover 4% of his HP every 5 seconds. He simply wasn't an existence that could be killed by a Tier 4 player wielding a legendary weapon. Fortunately, Shi Feng's job wasn't to kill Firenze. All he needed to do was keep the Demon King busy for 1 minute. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds, time quickly passed by in the temple. After Shi Feng held on for 1 full minute, Kalisha suddenly opened her eyes. Immediately afterward, the expressions of both Firenze's twisted, and the life in their eyes rapidly disappeared. When Firenze finally died, Kalisha's expression had also become deathly pale, sweat rolling down her forehead. It was obvious that killing Firenze had put a huge toll on her body. Meanwhile, along with Firenze's death, the sound of another system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have liberated Kalisha from the curse plaguing her, rewarding 5 levels and 20 free legacy skill points. Immediately, Shi Feng's level went from 125 to 100. After reaching Tier 4, he would receive 2 legacy skill points for every 3 levels he gained. After including the leftover legacy skill points he had when he was at Tier 3, he now had a total of 221 legacy skill points. If he wanted to, he could spend 200 legacy skill points to learn a Tier 4 Apex legacy skill. However, before Shi Feng could decide which Apex legacy skill he would learn, Kalisha suddenly turned her gaze toward him. Heavens blessed, thanks to your help, I was able to get rid of the curse cast on me by the evil gods and demon gods. I will now be leaving this small world and heading to a different place to reclaim my lost power, Kalisha said with a tired expression. However, despite her fatigued look, her eyes were full of life. I have seen your fate, so, as gratitude for your help, I can offer you 2 choices. The first choice is to remain in this small world. This temple holds my ancient dragon legacy. Even if you cannot use it, you can give it to someone else, and whoever you give it to will achieve greatness rivaling the ancient gods. The second choice is to leave this small world and head to the greater world to help me collect 300 god crystals within 3 months. As compensation, I will give you the primal ore vein that this island has birthed. I will also send you to a place where one of the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments reside. This temple does not have much power left, so you will only have 5 minutes to consider. Chapter 3219, Chapter 293, Greater God's Domain, Chapter 293, Greater God's Domain. Shi Feng fell into deep thought when Kalisha finished speaking, unable to make up his mind. Ancient dragons were the most ancient existences among dragons. At the same time, they were dragons that had existed since the birth of God's domain. So, their legacies would not be inferior to the average ancient god. Even if he couldn't use Kalisha's ancient dragon legacy, he could use it to nurture an expert that could rival ancient gods in the future. However, the primal ore vein and one of the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments were equally tempting. The primal ore vein was an independent miniature world. Not only could it be carried around like an item, but the primal ore vein's owner could also harvest the ores within it without worrying about competition from other powers. Owning a primal ore vein would be no different than owning a private ore vein. Players who owned a primal ore vein wouldn't even need to mine the vein themselves. They could simply hire some NPCs to enter the miniature world and harvest the ores for them. Meanwhile, a primal ore vein typically had at least half of an elementary god's domain's 7 luminaries crystal daily production volume. After adding in the fact that a primal ore vein was absolutely safe, the amount of 7 luminaries crystals one could harvest from it would not be any lower than the actual amount one could harvest from an elementary god's domain. As for the 7 luminaries codex's fragment, it was an item essential for Shi Feng to acquire the complete ancient abyssal god legacy. After pondering for a minute, Shi Feng said, I choose to head to the greater god's domain. Are you sure? Kalisha couldn't help but ask again when she heard Shi Feng's answer. The greater god's domain was many times more dangerous than the miniature ancient world they were in. Even Tier 6 gods could fall if they weren't careful. As for Tier 4 existences, they were nothing in the greater god's domain. I am very sure, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. The miniature ancient world might be filled with many opportunities and was incredibly well suited for budding powers and players, but there was a huge precondition for these new powers and players to grow. The god's domain it was connected to must not be fully opened. So long as a god's domain became fully opened, the miniature ancient world connected to it would also become open to outsiders. The only difference was that the miniature ancient world would impose more restrictions on outsiders than the god's domain it was connected to. 1. Going by his experiences in his previous life, it should only be around 1 to 3 more months before his home, God's Domain's world passage, became fully opened. So, he would only be entering the greater God's domain a little earlier than others. Moreover, it wasn't as if he couldn't return to the miniature ancient world after heading to the greater God's domain. He had the Abyss Workshop certification. So long as he spent 3007 Luminaries crystals, he could instantly teleport back to the miniature ancient world via world-breaking teleportation. Not to mention, he was in urgent need of 7 Luminaries crystals. Although he had the strength necessary to compete with the various powers over the land of Ancient Dragon's 7 Luminaries crystal vein, how many crystals he could actually get his hands on was a big question. Rather than gamble on an unknown factor, he might as well take the safer option and acquire the entire primal ore vein. Not to mention, the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments were scattered randomly across God's domain. Finding them would not be easy. Even if he had 1 whole year to conduct his search, he wasn't confident he could find even 1 fragment. Now that Kalisha was offering to send him directly to a place with one of the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments, he could save himself a lot of trouble if he took this offer. The 7 Luminaries Codex was one of the godly relics that had existed since the birth of God's domain. It possessed heaven-defying abilities that one could never find on even divine artifacts. Although he had encountered plenty of fortuitous opportunities during his previous life, never had he come across an actual godly relic. If he could get his hands on a real godly relic, he would have a much easier path to traverse in God's domain. Even apex powers might have to take the long way around when they came across him. So, now that there was an opportunity to complete the 7 Luminaries Codex, Shi Feng naturally couldn't let it get away. Since you've already decided, I will take you away with me then. Unfortunately, I won't be able to offer you any help before I recover my strength, so you will have to depend on yourself to progress in the greater world. In addition, 1 evil god and 1 demon god have already set their sights on you. So long as their followers discover the ancient dragon's power on you, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time surviving, Kalisha said as she waved her hand and faked a worried expression. System, congratulations, you have received the Dragon Princess's favor. Kalisha's favorability of you has increased by 20 points. Inferior Mythical Quest Sanctuary's Rise activated. Quest content, collect 300 God Crystals within 3 months to restore Dragon Princess Kalisha's strength. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. System, warning, warning. System, you have received the Dragon Princess's favor and obtained the Ancient Dragon's power. So long as your Ancient Dragon's power is discovered by a certain evil god's followers or a certain demon god's followers, you will be marked by this evil god or demon god and be hunted down endlessly. System, congratulations. You have obtained a damaged primal ore vein. Shi Feng couldn't help but feel as if he had been tricked when he heard Kalisha's words and saw the series of system notifications. However, before Shi Feng could say anything, Kalisha suddenly smiled and snapped her fingers. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng saw the world around him spinning and transforming into a dark gray spatial passage. Then, he was dragged into the spatial passage regardless of his will. Unlike other spatial passages, Shi Feng could see translucent chains blocking the entire dark gray passage. However, this passage wasn't the only one bound by these translucent chains. Shi Feng could also see himself bound by similar chains. These translucent chains were connected to the depths of his soul. Meanwhile, the deeper he traveled into the dark gray passage, the more numerous and stronger these translucent chains became. After spending an unknown amount of time in the spatial passage, Shi Feng finally reached the passage's end and found himself appearing on a barren prairie. At the same time, he found that the gravity he experienced, the mana around him, and even his physical fitness had undergone extreme changes. The mana that covered the prairie was much denser and more violent than the mana found in the miniature ancient world. The suppression of physical fitness also increased drastically. Even though Shi Feng was currently at Tier 4, he felt as if he was no different from a Henglian master in the real world. He couldn't even fly in this place, which resulted in him falling to the ground and losing over 10% of his HP, leading him, System, you have discovered the Ancient River Kingdom's 100 Leaves Wilderness. The Ancient River Kingdom? Shi Feng felt a little nostalgic when he saw the system notification. The Greater God's domain was boundless. Apart from being divided into the various realms and the central 12 sanctuaries, every realm housed thousands of kingdoms and empires. For the sake of their respective civilizations' development, the various gods' domains' powers constantly fought over territories to secure the limited available resources. Either the various powers would be fighting in territorial disputes within cities, between kingdoms, or between kingdoms and empires. Sometimes, they would even participate in realm wars to upgrade their realm to the next level. The madness and desperation of players and powers in the Greater God's domain were on a completely different level compared to his homeworld. Meanwhile, out of the various kingdoms in the greater god's domain, the ancient river kingdom was the ancient kingdom his homeworld was connected to. The ancient river kingdom had existed for more than 1,000 years, and 6 hegemonic powers jointly controlled it. It was also a place he was incredibly familiar with in the greater god's domain. While Shi Feng was taking a stroll down memory lane, his stomach suddenly started grumbling, and a sense of hunger spread across his body. I have to head to a city to grab something to eat quickly, Shi Feng thought as he rubbed his stomach. He wasn't a stranger to this sensation. The greater god's domain differed from the various god's domains and other places. It could be regarded as a real world, and players needed to sate their hunger here to stay alive. Moreover, the food here was considered non-bag space items. Unless players used tools such as epic spatial bags, they would have no choice but to carry their food around on their persons. In addition, players would have to cook food as they would in the real world. They even had to rely on growing crops to source grain-type ingredients. This led to a dramatic increase in the importance of lifestyle players. However, it was also because of this situation that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater god's domain was significantly easier. 1. Subsequently, Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings. Despite this place being a barren prairie, the monsters here were above level 120 on average. The majority of them were also Grand Lords, and they moved in groups led by mythic monsters. These were not monsters the average player could go up against alone, especially not when there was such a powerful suppression to players' physique. Even a Henglian Grandmaster wielding a weapon would have great difficulty holding his ground against several beasts of a significantly larger size. Just when Shi Feng was considering learning a Tier 4 legacy skill to enhance his combat power, a dark silhouette suddenly emerged from a distant horizon and rapidly closed in on his location. Shortly after this dark figure appeared, several 5-meter-tall figures followed. These 5-meter-tall figures were level 124 Grand Lord-ranked 3-tailed blaze wolves, and it was obvious that they were chasing after the dark figure. As this dark figure moved closer and closer, Shi Feng could finally see the other party's appearance. Wu Xiaoxiao, TL Notes, 1i removed a sentence after this part. Removed sentence, translated. If reselling was done right, it was entirely possible to earn enough wealth to make even hegemonic powers grow envious. Google, if the reselling of the 2 worlds is done, it is not impossible to earn wealth that will make the giants jealous. Reason for removal, the sentence is vague. It doesn't mention who is doing the reselling. Is it the individual lifestyle player? Or a small group of lifestyle players? Or an organization? Considering that players will have to cook food as they do in the real world, it should be a time-consuming process, so I doubt one lifestyle player can cook enough food to earn a massive fortune. I don't want to jump to conclusions and assume it is done by a group organization either, since I'm not sure if the author hasn't clarified exactly how time-consuming the cooking process is. For all I know, lifestyle players who have become master grandmaster chefs might have the ability to cook up dishes in a buffet in minutes, even in the greater god's domain. So, I decided to only mention that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater god's domain is easier because of this food gimmick. As this dark figure moved closer and closer, Shi Feng could finally see the other party's appearance. Wu Xiaoxiao, TL Notes, 1i, removed a sentence after this part. Search hosted novel for the original. Removed sentence, translated. If reselling was done right, it was entirely possible to earn enough wealth to make even hegemonic powers grow envious. Google, if the reselling of the 2 worlds is done, it is not impossible to earn wealth that will make the giants jealous. Reason for removal, the sentence is vague. It doesn't mention who is doing the reselling. Is it the individual lifestyle player? Or a small group of lifestyle players? Or an organization? Considering that players will have to cook food as they do in the real world, it should be a time-consuming process, so I doubt one lifestyle player can cook enough food to earn a massive fortune. I don't want to jump to conclusions and assume it is done by a group organization either, since I'm not sure if the author hasn't clarified exactly how time-consuming the cooking process is. For all I know, lifestyle players who have become master grandmaster chefs might have the ability to cook up dishes in a buffet in minutes, even in the greater god's domain. So, I decided to only mention that earning ancient coins and star coins in the greater god's domain is easier because of this food gimmick. As this dark figure moved closer and closer, Shi Feng could finally see the other party's appearance. Wu Xiaoxiao, TL Notes, 1i, removed a sentence after this part. Search hosted novel for the original. Removed sentence, translated. If reselling was done right, it was entirely possible to earn enough wealth to make even hegemonic powers grow envious. Google, if the reselling of the 2 worlds is done, it is not impossible to earn wealth that will make the giants jealous. Reason for removal, the sentence is vague. It doesn't mention who is doing the reselling. Is it the individual lifestyle player? Or a small group of lifestyle players? Or an organization? Considering that players will have to cook food as they do in the real world, it should be a time-consuming process, so I doubt one lifestyle player can cook enough food to earn a massive fortune. I don't want to jump to conclusions and assume it is done by a group organization either, since I'm not sure if the author hasn't clarified exactly how time-consuming the cooking process is. For all I know, lifestyle players who have become master grandmaster chefs might have the ability to cook up dishes in a buffet in minutes, even in the Greater Gods domain. So, I decided to only mention that earning ancient coins and star coins in the Greater Gods domain is easier because of this food gimmick. Chapter 3220, Chapter 29.4, Top Adventurer, Chapter 29.4, Top Adventurer, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Shi Feng discovered Wu Xiaoxiao also noticed Shi Feng, shock and confusion appearing in her eyes. However, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly recovered from her surprise and resumed running at full speed. Despite being an elementalist, Wu Xiaoxiao managed to not only evade one of the three-tailed blaze wolves that had lunged at her, but she also managed to widen the gap between them to over 30 yards in only an instant. Her movements were incredibly swift and natural, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was already close to rivaling domain realm experts. Moreover, if one were to inspect Wu Xiaoxiao with an identification skill, one would realize that Wu Xiaoxiao was no longer a Tier 3 Great Mage but a genuine level 127 Tier 4 Great Wizard instead. She also wore quite a few pieces of dark gold immortal equipment, and the staff she wielded was even a fragmented legendary staff. At the same time as Wu Xiaoxiao was pulling away from the three-tailed blaze wolves chasing after her, another blaze wolf emerged from the distant grassland. However, unlike the previous ones, this one was 7 meters tall and had 6 tails. When it emerged from the tall grass, it glared at Wu Xiaoxiao with its crimson eyes, the flames coming out of its mouth causing the surrounding area to become scorching hot. 6-tailed Blaze Wolf Chief, Realm Lord, Demonic Beast, Mythic level 130 HP, 7,000,000. The Blaze Wolf Chief was a Mythic ranked Realm Lord. While it might not be comparable to superior Mythic monsters of the same level, it wasn't an opponent that Tier 4 players could go up against alone in the Greater Gods domain. Typically, a party of 6 Tier 4 players would be needed to raid such a monster. However, before the Blaze Wolf Chief could take further action, 2 two-fold magic arrays suddenly appeared under its feet. Subsequently, ice vines emerged from the ground and restrained the Blaze Wolf Chief while lightning bolts descended from the sky. Tier 4 barrier spell, Ice Prison. Tier 4 curse, Lightning Waterfall. Nicely done, Xiao. This Blaze Wolf Chief is done for now. After the 2 spells took effect, a level 129 Tier 4 female Great Wizard emerged from a patch of grass near the Blaze Wolf Chief. The Great Wizard was currently surrounded by dense Ice-type mana and Lightning-type mana. She was none other than the caster of Ice Prison and Lightning Waterfall. This other female Great Wizard wore an icy green robe paired with an icy green mage's hat, and under the hat was a delicate face. At a glance, she looked roughly the same age as Wu Xiaoxiao. Yet, unlike Wu Xiaoxiao, the girl wore a golden 4-leaf emblem on her robe, symbolizing that she had already conquered the World Tower's 4th floor. It was also the symbol of a top adventurer in the Greater Gods domain. When this level 29 Great Wizard finished speaking, the Blaze Wolf Chief had already lost over 50 million HP and fallen into a heavily injured state, which reduced his basic attributes by 30%. As for the 3-tailed Blaze Wolves chasing after Wu Xiaoxiao, they had lost over 100 million HP each, a huge chunk of their HP bars vanishing in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were also riddled with heavy injuries, and their current basic attributes were inferior to even great lords of the same level. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoxiao promptly swung her staff, executing silent casting as she bombarded the Blaze Wolf Chief with Tier 4 spells. Immediately afterward, damage values exceeding 20 million appeared above the Realm Lord's head in rapid succession. The Blaze Wolf Chief could no longer rely on its battle recovery due to its heavily injured state, so its HP bar rapidly depleted under the attack of the 2 Great Wizards. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Blaze Wolf Chief fell. However, just when everything was progressing smoothly for the 2 girls, a 3-fold magic barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly isolating an area of a 500-yard radius. A 3-fold Heaven's Lock? When the girl in the icy green robe saw the barrier in the sky, her expression instantly darkened. The 3-fold Heaven's Lock was a Grand Master magic array. The value of just 1 set of scrolls for the 3-fold Heaven's Lock was equivalent to 1 fragmented legendary item. However, in exchange for its costly price, the 3-fold Heaven's Lock could trap even Tier 5 players for a considerable amount of time. It was one of the more precious means for players to trap their enemies in the Greater Gods domain. There's no running away, Midsummer. Hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, and I will let you 2 go. Subsequently, a team of over 20 Tier 4 players scurried out of the distant grassland. The person standing in the lead of this team was a level 130 Tier 4 male summoner who also wore a golden 4-leaf emblem on his chest. Don't even think about it, arrogance. We've long agreed that the highest bidder will get the ruins loot. Also, didn't your team receive a share of the money already? What you're doing now is just robbery. Aren't you afraid of the Purple Melody Alliance's retaliation? The delicate girl named Midsummer said angrily as she glared at the male summoner. So what? Do you think the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal is something you can buy for a measly 300,000 star coins? the summoner named Uncaring Arrogance said with a contemptuous smile. I admit that Purple Melody has many experts, but how many of these experts can you get to help you? Do you truly think the Twin Saints Alliance is afraid of you? You! Wu Xiaoxiao frowned when she heard Uncaring Arrogance's words. However, she couldn't think of anything to rebuke the summoner's words. The Seven Luminaries teleportation crystal was indeed an incredibly valuable treasure. The countries in the Greater God's domain were situated far apart from each other, so teleportation between countries was incredibly expensive. Moreover, teleportation fees had to be paid in 7 Luminaries crystals, and teleporting even to the nearest country would cost 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Meanwhile, with the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, one could get one free teleportation every 3 days so long as the teleportation fee did not exceed 200 units. However, the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal was a rare item, so much so that most Tier 6 experts didn't even have one. In addition, under the rules set by the Ancient River Kingdom's 6 hegemonic powers, players of a higher tier were prohibited from taking action against players of a lower tier within the kingdom's territory unless it was because of a guild war or city war. This was to ensure the Ancient River Kingdom's order and stability. Anyone found breaking this rule would be jointly attacked by the 6 ruling hegemonic powers. Hence, conflicts between players that took place within the kingdom's borders would usually be limited to players of the same tier. Many geniuses and experts would even choose to remain at Tier 4 so that they could find better legacies, or further develop their mana bodies so that they could have an easier time at higher tiers. It was true that the Purple Melody Alliance had over 30 Tier 6 experts under its command, which was far more than what the Twin Saints Alliance had. One of the Ancient River Kingdom's top 50 Tier 6 experts even belonged to Purple Melody. However, when it came to Tier 4 experts, the Purple Melody Alliance was inferior to the Twin Saints Alliance. Since you refuse to hand it over, we will have no choice but to take it ourselves, Uncaring Arrogance said before gesturing with his hand. There's a person we've never seen before over there, Commander Arrogance, a Tier 4 assassin who was similarly wearing a Top Adventurer's emblem suddenly said to Uncaring Arrogance. Should we attack him as well? Uncaring Arrogance glanced at Shi Feng when he heard the assassin's words. After failing to see a familiar guild emblem or even an adventurer's emblem on Shi Feng, he indifferently said, Get rid of them together. We cannot afford any mishaps with the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. Upon receiving Uncaring Arrogance's command, 15 players from the Twin Saints Alliance's team charged toward Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, while the remaining 8 charged at Shi Feng. Of these 23 players, even the weakest was a superior adventurer. One of them, the assassin who spoke to Uncaring Arrogance, was even a top adventurer, Xiao Xiao. When Midsummer saw some of Twin Saints members targeting Shi Feng, she curiously looked to Wu Xiaoxiao and asked, Do you know that guy? I noticed that you were quite surprised to see him just now. He's from the same god's domain as me, Wu Xiaoxiao said, nodding. He's also quite a well-known figure in our god's domain. He's a famous figure from your god's domain? Midsummer's eyes brightened when she heard Wu Xiaoxiao's answer. Is he strong? Midsummer was aware that Wu Xiaoxiao came from an isolated god's domain. From what she heard from Wu Xiaoxiao, the god's domain she came from was incredibly weak. However, from what Midsummer could tell, Wu Xiaoxiao possessed incredible talent. 2 days ago, Wu Xiaoxiao had even conquered the World Tower's 3rd floor, becoming one of the few superior adventurers in the Ancient River Kingdom. Wu Xiaoxiao's current combat standards might be inferior to hers, but it should be noted that Wu Xiaoxiao was only at the World Tower's 2nd floor standard roughly 2 weeks ago. The ability to improve so rapidly definitely put Wu Xiaoxiao at the top among the Ancient River Kingdom's latest generation of geniuses. If even Wu Xiaoxiao already possessed such strength and talent, someone famous from Wu Xiaoxiao's god's domain shouldn't be weak. After thinking for a moment, Wu Xiaoxiao hesitantly said he should be at the standard of ordinary top adventurers. Black Flame was one of Zero Wing's known Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Logically, he should only be at the standard of superior adventurers. However, Wu Xiaoxiao felt he should have made some improvements along with the Myriad World's Descent. An ordinary top adventurer? Midsummer sighed a little when she heard Wu Xiaoxiao's answer. I guess there's no hope for us this time. Top adventurers might be considered experts among experts in the Ancient River Kingdom, but an ordinary top adventurer would most likely have difficulty surviving the team led by Uncaring Arrogance. While Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were readying themselves for a harsh battle, the 4th floor assassin from Twin Saints suddenly split into 3 copies of himself and attacked Shi Feng simultaneously. Each doppelganger executed 6 attacks with the daggers they wielded, launching a total of 18 attacks from different directions. The attacks were also executed at a speed beyond the reaction speed of the average Tier 4 player. Scram! However, when Shi Feng saw the level 130 assassin attacking him, he simply flung a punch at the empty space before him. Boom! Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space before Shi Feng. Spatial destruction. Chapter 3221, Chapter 295, 10 Great Paragons. Chapter 295, 10 Great Paragons Spatial Destruction. When the other members of the Two Saints Alliance's team saw the cracked space before Shi Feng, they couldn't help but be stunned and stopped what they were doing. Space in the Greater God's domain was incredibly stable, so it was impossible to destabilize it without having power at the Tier 5 standard. As for shattering it, one would require power at the Tier 5 intermediate standard to achieve that. However, Shi Feng's punch didn't only shatter the space directly in front of him. Subsequently, the cracks in space could be seen rapidly spreading forward like tendrils and covering the area 20 yards ahead of Shi Feng. Each of these spatial tendrils carried power at the Tier 5 basic standard. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen spatial tendrils had enveloped the level 130 assassin's 3 doppelgangers, and following this scene was a loud explosion. Not only did the 3 assassin doppelgangers fail to land any of their attacks on Shi Feng, but 2 of them even disappeared on the spot. Immediately afterward, a black silhouette flew over 50 yards away from Shi Feng, crashing heavily into a large tree. When the large tree shattered and fell, silence enveloped the battlefield as everyone stared at Shi Feng in shock. She calls this an ordinary top adventurer? Midsummer felt tricked when she looked at the Tier 4 assassin that Shi Feng had sent flying. Despite similarly being a Tier 4 player, Shi Feng had sent a Tier 4 assassin who happened to be a top adventurer, flying with just a punch from his bare fist. If Shi Feng was considered an ordinary top adventurer, there'd be very few ordinary top adventurers in the ancient River Kingdom. How is this possible? At this moment, Wu Xiaoxiao was equally dumbfounded by this scene. She never thought Shi Feng would be this strong. It should be known that the level 130 assassin from the Twin Saints Alliance wasn't just a 4th floor expert. He was also equipped with 3 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. Yet, Shi Feng had sent him flying with just a punch. Without the help of a legendary weapon or equipment, only the titled expert standing at the ancient River Kingdom's apex could possibly accomplish such a feat. Do you still want to fight? Shi Feng asked as he looked toward uncaring arrogance indifferently. Instances of players killing other players for treasure constantly happened in the Greater God's domain, so he wasn't particularly surprised to see Wu Xiaoxiao being hunted down for a 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. What he didn't expect was to get dragged into one such robbery as soon as he arrived at the Greater God's domain. This is all a misunderstanding, sir, uncaring arrogance promptly answered. We do not wish for any hostilities with you. To apologize for our actions, we are willing to give you 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal as compensation. That's quite sincere of you. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard uncaring arrogance's offer. 7 Luminaries crystals remained an important resource even in the Greater God's domain, since it was necessary for players to get promoted to Tier 6. Meanwhile, 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal was already enough to exchange a set of level 130 Dark Gold Immortal equipment. I'm glad this satisfies you. Uncaring arrogance sighed in relief. Titled experts were essentially hegemons in the kingdom, and offending a titled expert should be left only as a last resort. This was because getting promoted to Tier 6 wasn't a question for titled experts. The only reason a titled expert would remain at a lower tier was simply because they were looking to establish a better foundation for themselves so that they could make better progress after ascending to Tier 6. May I ask that you take a short rest for now? We will promptly undo the barrier for you once we are done with our business here. As soon as uncaring arrogance finished speaking, Midsummer panicked. Xiao, you're natives of the same world as that guy, right? Can you get him to help us? Midsummer hurriedly asked Wu Xiaoxiao. However, Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when she heard Midsummer's question. It was true that she was familiar with the name of Black Flame. After all, he was one of the few god-ranked experts native to the miniature ancient world. However, the same could not be said for the other way around. Just when Wu Xiaoxiao was thinking of trying to ask for help anyway, Shi Feng suddenly shook his head a little. One of them is my acquaintance, Shi Feng said as he looked at uncaring arrogance. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened here today. Although he had nothing to do with this matter, he couldn't just sit by and watch Wu Xiaoxiao get robbed. After all, she was Wu Lingling's elder sister. Sir, I'm afraid I cannot do that, uncaring arrogance said, shaking his head. We aren't the ones looking to acquire the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. Rather, the one seeking to obtain it is Saint 3, the Twin Saints Alliance's spear zealot. Saint 3? The one who fought Saint 9 to a standstill? Midsummer couldn't help but ask when she heard uncaring arrogance's words. The Twin Saints Alliance had many experts, but only those with extraordinary talent were qualified to refer to themselves as Saint in the Alliance. Meanwhile, Saint 9 was a veteran paragon nurtured by the Twin Saints Alliance. Originally, he was one of the peerless individuals with the highest possibility of becoming one of the Twin Saints Alliance's Twin Saints. However, after fighting the younger Saint 3 and concluding the match in a draw, he had no choice but to enter the newly opened miniature ancient world. What? He fought the God List's 3rd-ranked player to a standstill. Wu Xiaoxiao was greatly shocked by this news. Wu Xiaoxiao was not foreign to the name of Saint 9. Before she came to the Greater God's domain, Saint 9's name had already spread across the entire miniature ancient world. After all, anyone who saw the God-ranked expert list would know him. Hence, she knew that Saint 9 wasn't just your average titled expert. In fact, even ordinary titled experts would last no more than a few moves against Saint 9. That's right. Uncaring Arrogance nodded to Midsummer's question. If you don't want to get into trouble, hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. This will be beneficial to both you and me. Midsummer fell into indecision when she heard Uncaring Arrogance's words. The Spear Zealot Saint 3 was currently one of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. Although he was only at Tier 4, even some Tier 6 God-ranked experts needed to behave respectfully in front of him. To clash against such an individual, only one of the other 10 great paragons had the necessary qualifications. However, the Purple Melody Alliance did not have any Tier 4 experts ranked within the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. Meanwhile, so long as one of these 10 great paragons decided to act against a person, there would be no escaping for this person within the ancient River Kingdom. Even cities could not protect this person from these paragons' assassination. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao fell silent, Uncaring Arrogance smiled and said to Shi Feng, Sir, while you might have the strength of a titled expert, there are still quite a few Tier 4 titled experts in the ancient River Kingdom. However, individuals capable of going up against Lord Saint 3 are few and far between. You do not need to offend Lord Saint 3 just because of a 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal your friend came across. Uncaring Arrogance admitted that titled experts were incredibly powerful compared to experts like him and his teammates. However, in front of paragons, titled experts were nothing but a joke. If not for the World Tower's 5th floor being impossible to clear too, and the 7 Luminaries Alliance and the God's Domain Association being a stickler for rules, paragons would have long since received a new categorization rather than let themselves be considered on the same level as ordinary titled experts. Saint 3? Shi Feng chuckled as he looked at Uncaring Arrogance. So what if I offend him? He had dared to offend even the peerless individuals of apex powers canonized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance during his previous life. He had also clashed against several of them before. Why would he care about the feelings of a young paragon of a measly kingdom? TL notes, 1 a set of level 130 Dark Gold Immortal equipment. This isn't referring to a Dark Gold Immortal equipment set. It is only referring to a mishmash of level 130 Dark Gold Immortal equipment pieces. To the World Tower's 5th floor being impossible to clear, I'm not sure if this is referring to the so-called paragons being too weak to conquer the World Tower's 5th floor, or if nobody in the Greater God's domain has managed to conquer the 5th floor thus far. The raws for this part are unclear, and none of the later chapters have clarified this point. Chapter 3222, Chapter 296, Splitting the Sky with 1 slash. Chapter 296, Splitting the Sky with 1 slash. Do you know what you were saying, sir? Uncaring Arrogance couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard the arrogant words coming out of Shi Feng's mouth. Everybody in the ancient River Kingdom knew about the Spear Zealot Saint 3. He was an existence that even the various hegemonic powers had to treat respectfully. Normally, so long as Saint 3's name was brought to the table, nobody in the ancient River Kingdom would dare to voice any objections. Saint 3 was so influential that many hegemonic powers were willing to go as far as to erase a titled expert's existence from God's domain so long as he wished for it. As for why the various hegemonic powers were willing to do Saint 3 such a huge favor, it was because of his future potential. So long as Saint 3 reached Tier 6, he would have limitless potential. Although the Greater God's domain was vast, there was still a limit to the amount of available land. The various powers had never stopped competing over territories in the Greater God's domain. Meanwhile, it was common for the various powers to hire outside help when competing over territories. Not to mention, there were many instances of powers taking control over an entire kingdom, or even an entire empire in the Greater God's domain, by relying on only one paragon-level expert. Hence, the various powers were very much willing to befriend paragons like Saint 3. If they could get someone like Saint 3 to owe them a favor, erasing a titled expert from God's domain would be a small price to pay. So, Uncaring Arrogance couldn't help but find Shi Feng's behavior of dismissing Saint 3 incomprehensible and insane. Xiao, is that guy really from the same world as you? Midsummer asked when she heard Shi Feng turning down Uncaring Arrogance's offer. Her eyes filled with envy as she looked at Wu Xiao. Not even hegemonic powers would dare to outright disrespect Saint 3, yet Shi Feng had done so without hesitation. Not even the Purple Melody Alliance would dare to do such a thing. The Alliance's higher-ups would definitely have her hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal to curry favor with Saint 3. So, this is Zero Wing's guild leader? Wu Xiao also found this situation incredulous. She never thought that Shi Feng would not only know about a small character unrelated to Zero Wing like herself, but would also be willing to help her regardless of the cost. At this moment, Wu Xiao suddenly understood why her younger sister was willing to remain in Zero Wing. It was truly a fortunate matter for a guild to have such a guild leader. In a world where profits mattered above all else, many powers would not mind sacrificing the personal interests of some of their members in exchange for the entire organization's interests. Even hegemonic powers were not above such practices. People like Shi Feng, who was willing to offend powerful existences for the sake of an individual, were exceedingly rare among the various powers. Meanwhile, after mentally labeling Shi Feng as an unreasonable lunatic, uncaring arrogance turned to Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, coldly saying, "Even if Sir here doesn't mind, do you two intend on going against Saint 3? Uncaring arrogance knew there was no way to talk sense into a lunatic, hence he decided to focus his sights on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao instead. He refused to believe that even Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao would be willing to oppose Saint 3. So long as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were willing to hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, Shi Feng would no longer have a reason to help them. At that time, he would be able to complete his mission successfully. Do we give it to him? Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao grew hesitant and worried when they heard Uncaring Arrogance's words. They had intended for the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal to be the capital for their rise in the future. After all, they could teleport between countries once every 3 days for free. If they could take proper advantage of arbitrage opportunities, the profits they stood to earn would be far greater than what they could earn from working themselves to death out in the fields. Yet, if they refused to hand over the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, they would have no future in the ancient River Kingdom. With Saint 3's influence in the kingdom, one word for him was enough to get them hunted by the kingdom's various powers. If they were to leave the ancient River Kingdom, even Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts would take action. Subsequently, Midsummer moved her gaze to Wu Xiaoxiao and then to Shi Feng. Then, she reluctantly took out a 7-colored crystal the size of a fist from her bag. Wise decision. Uncaring Arrogance smiled when he saw the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. However, as soon as Uncaring Arrogance finished speaking, Shi Feng turned to Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. Then, in a determined tone, he said, "If you are worried about implicating me, don't be. I said I would protect you, so I definitely can protect you, and nobody should think of stealing anything from you. However, I will not interfere with your decision. All I can do is give you the freedom to choose." As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, both Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao paused. If even Shi Feng, the person offering them help, was unconcerned, what more did they have to worry about? Have you two lost your minds as well? When Uncaring Arrogance saw the two girls pausing, his voice gradually grew colder. Or do you think you can go up against Lord Saint 3? Subsequently, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao looked at each other for a moment. Then, they turned to Uncaring Arrogance and firmly said, "Tell your Lord Saint 3 to go to hell." Uncaring Arrogance was momentarily stunned when he heard the two girls' response. He never thought that they would dare to make an enemy out of Saint 3. Well said. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the stunned look on Uncaring Arrogance's face. Then, he looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer saying, "You two should follow me back to the city. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to make it back alive." There were no return scrolls in the Greater God's domain. Players had to rely on their feet or mounts to travel between places, and only those incredibly wealthy could afford to travel using teleportation scrolls. Because of this, players could be targeted easily out in the fields. Now that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had made an enemy out of Saint 3, they might get surrounded and attacked by other players on their way back. And with the two girls' abilities, they would have a very hard time defending themselves. "Thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame." Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer thanked Shi Feng. "You want to leave?" Uncaring Arrogance sneered when he saw that Shi Feng intended to leave with Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. "Do you think you can leave this place alive?" The threefold Heavens Lock could trap even Tier 5 players for a considerable amount of time. Tier 4 players could only wait until the magic array ran out of mana, which would take several hours. Such a long time was enough for him to gather a few dozen teams. Let's go. When Shi Feng saw that Midsummer had put away the 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal, he tapped on his system interface and spent 200 legacy skill points to learn the Tier 4 Apex legacy skill Holy Law. Then, he swung his hand at the nearby magic barrier, Holy Law. Suddenly, the land within a 200-yard radius around Shi Feng transformed into a gigantic sword that measured several hundred meters in length. Then, following the movement of Shi Feng's hand, the gigantic sword slashed down at the barrier. Boom. The barrier was instantly bisected, and the blue sky again appeared before everyone's eyes. Uncaring Arrogance slumped to the ground, a look of utter disbelief on his face as he looked at the vanishing threefold magic barrier. He did not react in the slightest, even as Shi Feng had slowly left with Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao on his mount. It broke. TL notes, Holy Law, action type. Requires, Sword Tier 4 Apex Legacy skill, integrate your weapon with the world and transform every object within a 200-yard radius into your weapon. All weapon bonuses will be increased by 100%. Duration, 10 seconds cooldown, 1 minute. I removed the skill's description from the chapter and moved it here since it was just a copy-paste from Chapter 263 and kinda breaks immersion. Chapter 3223, Chapter 297, Kingdom's Rookies, Chapter 297, Kingdom's Rookies Ancient River Kingdom, Gazing Moon City. After traveling continuously for over 14 hours, Shi Feng's party of 3 successfully arrived at Gazing Moon City, an ancient city with over 6 centuries of history, before the sky darkened. Sure enough, it's the same as before. When Shi Feng looked at the large city gate that easily allowed a large crowd to pass through, memories from the past gushed into his mind. Gazing Moon City was one of the ancient River Kingdom's top 10 cities. It had a stable player population of over 200 million, and it was situated in the kingdom's northwestern region. It was also the first-ranked city in the kingdom's northwestern region. The entire city was built atop a towering mountain range with an altitude of more than 100,000 meters. It served as a link between the ancient River Kingdom's northwestern and central regions. Because of this, it ranked in the kingdom's top 5 cities when it came to trade. During Shi Feng's previous life, Zero Wing had made Gazing Moon City one of its crucial bases of operations when the guild began its development in the ancient River Kingdom. The reason for this decision was that despite being one of the kingdom's top 10 cities, Gazing Moon City was not under the control of any guild. Instead, the city was ruled by several alliances formed by independent players. Among these alliances were the Twin Saints Alliance and the Purple Melody Alliance. Hence, Gazing Moon City could be regarded as a free city that was incredibly suitable for trade. Any power could develop in Gazing Moon City should they wish to do so. However, because of the presence of these player alliances, no single power should think of occupying the city for themselves. Not even the kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers should consider doing so. Currently, even though it was already getting dark, the number of players lining up to enter the city still exceeded 1,000. Moreover, more and more players were joining the queue as time passed. This situation left Shi Feng's party with no choice but to wait in line. Because of the long queue, many players waiting in line started engaging in small talk with each other. Among them, there were Tier 3, Tier 4, and even Tier 5 players discussing something with excitement on their faces. Did you hear? It seems 3 people have managed to offend the Twin Saints Alliance's Spear Zealot Saint 3. I did. I heard that those 3 people snatched Lord Saint 3's 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. The Tier 4 swordsman, the leader of the group, even insulted Lord Saint 3. Everyone in the Twin Saints Alliance is talking about this matter. What a bunch of lunatics. Not even the Tier 6 experts of hegemonic powers would dare to casually offend Saint 3. Yet, those 3 people have the gall to steal Saint 3's 7 Luminaries teleportation crystal. Nowhere in the ancient River Kingdom will be safe for them now. I heard that the Tier 4 swordsman is a titled expert who just migrated into the kingdom. A titled expert? No wonder he's so arrogant and ignorant. Unfortunately, while he might be considered a big shot in a city, he's nothing in front of the 10 great paragons. It's a pity we don't have any specific information on those 3 people. This is such a great opportunity to get into Saint 3's good graces. It is indeed a pity. I heard that the Twin Saints Alliance plans to handle this matter on its own, so it isn't going to announce those 3 people's information. It wasn't very often a major news piece relating to the kingdom's 10 great paragons would come up. Hence, many Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts jumped at the opportunity and began secretly inquiring about the 3 people who had offended the Two Saints Alliance's Saint 3. At this time, a cloaked beauty with a delicate face quietly observed the people around her, an anxious expression on her face. Is it really all right for us to come to Gazing Moon City, Brother Black Flame? Midsummer quietly asked Shi Feng after overhearing the discussions taking place around her. Wu Xiaoxiao, who stood next to Midsummer, also held deep doubts about Shi Feng's decision to come to Gazing Moon City. At this point, news of their actions had already spread across the entire ancient River Kingdom. Meanwhile, upon learning of their deeds, Tier 4 experts weren't the only ones tempted to take action. Even Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts eagerly thought of joining in on the action. It should be known that these Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were not joking. They might be prohibited from openly taking action, but there were still ways for them to covertly take action. In response to Midsummer's concerns, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "If you two wish to develop peacefully in the ancient River Kingdom in the future, the best way to achieve this would be to participate in the kingdom's annual rookie competition that's taking place in 6 days and join the ranks of the kingdom's latest generation of 10 great paragons. If you can do that, the kingdom's various powers and experts will no longer side with Saint 3. There will also be nothing Saint 3 can do against you." This, Midsummer was rendered speechless by Shi Feng's answer. The ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition was held specifically for the Tier 4 players among the kingdom's younger generation. Any Tier 4 player under level 140 could apply for the competition. However, only if one managed to get into the preliminaries top 100 could one remain in the ancient River Secret Land and have a chance at competing for a spot among the 10 great paragons. Rumor had it that the ancient River Secret Land not only housed an ancient god legacy, but it also housed a divine artifact. Hence, the ancient River Kingdom's annual rookie competition would always attract countless Tier 4 players under level 140. Many titled experts would even lower their levels and tier to level 140 Tier 4 just to participate in the competition. The ancient River Secret Land was also why the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons refused to ascend to higher tiers even after many years had passed. Because of the fierce competition, not even ordinary 4th floor experts could get into the preliminaries top 100. In past competitions, even the weakest player in the top 100 would be a titled expert. You don't have to worry about this. I have a way to get you two into the top 100. I can even give you a fighting chance against those paragons, Shi Feng said, smiling. Others might not know what secrets the Ancient River Secret Land housed, but he knew some of them. The trials awaiting players in the Ancient River Secret Land weren't a test of strength. Instead, it was more so a test of the completion rate of players' mana bodies. Moreover, the reason the Dragon Princess had teleported him to the Ancient River Kingdom should be because of the Ancient River Secret Land. After he had arrived in the Ancient River Kingdom, the Seven Luminaries Codex still did not show any reactions. So, the only explanation he could come up with for this situation was that the Codex's fragment was hidden in the Ancient River Secret Land, the most mysterious place in the Ancient River Kingdom. After waiting in line for over an hour, Shi Feng's party finally welcomed their turn. After the level 180, Tier 4 NPC soldier inspected Shi Feng's party with an identification skill, he said, "I have verified your identities. It will be 9 silver mana coins for all 3 of you to enter the city. Once you enter the city, you will have to leave within 3 days, and you may not enter the city again for 2 days. Here." Midsummer handed 9 silver mana coins to the soldier. Meanwhile, Shi Feng couldn't help but grow a little envious when he saw how much money Gazing Moon City made from each player through entrance fees alone. Many types of currency were used in the Greater God's domain. Out of all these currencies, the 3 most valuable currencies were bronze mana coins, silver mana coins, and gold mana coins, with 1 gold mana coin being worth 100 silver mana coins or 10,000 bronze mana coins. Normally, the materials one could obtain from killing a level 100 Great Lord would only be worth several bronze mana coins. Meanwhile, 1 silver mana coin could be used to exchange for 1 mana stone. However, 1 mana stone could not be used to exchange for 1 silver mana coin. As for gold mana coins, rumors mentioned that the value of 1 gold mana coin was comparable to 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal. Of course, nobody would be so foolish as to trade 7 Luminaries crystals for gold mana coins. At the heart of Gazing Moon City, inside the Twin Saints Alliance's guild hall, roughly half an hour after Shi Feng's party entered Gazing Moon City, a level 150, Tier 5 Ranger hurriedly entered a private room inside the Twin Saints Alliance's guild hall. The mana in the room was in a liquid state. Currently, there was a Tier 4 young man with messy hair sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. If one observed this young man carefully, one would notice that the mana his body radiated was already close to achieving a solid state. This scene was astonishing, as the density and strength of this mana shouldn't belong to a Tier 4 player. "What is it?" the savage-looking young man asked in a dissatisfied tone as he looked at the Tier 5 Ranger. "Those 3 people have entered Gazing Moon City, Lord Saint 3, the level 150 Ranger hurriedly reported. "Should we take action now?" Chapter 3224, Chapter 298, One Construction to Beat a Country, Chapter 298, One Construction to Beat a Country, Black Flame. The God list's 4th-ranked Asura Sword Emperor? Saint 3's lips curled into a sinister smile when he heard the Tier 5 Ranger's report. How interesting. I thought that useless, uncaring arrogance was joking with me when he told me this name. I didn't think it would be true. He is merely a titled expert from a small world, Lord Saint 3. Setting aside the fact that he is inferior to the 3rd-ranked Lord Saint 9, so long as you give me the word, I will bring him to immediately, the Tier 5 Ranger said confidently. In addition to being a titled expert, he also had an overwhelming advantage of 20 levels and 1 tier over the expert named Black Flame. Inferior to Saint 9? Saint 3 laughed when he heard the Ranger's words. "Do you know that Saint 9 lost to someone in that small world you speak of?" "Someone defeated Lord Saint 9? Could it be the God list's 1st-ranked player?" the Tier 5 Ranger exclaimed. The experts on the miniature Ancient World's God-ranked expert list would rarely clash with each other. They were only given their ranks because of the strength they displayed. Even so, if he were to name someone who could defeat Saint 9, the only person he could think of would be the God list's 1st-ranked player. "No, it's not that person," Saint 3 said, shaking his head. "Then," he snickered and continued, "he got defeated by a peerless genius nurtured by the Paimon conglomerate. From the reports, the other party is called Meteor. There is also a person named Star Snail who should be roughly as strong as Saint 9. The Tier 5 Ranger was surprised by this news, and he couldn't help but be awed by the Paimon conglomerate's strength. It should be known that Saint 9 was a rare genius that the Twin Saints Alliance would only see once every several decades. If not for Saint 3, a genius that would appear only once every century, appearing out of the blue, Saint 9 would most likely be preparing to take over the Twin Saints Alliance already. Yet, out of the internal geniuses the Paimon conglomerate had dispatched to the miniature ancient world, there was actually one who could beat Saint 9 and another who could match Saint 9. However, from a piece of insider news I got from the Paimon conglomerate, Meteor has lost to Black Flame and a female swordsman. Although the Seven Luminaries Alliance has yet to update its ranking list, the God list's top 3 should see Black Flame and that mysterious female swordsman in it, Saint 3 said with a fervent look. "So, do you understand what I want to do?" A public execution, the Tier 5 Ranger answered almost instinctively. That's right, Saint 3 said in delight. I will publicly execute that black flame in the ancient river secret land and let the various conglomerates' internal geniuses know who is the real genius. As for those two women, so long as they leave Gazing Moon City, find an opportunity to kill them and retrieve my 7 luminaries teleportation crystal. Understood. The Tier 5 Ranger bowed before leaving the room. Nighttime, Gazing Moon Hotel. The Gazing Moon Hotel was the most luxurious hotel in the heart of Gazing Moon City. Meanwhile, the hotel's top-floor VIP room was also the most expensive hotel room in the city. It cost 10 gold mana coins just to stay in the room for one night, yet the average Tier 5 expert didn't even earn 5 gold mana coins per day. I had to bankrupt myself to rent this room for 3 days, Brother Black Flame, Midsummer said as she placed her hand on her money pouch with an agonized look on her face. She had never dared to dream about staying in one of the Gazing Moon Hotel's top-floor VIP rooms before. Out of the many years she had spent in the Greater God's domain, never had she spent more than 5 silver mana coins a night renting a hotel room. Yet Shi Feng had not only helped her break this record, but he had even gotten her to rent this extravagant room for 3 whole days. If they couldn't earn any money during these 3 days, they would be so broke that they wouldn't be able to afford any food or accommodation. When Shi Feng, who had changed into a gray boiler suit, saw the anxious expressions on Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's faces, he chuckled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I called you two here for something good." Something good? Midsummer looked at Shi Feng skeptically. "What is it?" Chuckling, Shi Feng answered, "I'm taking you two to go mining." Upon hearing this, both Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao immediately rolled their eyes at Shi Feng. They were staying in the most expensive hotel room in Gazing Moon City, yet Shi Feng was now telling them to do the least profitable job in the Greater God's domain. This was already beyond extravagance. Gazing Moon City might be situated on top of a mountain range, but the ore veins surrounding it weren't particularly valuable. They were mostly copper and iron veins. There wasn't even a single grade 3 ore vein nearby. Players would be fortunate if they could earn even a single silver mana coin after toiling for an entire day. Because of this, only NPCs would be willing to work as a miner in Gazing Moon City. "You'll understand once you see it for yourself," Shi Feng said, shaking his head and chuckling when Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao glared at him. After saying so, Shi Feng took out an ancient bronze key from his bag. The key radiated a 9-colored glow, and Shi Feng turned it in mid-air after taking it out. Immediately, a space-time passage the size of a person appeared in the middle of the room. This was none other than the entrance to the miniature world formed by the primal ore vein. A primal ore vein? Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were dumbfounded when they saw the space-time passage. They weren't ignorant little girls. So long as one spent some time researching in God's domain's various libraries, one would find information on all sorts of ore veins. Meanwhile, out of the various ore veins in God's domain, the best and safest one would have to be the primal ore vein. According to rumors, a primal ore vein was a world of its own. Meanwhile, the amount of 7 luminaries crystals a primal ore vein produced each day could rival half the daily production volume of an elementary God's domain. So, gaining control over a primal ore vein would be akin to gaining control over half an elementary God's domain's wealth. So, it was only natural they would be surprised to learn that Shi Feng possessed a primal ore vein. Don't be so surprised. This primal ore vein is damaged, so I'm not sure exactly how many 7 luminaries crystals it can produce, Shi Feng said with a bitter smile when he saw the two girls' sparkling eyes. Currently, whether Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao could reach the ancient river secret land's depths depended entirely on the primal ore vein before them. There were 99 hidden constructions in the Starlight Realm, and the value of each of these hidden constructions surpassed even the total value of an entire country in the Greater God's domain. Because of this, the existence of hidden constructions was widely known in the Greater God's domain. Only 40 out of the Starlight Realm's 99 hidden constructions were found during Shi Feng's previous life. Out of these 40 hidden constructions found, one of them was situated in Gazing Moon City. Meanwhile, its name was the 100 Refinement Building. However, even though Zero Wing's base of development was in Gazing Moon City during Shi Feng's previous life, Zero Wing wasn't the one that obtained the 100 Refinement Building. Instead, it was found by the Midnight Tea Party, an adventure team that eventually became known throughout the entire Greater God's domain. Meanwhile, as its name suggested, the 100 Refinement Building allowed players to conduct 100 assisted training simulations. Of the 99 hidden constructions in the Starlight Realm, the 100 Refinement Building ranked 39th. As for the simulations the 100 Refinement Building offered to players, they weren't ordinary combat simulations. Instead, the establishment helped players simulate the perfect state of their mana bodies 100 times. It was akin to players receiving heavenly assistance in the development of their mana bodies. However, players could only enter the 100 Refinement Building once in their lifetime. Even if they deleted their accounts and created new ones, they couldn't enter the establishment for a second time. Meanwhile, the cost of purchasing the 100 Refinement Building was 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Moreover, the player seeking to purchase the hidden construction needed to have an epic mana body at a 90% completion rate or above. Currently, Shi Feng had already met the mana body criteria. All he was missing were 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. If he were to mine for 7 luminaries crystals by himself, he definitely couldn't harvest enough to purchase the 100 refinement building before the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition started in 6 days. However, as he didn't dare to casually reveal the primal ore vein's existence to just anyone, he had no choice but to get Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to help him. As for whether the primal ore vein could generate 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal in 6 days, that was entirely dependent on luck. Let's head inside if you're ready. When Shi Feng saw that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had already changed into boiler suits, he stepped into the space-time passage. Chapter 3225, Chapter 299, Astonishing Primal Ore Vein. Chapter 299, Astonishing Primal Ore Vein. Primal Ore Vein's Miniature World, Incredible. As soon as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao stepped out of the space-time passage, they were immediately shocked and awed by the sight before them. The Primal Ore Vein's miniature world was a magnificent mountain range sitting under the starry sky. Meanwhile, sparkling 7 luminaries crystals could be seen all over the mountain range. At first glance, it was as if the mountain range was made up of 7 luminaries crystals. So, this is the world formed by a primal ore vein? When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the scene before them, they more or less understood why even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would do everything they could to seize any primal ore vein they came across. However, seizing a primal ore vein was incredibly difficult. Unlike other ore veins found in the fields, primal ore veins were located inside isolated miniature worlds, and only those with the key could enter these miniature worlds. Although the key wasn't a bound item, it wouldn't necessarily drop just because its owner was killed either. Not to mention, the key didn't need to be kept in a player's bag space. Players were free to store it wherever they wanted. So, it was nigh impossible for even upper-ranking hegemonic powers to seize a primal ore vein by force. This was also why the various powers highly desired primal ore veins. Owning a primal ore vein would be equivalent to owning a stable supply of 7 luminaries crystals. Powers wouldn't have to worry about this supply getting snatched, and they wouldn't have to send large amounts of manpower to protect it. All they needed to do was to store the key in a safe and hidden location. In the Greater God's Domain, some powers would even be willing to trade a fully occupied Elementary God's Domain for a primal ore vein, an entire Elementary God's Domain. It should be known that the average hegemonic power would only have one fully occupied Elementary God's Domain. In other words, one primal ore vein was essentially equivalent to all of an ordinary hegemonic power's assets. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he saw the state of the primal ore vein. Although nearly half the entire mountain range was damaged, looking like something had pierced it, the mountain range's ambient mana was incredibly dense. Meanwhile, the density of a primal ore vein's ambient mana directly correlated to the amount of 7 luminaries crystals it could produce each day. The denser the mana a primal ore vein could generate, the greater the volume of 7 luminaries crystals it could produce. Fortunately, despite being damaged, the density of the mountain range's ambient mana was only slightly lower than an intact primal ore vein's ambient mana. So, harvesting 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals within 6 days shouldn't be out of the question. We're limited on time, so let's begin right away. If you get tired, return to the room to rest immediately. Don't push yourselves. Otherwise, it's going to affect your mining efficiency, Shi Feng said to the 2 girls before promptly approaching a nearby 7 luminaries crystal. The process of mining ores in God's Domain was simple. No particular skills were required. Players only needed to have the appropriate mining tools. Although mining tools would lose durability with use, players would receive mining proficiency in return. Meanwhile, the higher a player's mining proficiency, the more efficient they could mine ores. Compared to mining ores, locating the ores themselves was the biggest problem. It was especially true for players looking to mine 7 luminaries crystals. Because of their rarity and preciousness, searching for naturally occurring 7 luminaries crystals in a vast mountain range was an incredibly troublesome process. The good thing was that most of the primal ore vein's 7 luminaries crystals were located on the surface. This significantly reduced the mining difficulty, and they should be able to mine at high efficiency even with only 3 people. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao saw Shi Feng going into action, they grew excited and went to work as well. 7 luminaries crystals were a hard currency in God's Domain. They were much more valuable than even gold mana coins. Although rumors stated that 1 gold mana coin was just as valuable as 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal, players would usually have to spend 10 gold mana coins just to buy 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal. Even then, rarely would anybody be willing to sell their 7 luminaries crystals at such a price. After all, rather than sell 7 luminaries crystals for a bunch of coins, it'd be much better to use the crystals to hire Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts. With just 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals, one could hire the services of a Tier 6 expert for 1 month. So long as they had several Tier 6 experts guarding them, not even the Ancient River Kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers would risk attacking them unless absolutely necessary. In a sense, 7 luminaries crystals were power in the Greater God's Domain. Some international merchant alliances in the Greater Gods domain could even destroy entire kingdoms or stand toe-to-toe with upper-ranking hegemonic powers by relying only on the 7 luminaries crystals they earned. A moment later, Shi Feng arrived before a 7 luminaries crystal and began mining it carefully. Then, 30 seconds later, the large crystal transformed into a finger-sized crystal that held 2 units of 7 luminaries crystal. At the same time, the sound of a system notification also entered his ears. System, mining proficiency plus 10, apprentice miner, 10 miners 2000, obtained 0.5% EXP, how lucrative. Each crystal mined grants 0.5% EXP. Leveling up here will be at least 10 times faster than leveling up outside. No wonder the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers geniuses can level up so quickly. Shi Feng was surprised when he read the system notification. Upon reaching level 20, even Tier 4 experts would need 2 or 3 days to level up once. Moreover, this time would only increase as players reached even higher levels. Yet now, he obtained 5% EXP just from mining 7 luminaries crystals once in the primal ore vein. This place was paradise for players seeking to level up. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao finished mining their first 7 luminaries crystal, they too were dumbfounded by the rewards they got. If they were given 0.5% EXP for each 7 luminaries crystal they mined, they would only need to mine 200 crystals to level up. This was simply unbelievable. It should be known that leveling up in the fields was an incredibly tedious process. However, even peerless geniuses couldn't avoid this process. After all, geniuses might possess great talent, but they could only become a powerhouse if they had the necessary level. Without reaching a certain level, players couldn't even get promoted to higher tiers. If geniuses could spend less time grinding for levels, they could spend more time developing their techniques or searching for better weapons, equipment, and legacies. They also wouldn't have to worry about dying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the value of the primal ore vein's leveling benefit was comparable to the 7 luminaries crystals it produced. After discovering this unexpected benefit, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao began mining with even greater enthusiasm. Although neither of them was in a hurry to get promoted to Tier 5, the sooner they reached level 140, the more time they would have to spend on creating a strong mana body. This, in turn, would give them a greater advantage after they reached Tier 5. After all, an integral part of a Tier 5 player's strength was the mana body they created. The strength of a mana body Tier 5 players created for themselves would affect their combat power significantly. Depending on the quality of the mana body created, the difference between 2 Tier 5 players could be as large as the difference between a Tier 3 player and a Tier 4 player. Subsequently, time passed by rapidly. Half a day had already gone by in the blink of an eye, and Shi Feng's group of 3 had harvested all of the 7 luminaries crystals they could find in the mountain range's inner and outer zones. The trio harvested 2,100 units of 7 luminaries crystals in total. This far exceeded the total daily income of the ancient River Kingdom's superpowers. At the same time, the trio also saw their levels increasing by 2. More specifically, Shi Feng and Midsummer had reached level 131, while Wu Xiaoxiao had reached level 129. However, mining was very stamina demanding. Even Shi Feng, with his basic attributes that rivaled superior mythic monsters, had to stop and rest after mining for half a day. Unlike Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, Shi Feng did not choose to enjoy the free meals that came with the VIP room while waiting for his stamina to recover. Instead, he chose to log out of the game to rest his mind. God's Domain Association. When Shi Feng returned to the real world, he was greeted by a series of message alerts before he could even get out of his virtual gaming cabin. He received well over 100 messages, and they were sent to him from more than a dozen people. Did something happen? When Shi Feng looked at his unread messages, he saw that the majority of them came from Su Qianlu and Hidden Soul. Each of them had sent him more than 30 messages consecutively, so something urgent must have happened. Chapter 3226, Chapter 300, Miniature Ancient Worlds Changes. Chapter 300, Miniature Ancient Worlds Changes. The afternoon sun's glaring rays shone brightly into Shi Feng's room. While eating the God's Domain Association's complimentary lunch, which would typically cost 200 star coins, by the window walls, Shi Feng read through the many messages he received. How surprising. It's been only a day, yet so many changes have happened in the miniature ancient world, Shi Feng thought, astonished by the messages Su Qianlu and Hidden Soul had sent him. The majority of Su Qianlu's messages were inquiries about his safety. After all, he had gone up against a Tier 5 Demon King in the temple. Tier 5 legendary monsters were incredibly rare in God's domain. Every one of them was a walking disaster, and raiding a legendary monster typically required a team of 20 Tier 5 players or a 1,000-man legion of high-level Tier 4 players. Moreover, this was after factoring in the use of various tools. So, for a Tier 4 player to fight a Tier 5 Demon King without any support was no different than suicide. Aside from expressing her concerns, Su Qianlu also mentioned Laura Crater's unexpected appearance and how the glimmering sword had single-handedly repelled Meteor and the other geniuses from the Paimon conglomerate. Afterward, Laura had even escorted Zero Wing's team safely out of the land of ancient dragons. As for Hidden Soul, her messages had arrived only a few hours ago. Whether it was Shi Feng's performance against the Demon King Firenze or Laura's fight with Meteor, news of both had already spread across the entire miniature ancient world and caused a huge sensation. Even the Seven Luminaries Alliance had hastily updated its God-ranked expert list. However, the God-ranked expert list wasn't changed simply because of Shi Feng and Laura. Aside from the first-ranked player, everyone else on the list saw a drastic change in their ranks. This was because the Seven Luminaries Alliance had begun to record the various conglomerates' internal geniuses on the God-ranked expert list, which the Alliance did not do previously. Meanwhile, as soon as the new God list appeared, everyone in the miniature ancient world was shocked. Out of the original top 10 players on the God list, the only ones that remained in the top 10 were the first-ranked player and the fourth-ranked Ashura Sword Emperor. Everyone else was removed from the top 10. Moreover, not only did Shi Feng's position on the list not increase, but he had even fallen to 7th place. The miniature ancient world's various powers felt great pressure from this sudden change. The fact that the various conglomerates' internal geniuses were revealing themselves to the public now meant that these conglomerates intended to invest in the miniature ancient world. This was not good news for the various powers. Aside from the various conglomerates' behavior, another thing that surprised the various powers was the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Out of the top 10 positions on the God list, the Asura Mercenary Alliance occupied 2 of them. Aside from the 7th-ranked Asura Sword Emperor, there was also the 8th-ranked Glimmering Sword. This situation instantly caused the Asura Mercenary Alliance to become a hot topic. Some hegemonic powers have even started to consider strengthening their partnership with the Mercenary Alliance. However, the most astonishing piece of news Hidden Soul brought to Shi Feng would still have to be the Desolate Star Corporation's willingness to establish a trade center in the Abyssal Star Primordial City. Players unfamiliar with the Greater God's Domain might be foreign to the concept of trade centers in God's Domain, but anyone who had interacted with the various foreign powers would understand the value of a trade center. Even the various hegemonic powers would desperately seek to obtain a trade center. The trade center was a special type of construction in God's Domain. Normally, only corporations in the greater world would have the qualifications to establish trade centers. Meanwhile, a trade center functioned to help players trade in-game items for real-world currency directly and anonymously. It should be known that trades involving in-game items and real-world money could usually only be conducted privately. This transaction method carried great risks. If mishandled, players could lose both their wealth and their lives. However, players wouldn't have to worry about such problems at a trade center. They could complete the entire transaction using only their in-game identities. The real-world money they received would be debited into their accounts by the main God system, so nobody could trace where the money was sent. In exchange for this convenience service, all players needed to do was pay a small processing fee. If Abyssal Star City were to gain a trade center, it would absolutely become the heart of the miniature ancient world, as countless independent players wishing to keep their identities safe would come to do business in Abyssal Star City. In addition, the Desolate Star Corporation also offered an incredibly tempting price to Abyssal Star City 10% of the processing fees. This was an offer only the holy cities of hegemonic powers could usually receive. It should be known that a guild city with a player population of 20 million could generate a frightening amount of star coins a day through a trade center. Even if Abyssal Star City could only receive 10% of the profits, the city should still see a daily income of 50,000 star coins. If the city's population grew to 100 million, its income would also undergo a qualitative transformation. Now that the land of ancient dragons had appeared, many independent experts would definitely try to explore the God Mode regional dungeon. Meanwhile, should they look to sell the items they found during their exploration, Abyssal Star City would definitely be their best choice. At that time, even if Abyssal Star City's player population couldn't reach 100 million, it definitely wouldn't have any trouble reaching 50 million. So long as Abyssal Star City could maintain this state over a long period, both Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance would have no problems establishing a foothold in the greater world. Hence, Shi Feng promptly replied to Hidden Soul, telling her to accept the Desolate Star Corporation's conditions. Aside from Su Qianlu's and Hidden Soul's messages, another message surprised Shi Feng. Apparently, Sha Qingying had already secured 2 slots to enter the greater world. So long as Shi Feng decided on who he wanted to allocate the slots to, the people he chose would be able to come to the greater world in a week's time. These 2 people would still have time to participate in the Star Lake Legion's selection. Without much hesitation, Shi Feng chose to bring Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul to the greater world. Whether it was Gentle Snow or Hidden Soul, Both of them possessed superb talent. They were only missing an opportunity to shine. So long as they could enter the greater world, they would definitely be of great assistance to him. Meanwhile, the more people he could get into the Star Lake Legion, the greater his authority in the Legion would become. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 days had gone by already. After learning about the desolate Star Corporation's trade center and the 2 entry slots for the greater world, Shi Feng began mining for 7 luminaries crystals with even greater enthusiasm. Aside from resting in the Gazing Moon Hotel, he spent the rest of his time mining in the primal ore vein with Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, not logging off to rest for even a moment. I've collected another 100 units, Brother Black Flame, Midsummer excitedly reported to Shi Feng after she finished mining her last 7 luminaries crystal for today. We should have exceeded our quota of 10,000 units already, right? They had collected 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal in under 3 days. This was the first time she had earned wealth so quickly. At the same time, this was also the quickest she had ever leveled up, her level going from 29 to 129 in under 3 days. We've exceeded it already, Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at the 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals in his spatial bag and his level of 109 die. Let's go and take care of real business now. Chapter 3227, Chapter 301, 100 Refinement Building, Chapter 301, 100 Refinement Building, Gazing Moon City, Western District, Outer Zone. Unlike the shops in the city center, the ones in the Western District's Outer Zone were dilapidated. Even so, many independent players chose to sell their items here because of the cheap rental fee. This situation made it so that the shops here stocked more items than the high-class shops in the city center. On the overcrowded streets here, one could find even Tier 5 players hawking their items, the sight attracting many Tier 3 and Tier 4 players' attention. Freshly made Tier 4 defensive magic scroll flame barrier for 100 gold mana coins. With it, you can block at least 3 attacks from a Tier 5 legendary monster. 2 more if it's a fire-type attack. Only 1 left in stock. First come, first served. A level 165 Tier 5 berserker yelled loudly while waving around a light red ancient scroll. Aren't you asking for too much? The shop ahead is selling Tier 4 defensive magic scrolls for only 90 gold mana coins. Both can stop the attacks of legendary monsters, so why shouldn't I buy that shop's scroll instead? A level 53 Tier 4 middle-aged guardian knight said, shaking his head. Indeed, that's a huge difference of 10 gold mana coins. That's about as much as I make in a month, a level 58 Tier 3 young elementalist said, nodding in agreement. Don't be so quick to decide, the level 165 Tier 5 berserker calmly responded. Then, wearing a smile, he explained, my flame barrier is a Tier 4 peak spell. Even if you don't end up using the scroll, you can use it to research how fire-type mana operates. It can be of great help to you when you are looking to get promoted to Tier 4 or develop your mana body. It's much better than Tier 4 basic and advanced spells. If you get promoted to Tier 4 or progress in your mana body development thanks to it, wouldn't you be able to earn back those 10 coins easily? As soon as the Tier 5 berserker finished speaking, many level 150 plus Tier 4 players began competing over the defensive magic scroll. In the blink of an eye, a small auction had begun. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw this scene from a distance, mixed feelings filled her heart. She had already gotten used to seeing such scenes shortly after arriving in the Greater God's domain. Even so, she would always experience a moment of melancholy whenever she saw such scenes. Reaching Tier 5 used to be her dream. Back on the main continent in her homeworld, it was unthinkable for a Tier 5 expert to hawk wares out on the street. Any player who could reach Tier 5 would be a big shot in God's domain. Tier 5 players couldn't even be bothered to hold conversations with Tier 4 players normally, let alone hawk wares to them. However, unlike her homeworld, Tier 5 players were far too common in the Greater God's domain. Only Tier 5 experts who had created a powerful mana body could be considered a person of significance. If a player reached Tier 5 by creating a mana body that only met the minimum requirements, their standing in society wouldn't be any better than Tier 4 players. In fact, in the various powers' eyes, such a Tier 5 player would be inferior to a Tier 4 player who had completed their Tier 4 promotion using a Tier 4 peak legacy skill as their mana body's core. What are we here for, Brother Black Flame? Don't tell me you plan on settling here? Midsummer curiously asked as she looked at Shi Feng, who was leisurely leading the way. It was true that the Western District's outer zone possessed the cheapest shops and houses for sale in Gazing Moon City. However, there wasn't much hope for development in this place. Firstly, players from other cities would typically choose to do their shopping in the city center. Secondly, the security in the city center was much better than in the city's outer zone. The outer zone's patrol squads were generally made up of level 180, Tier 4 NPC soldiers only. However, the city center's patrol squads were led by level 180, Tier 5 NPCs. Even Tier 5 players would have to think twice when trying to make a move in the city center. Now that Shi Feng had well over 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, he was more than capable of affording a shop or house in the city center. We are indeed going to settle here, Shi Feng said, not bothering to withhold this information. He could also guess what was going through Midsummer's mind, so he chuckled and continued, this place is going to have incredibly great potential in the future. During his previous life, two major events occurred in the ancient River Kingdom. The first event was naturally the discovery of the 100 Refinement Building, a hidden construction that sent tremors across the entire Starlight Realm. The second event was the invasion of the Magus Kingdom. The entirety of the ancient River Kingdom's northern region eventually fell to the Magus Kingdom. As a result, many players from the northern region flocked to the other parts of the ancient River Kingdom. Among them, Gazing Moon City became the first choice for many independent players and powers. Because of this event, Gazing Moon City's player population skyrocketed to 500 million, becoming the second largest city in the ancient River Kingdom. Now that the various powers had already monopolized the shops in Gazing Moon City's city center, the most Shi Feng could do was rent the shops and lands there. He could never truly own them. However, it was a different story for the shops and lands in Gazing Moon City's outer zone. Even though the city's player population had already exceeded 200 million, there were still plenty of unoccupied shops and lands in the outer zone. Once the Magus Kingdom invaded and players flocked to Gazing Moon City, the value of the outer zone's shops and lands would also rise. At that time, their value would more than double. Moreover, that was before the 100 Refinement Building was discovered. After the hidden construction was discovered, the value of the outer zone's shops and lands wouldn't be inferior to the city center's shops and lands in the slightest. Only, Shi Feng wouldn't mention these things to Midsummer. After the trio continued walking for a short moment, they arrived in front of a dilapidated two-story building. This two-story building was situated in the mid-mountainside. Most of the buildings in the mid-mountainside were 2 or 3 floors high, so this two-story house was relatively inconspicuous. Moreover, the area it occupied was smaller than a basketball court. So, even though this building operated as a battle arena, nobody was willing to visit it. When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao saw this two-story battle arena, their first thought was to turn around and leave. However, when they saw Shi Feng walking into the building with a somewhat excited look on his face, they had no choice but to follow him. Meanwhile, this two-story battle arena was none other than the 100 Refinement Building. When Shi Feng entered the small battle arena, his eyes quickly shifted toward the old man sitting behind the front desk. "Are you perhaps looking to rent a combat room, dear customer?" The old man, who was a level 180, tier 4 great wizard, asked with an expectant gaze. "Our combat rooms are very cheap. It will only cost you 3 silver mana coins per hour." When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao heard the price mentioned by the old great wizard, a frown immediately formed on their faces. Although 3 silver mana coins weren't enough to rent an advanced combat room in the city center's battle arenas, it was enough to rent ordinary combat rooms. Compared to the large battle arenas in the city center, this shabby battle arena only had a total of 4 combat rooms on the first floor. Moreover, by the looks of things, each combat room should only be 1/5 the size of a standard combat room. The old man's asking price of 3 silver mana coins was no different than daylight robbery. It was no wonder nobody was willing to visit this establishment. "No, I don't plan on renting any combat rooms," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he smiled and continued, "May I know if this battle arena is for sale?" "For sale?" Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise. With how small and shabby this battle arena looked, nobody would be willing to visit it, even if it offered to rent its combat rooms for free. It should be known that dozens of battle arenas were located at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, even the smallest was a medium-sized battle arena with advanced combat rooms that could allow even tier 5 players to fight to their heart's desire. Meanwhile, after the old great wizard scrutinized Shi Feng for a moment, he hesitantly said, "It is for sale, but this battle arena is an old shop with a history of several centuries. I won't sell it for anything less than 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal." 11,000 units? Midsummer instantly grew furious. "You might as well be robbing us." With 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, they could already buy 2 or 3 shops in the city center so long as they could find a willing seller. The money they could earn from renting these 3 shops would be enough for an ordinary tier 5 expert to live leisurely for the rest of their life. Moreover, 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal were all of the 7 luminaries crystals they had in their possession. The old man before them was obviously pricing his shop based on their pockets. Wasn't it supposed to be 10,000 units? A hint of surprise and confusion flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he looked at the old man before him. Chapter 3228, Chapter 302, Legendary 100 Refinement Mana Body. Chapter 302, Legendary 100 Refinement Mana Body. My price stands at 11,000 units. Take it or leave it, the old man said as he looked at Midsummer. Then, he snickered and continued, "If you don't decide now, I might choose not to sell it afterward. At that time, you won't be able to buy it even if you want to. Let's go, brother Black Flame." Midsummer turned to Shi Feng when she heard the old man's words. This old bastard's clearly playing us for fools. NPCs in the Greater God's domain were no different than real people. Moreover, the higher an NPC's tier, the more intelligent they would become. There were many instances of players getting scammed by high-tiered NPCs in the Greater God's domain. There were even some NPCs that had a bounty put on their heads by upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Meanwhile, the old great wizard before them clearly had some kind of skill or spell that allowed him to see how many 7 luminaries crystals players carried, and he was trying to take nearly all of their 7 luminaries crystals. You have a deal. If you want 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, you can have them. Despite Midsummer's words, Shi Feng had agreed to the old man's price without hesitation. Midsummer naturally wasn't wrong to cast suspicion over the old man's intentions, more so after the old man before them had already shown himself capable of seeing the amount of 7 luminaries crystals they carried. Any normal player would have definitely turned around and left in such a situation, even if they were initially interested in purchasing the battle arena. However, Shi Feng had personally seen and visited the 100 Refinement building during his previous life, so he was certain this shabby battle arena was a hidden construction in reality. Although the price was different from what he heard, so long as he could purchase the 100 Refinement building, he didn't care even if he had to pay an extra 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Brother Blackflame, Shi Feng's decision dumbfounded Midsummer. Wu Xiaoxiao was similarly at a loss for words. With 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, Shi Feng could buy even a large-sized battle arena in the city center of the ancient River Kingdom's royal capital, let alone a shabby battle arena on the outskirts of Gazing Moon City. Even if Shi Feng owned a primal ore vein, such behavior was simply too extravagant. Good. I like your courage and decisiveness, young man. The old great wizard was similarly surprised by Shi Feng's answer. However, he quickly smiled and nodded approvingly. But I'll be taking too big of a loss if I give this battle arena to you for only 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. If you truly wish to buy it, these 11,000 units will only be enough to serve as a deposit. On top of these 11,000 units, you'll have to pay me another 89,000 units within a month. Then, I will give you the core key. I will not be returning your deposit if you cannot pay the remaining 89,000 units. Do you dare to accept this offer? As soon as the old great wizard finished speaking, the sound of a system notification entered the trio's ears. System, congratulations. You have triggered the legendary quest 100 Refinement Mana Body. Quest content, gather an additional 89,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal within 1 month. Rewards, the complete 100 Refinement building. Penalties unknown. System, do you accept the 100 Refinement Mana Body quest, a legendary quest? When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao saw the system notifications, their mouths gaped in shock, and they couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng. Legendary quests were incredibly rare and elusive even in the Greater God's domain. Although legendary quests came with great risks, the rewards they offered were also incredibly lucrative, so much so that they could be of great help to even Tier 6 titled experts. Yet now Shi Feng had triggered a legendary quest just by purchasing a dilapidated battle arena. This was simply unbelievable. Was the 100 Refinement building back then incomplete? At this moment, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Even Shi Feng himself was greatly surprised. He had never heard about the need to complete a legendary quest to purchase the 100 Refinement building during his previous life. The Midnight Tea Party had purchased it directly after spending only 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. There was also no need to doubt the validity of this statement. During his previous life, he shared a good relationship with the Midnight Tea Party. Hence, there was no need for the adventurer team to lie to him, especially not after they had already purchased the 100 Refinement building. Not to mention, Zero Wing owned one of the top 10 hidden constructions back then. It was vastly superior to the 100 Refinement building, which only ranked 39th out of the Starlight Realm's 99 hidden constructions. Have you made your decision, young man? The old man calmly asked as he looked at Shi Feng. I will only make this offer to you once. If you give up on it, I will not offer it to you a second time. Okay, I accept. Shi Feng nodded and handed the old man 11,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Although he wasn't sure what kind of abilities the complete 100 Refinement building possessed, he was in urgent need of the hidden construction services right now. Otherwise, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't even get through the upcoming rookie competition's preliminaries. Excellent. After counting the 7 luminaries crystals in his bag, the old man smiled and nodded, saying, Now that I've accepted your deposit, I won't keep you in the dark anymore. The 100 Refinement building, that is the real name of this building. It is one of the 99 constructions that have existed since the Starlight Realm's birth. The 100 Refinement building has 2 floors, and you can only enter each floor twice in your life. Twice per lifetime? 2 floors? Shi Feng was stunned when he heard the old man's explanation. During his previous life, the 100 Refinement building that everyone knew about only allowed players 1 entry in their lifetimes. Moreover, the 100 Refinement building only had 1 floor. There did not exist a second floor. Setting aside the second floor, just the opportunity to enter the first floor 2 times was already beyond incredible. After all, even titled experts could benefit significantly from using the first floor services once. If they could use the first floor for a second time, they could absolutely achieve a qualitative improvement. It should be known that the difficulty of developing a mana body would increase exponentially the further one progressed. Because of this, 100 simulations weren't enough to push their mana bodies to the next level. In general, 100 simulations were only enough to help players elevate their mana bodies by only half a level. However, if players could receive 200 simulations, raising their mana bodies to the next level wouldn't be out of the question. The 100 Refinement Building's first floor is the basic layer. It can only help you simulate your mana body's development 100 times, the old Great Wizard said. The second floor is the core layer. It can help you simulate the creation of a mana body 100 times. If you cannot pay up the remaining 89,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal within a month, I will take back the 100 Refinement Building. I hope you can keep this in mind. After saying so, the old Great Wizard suddenly took out a bronze key out of nowhere and handed it to Shi Feng. This is the basic layer's key. You will have complete access to the base layer with this key. As for the core layer's key, that will have to wait until you gather enough 7 Luminaries crystals for me. System, you have accepted the legendary quest 100 Refinement Mana Body. System, congratulations. You have acquired a shop in Gazing Moon City. You are now officially in possession of noble status in Gazing Moon City. You will not have to pay the entrance fee when entering Gazing Moon City. You may live permanently in Gazing Moon City. You may grant up to 10 players the right to live in Gazing Moon City for free permanently. System, you will have to pay a monthly management fee of 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal for the 100 Refinement Building. Gazing Moon City will take back the rights to the 100 Refinement Building if you fail to make payments for 3 consecutive months. Despite hearing the system notifications, Shi Feng did not move his eyes to them. Instead, he focused his gaze on the bronze key in his hand. Chapter 3299, Chapter 303, Complete Effect. Chapter 3032 Complete Effect, Gazing Moon City, 100 Refinement Building. When Shi Feng accepted the legendary quest, the old Great Wizard immediately vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the shabby battle arena and an old key. Could we have been scammed by that old man, Guild Leader Black Flame? Wu Xiaoxiao asked worriedly when she saw the old Great Wizard disappearing. Midsummer also nodded in agreement with Wu Xiaoxiao's concerns. Although the system quest was unlikely to be fake, the 100 Refinement Build's effects the old man had mentioned were simply too far-fetched to believe. It should be known that opportunities to simulate a mana body's development were extraordinarily precious in the Greater Gods domain. Normally, players could only receive such simulation opportunities using Tier 4 mana body training scrolls. However, not only did these training scrolls only provide one simulation opportunity, but they also cost 200 gold mana coins at a minimum. They were significantly more expensive than the average Tier 4 magic scroll. More importantly, Tier 4 mana body training scrolls were incredibly rare and hard to come by. Typically, one could only find these scrolls sold in the capital cities of kingdoms and empires. Moreover, they would only occasionally appear in the monthly auctions of advanced auction houses. Meanwhile, whenever a mana body training scroll appeared on auction, it would start a fierce competition among the various powers. After all, unlike geniuses that could be recruited every year, mana body training scrolls were a commodity that appeared randomly. Not to mention, mana body training scrolls were irreplaceable when it came to helping players establish a solid foundation. The benefits of using a mana body training scroll would carry on throughout the rest of a player's career in God's domain. Trying to buy one such scroll for only 200 gold mana coins was practically a dream. Yet, according to the old Great Wizard's words, players could experience simulating the development of their mana bodies 100 times with the help of the 100 Refinement Building's first floor. Entering the 100 Refinement Building once was equivalent to saving a minimum of 200 gold mana coins. If converted to 7 Luminaries crystals, that'd be 2,000 units. Yet, it only cost 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to activate the 100 Refinement Building's first floor for each player. That was a discount of 1,950 units. In other words, so long as 50 players used the 100 Refinement Building once, Shi Feng could potentially earn back all 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal he had spent on the 100 Refinement Building. No matter how Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao looked at it, this seemed too good to be true. Not to mention, there was still the second floor the old Great Wizard had mentioned. Simulations that assisted players in creating a mana body were unheard of in the Greater Gods domain. Even with the base layer's effects as a reference, the core layer's effects were heaven-defying. It should be known that mana body creation was a necessary condition for players to reach Tier 5. It was also a crucial factor that would determine a player's strength at Tier 5 and Tier 6. Depending on the quality of the mana body created when getting promoted to Tier 5, the difference between two Tier 6 players could be even bigger than the difference between a human and a dog. It was for this reason many peerless geniuses had chosen to remain at Tier 4 instead of ascending to higher tiers. If the 100 Refinement Building could truly let players simulate the creation of their mana body 100 times, even the various apex powers would lose their minds over it. It shouldn't be a scam. Looking at the bronze key in his hand, Shi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Moreover, what we should be worried about isn't whether the old man has scammed us." Originally, Shi Feng already had a huge need for 7 Luminaries crystals because of his quest to collect 300 God crystals in 3 months. Now, he had to collect another 89,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal on top of that. It should be known that the primal ore vein's production volume was about 4,000 units per day. Even if they worked without rest, they would still need 23 days to collect 89,000 units. It seems I'll have to hire some NPCs, Shi Feng sighed. Although players could hire NPCs to mine ores on their behalf, the cost would increase depending on the value of the ore vein. Simply put, the NPCs would take a cut of the ores they mined. In the case of a primal ore vein, the NPCs would take 30% of the ores they mined. This price was no different than highway robbery. This was why powers that owned a primal ore vein would usually have their own members do the mining, rather than wasting over 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal each day to hire a bunch of NPCs. Their members could even get the benefit of leveling up quickly while mining in the primal ore vein. However, Shi Feng evidently didn't have anyone he could rely on to mine the primal ore vein for him right now. So, he had no choice but to hire NPCs. Otherwise, he'd either have to do it himself or let the 7 Luminaries crystals go to waste. Fortunately, there were also benefits to hiring NPCs. Firstly, he wouldn't have to worry about the primal ore vein's safety and secrecy. Secondly, he wouldn't have to worry about the NPCs slacking off or stealing some of the harvests. Subsequently, Shi Feng, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao left the 100 Refinement Building to hire 30 NPC miners for the primal ore vein. With 30 Tier 3 NPC miners working in 2 shifts, it was possible to fully harvest all of the 7 Luminaries crystals the vein produced each day. Only, after hearing the NPC miners' asking price, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao would rather mine the primal ore vein themselves. However, there were only 3 days left before the rookie competition began. Every second counted, so Shi Feng naturally couldn't let Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao waste their time mining. After taking care of the matter regarding the NPC miners, Shi Feng had Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao quickly start their training simulations in the 100 Refinement Building. Then, after seeing the 2 girls each enter a combat room, Shi Feng also found himself an empty combat room and entered it. System, do you wish to start the 100 Refinement mode? Start, Shi Feng said without hesitation. System, the base layer's complete state is currently active. Do you wish to spend 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to undergo a perfect simulation, complete state? Shi Feng grew a little curious when he saw the system notification. Immediately, he agreed to start a perfect simulation. The 100 Refinement Building he entered during his previous life wasn't in a complete state, so it only cost 50 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to enter the 100 Refinement mode. Even then, the 100 Refinement mode still allowed him to raise the standard of his mana body by half a level, which was a significant improvement, so he couldn't help but wonder what would await him in a complete 100 Refinement mode. As soon as Shi Feng chose to start a perfect simulation, the majority of the 100+ units of 7 Luminaries crystal that remained in his bag disappeared. Immediately afterward, the old and dilapidated combat room that had barely any mana suddenly transformed into a miniature world that isolated him from the outside world. At the same time, the density of the mana in the room began skyrocketing. Gas, liquid, solid, the 100 Refinement Building's miniature worlds in his previous life only maintained their mana at a solid state. Yet, the density of the mana in the miniature world he was currently in continued to increase even after reaching a solid state. After the mana density continued to increase for nearly a minute, a presence Shi Feng was incredibly familiar with began to fill the miniature world. Meanwhile, the appearance of this presence allowed his mind to achieve an unprecedented state of flexibility and clarity. This is Eternal Energy. Chapter 3230, Chapter 304, Legendary Control, Chapter 304, Legendary Control. Initially, only a trace of eternal energy was present in the isolated combat room. However, as time continued to pass, the eternal energy in the room grew denser and denser. In less than a minute, the entire combat room was shrouded in a thin layer of light purple mist. What dense eternal energy! My brain activity has doubled at the very minimum. Even my affinity with mana has improved by 2 whole levels. This effect is unbelievable. Shi Feng mentally exclaimed time and again when he sensed the eternal energy enveloping his body. Typically, one could only find eternal energy in the many legacy lands of gods found across the greater gods domain. Even so, the eternal energy found in these legacy lands usually only existed in trace amounts. At most, it could give players an easier time learning their legacies. However, the amount of eternal energy present in this room was roughly triple the amount found in the various gods' legacy lands. It should be known that eternal energy could be used to forcibly increase a player's brain activity. Meanwhile, an increase in brain activity could bring various improvements to players. Not only would this change enhance their thinking speed, but they could also multitask at much greater efficiency. Players would also see a significant improvement in their control in various aspects. If a player's brain activity was doubled, it'd be akin to a person having an eureka moment. In such a state, it'd be difficult for a player not to improve. Not to mention, the dense eternal energy in the room also helped to increase players' affinity with mana by 2 whole levels. To put this into perspective, If an ordinary player could initially only vaguely perceive the existence and manipulate this mana as if they were wielding a greatsword with one hand, then, after having their mana affinity enhanced by this room's eternal energy, they'd become a genius who could clearly perceive mana and manipulate it as if they were a master calligrapher wielding a feather pen. They could manipulate mana to their heart's desire with little to no effort. Eternal energy was also the biggest difference separating ordinary hegemonic powers from upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Any hegemonic power seeking to climb into the upper reaches of hegemonic powers would need an eternal sanctuary of their own. This was because an eternal sanctuary could help a hegemonic power produce batch after batch of Tier 6 powerhouses continuously. As a result, upper-ranking hegemonic powers possessed far more Tier 6 experts than ordinary hegemonic powers. System. You have 100 assisted simulation opportunities remaining. Each assisted simulation will show you the perfect way to control your mana body. You may only stay in the simulation space for a maximum of 5 natural days. If you do not use up your simulation opportunities in 5 natural days, your remaining opportunities will be automatically forfeited. System. Do you wish to start the first assisted simulation? After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Shi Feng said, "Start." Shi Feng only possessed an epic mana body during his previous life. Although he had developed his mana body to the legendary 120% completion rate, it couldn't serve as a good reference for him to develop his current legendary mana body. In terms of complexity, a legendary mana body was vastly superior to an epic mana body. If he were to equate magic arrays to gears, an epic mana body would be made up of a few hundred gears, while a legendary mana body would be made up of upwards of 1,000 gears. Even with his previous life's experience, he had only managed to develop his legendary mana body to 110% completion rate before reaching a roadblock. If he wished to progress his legendary mana body by even 1%, he would have to invest a lot of time and effort into researching the proper way to control it. Fortunately, he now had the 100 refinement building to show him the way, so all he needed to do was follow and learn the example set for him. It was significantly easier than if he were to develop his legendary mana body by himself. While Shi Feng was undergoing his first assisted simulation, the occupants of the 2 rooms next to him were having their minds blown. Whether it was Wu Xiaoxiao or Midsummer, both were dumbfounded by the 100 refinement building's environment. Incredible. This is simply incredible. Midsummer grew ecstatic as she looked at her surrounding environment. Not even the Purple Melody Alliance's peerless geniuses can get to enjoy such an environment. No wonder Brother Black Flame said that Xiao Xiao and I will have a chance to pass the preliminaries. The mana body was of utmost importance to every player. Personally, Midsummer felt that she was quite talented. Not only did she get accepted into the Purple Melody Alliance at a young age, but she also quickly became a core member of the Alliance and received plenty of resources as a result. Afterward, she also cleared the World Tower's 4th floor, becoming a 4th floor expert. As an icing on the cake, she even possessed an epic mana body. Unfortunately, despite her talent and efforts, she hit a dead end after developing her epic mana body to 110% completion rate, and increasing it by even 1 more percent felt like an impossible task for her. It should be known that even a 1% difference in a mana body's completion rate could lead to a significant difference. Not to mention, the mana body would undergo a qualitative transformation every 5%. If she couldn't develop her mana body any further, a huge gap would form between her and geniuses with 115% or even 115% mana bodies. However, with the 100 refinement building's help, Midsummer was confident she could reach 115% completion rate. She might even be able to reach 150%, entering the ranks of peerless geniuses. In another combat room, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly started her assisted training as well, not daring to waste even a single moment. Wu Xiaoxiao understood very well that this was a massive, fortuitous opportunity. Ever since she entered the Greater God's domain, she came to understand just how weak her isolated homeworld and its civilization was. To make matters worse, the greater world in reality was a cruel place that operated according to the rule of the jungle. Meanwhile, the only way to succeed in the greater world was to make significant achievements. Currently, the connection between her homeworld and the greater world had yet to fully form. So, she still had some time to prepare, and she needed to take advantage of every opportunity she could get her hands on. Otherwise, it would be too late to do anything if she waited until the passage to the greater world fully formed in reality, her homeworld to disintegrate, and everyone was forced to live in the greater world. It was true that people in the greater world could live for hundreds of years. Even ordinary civilians could expect an average lifespan of more than 200 years. However, there was a very limited number of towns and cities in the greater world, and these towns and cities could only accommodate a limited population. If people wished to live in these towns and cities, they would need to make a huge contribution of star coins every year. If a person couldn't earn enough star coins to live in a town or city, they would have no choice but to work as a scavenger, collecting various resources for food out in the wilderness every day. Not only did scavengers have to live shrouded in darkness, but few could live past 100 years old. Not to mention, she had many friends and relatives she couldn't abandon. These friends and relatives were all ignorant of the greater world's cruelty. Once their homeworld integrated with the greater world, it wouldn't matter how much money or influence they previously possessed in their homeworld. None of it would matter, and they would have to start from scratch in the greater world. Time flowed rapidly, and 3 days went by in the 100 Refinement Building in the blink of an eye. Inside one of the 100 Refinement Building's combat room, Shi Feng sat cross-legged as he started his final assisted simulation. Subsequently, a translucent version of himself appeared before him. Then, his translucent doppelganger manipulated the magic arrays within its body one after another until every one of them were operating in sync. As soon as the doppelganger accomplished this, it seemingly became the ruler of this space, its every movement influencing the mana in the room. This method of control is incredible no matter how many times I look at it, Shi Feng inwardly exclaimed when he saw his doppelganger displaying the method to manipulate a legendary mana body with a 120% completion rate. Advanced mana manipulation in God's domain could be achieved by constructing some simple magic arrays to manipulate a greater number of magic arrays. When players applied this mana manipulation method to their mana bodies, they could exhibit greater strength since their mana body could operate more magic arrays. However, the control method simulated by the 100 Refinement Building for a 120% legendary mana body was completely different. Instead of creating multiple simple magic arrays to control other magic arrays, the 100 Refinement Building solution was to create a natural magic array based entirely on the operating principles of mana. Meanwhile, this magic array functioned to resonate the various types of mana that existed, which would, in turn, automatically activate all of the magic arrays in the legendary mana body. The process was akin to granting life to the mana body. So long as this natural magic array was formed, there would be no need to deliberately manipulate the legendary mana body to keep it functioning. This was a method Shi Feng had never thought of before. I've tried 354 times already. Regardless of whether I succeed or fail this time, I will have to leave for the ancient river secret land. After taking a deep breath, Shi Feng began his 355th attempt at achieving a perfect mana body. Chapter 3231, Chapter 305, Special Life Form, Chapter 305, Special Life Form. While letting the dense eternal energy in the room wrap around him, Shi Feng began carefully recreating the natural magic array composed entirely of the various elements' operating principles. Although Shi Feng had previously created a magic array based on the operating principles of dark mana in the stratified abyssal realm, the magic array was limited to only one type of mana. The natural magic array's complexity was at least 10 times greater in comparison. Even after referencing the 100 Refinement Building simulation 99 times and correcting his mistakes hundreds of times, Shi Feng still couldn't get it right. Although I understand how I should arrange the various elements, getting them to where I want is a completely different story. If it weren't for this environment, I wouldn't even be able to finish arranging 1/10 of the various elements. Sweat rolled down Shi Feng's forehead one drop after another as he arranged the various mana elements and watched the magic array in his mana body gradually forming. His current task felt 100 times more difficult than walking a tightrope on a 10,000-meter cliff. Every type of mana had its own characteristics and operating principles. So, every one of them had to be manipulated using a different method. In order to draw the complete magic array, he had to constantly switch between different manipulation methods. He couldn't just manipulate the various elements simultaneously using the same method. This meant he had to switch manipulation methods over 20 times every second. Even Grandmaster magicians would despair at such a challenge. Meanwhile, he had to keep up this constant switching throughout the entire process of drawing the magic array. If he made even the slightest mistake during this process, the magic array would crumble, and he would have to start all over again, 71%, 83%, 95%. When Shi Feng was only 5% away from completing the magic array, he became even more careful with his control. The best result he achieved previously was 94%. Never did he manage to breach the 95% threshold. Because of this, he was left with no choice but to use his 100th and final simulation opportunity to further deepen his impression over the magic array. 96%, 97%, 98%, Shi Feng forgot to even breathe when he sensed the magic array nearing completion. If he left the 100 Refinement Building's environment, the difficulty of drawing the natural magic array would double. So, should he fail this attempt, he could, at most, push his legendary mana body's completion rate to 11.8%. Although 1.8% completion rate was already an incredible result and should be superior to even a 120% epic mana body, if he wanted a better future after reaching Tier 6, it was best if he perfected his legendary mana body. This meant having to remain at Tier 4 for a considerable amount of time. When Shi Feng started working on the magic array's core, a change suddenly occurred to the various elements of mana's operating principles. As a result, he had to increase the number of manipulation methods he used each second from 24 to 30 to keep up with these changes. Although he had long since known about these changes, their arrival still put him in a bind. I must succeed. Sensing that the magic array was already 99% complete, Shi Feng ramped up his focus even further to keep up with the changes. Boom! Shi Feng's complexion had turned deathly white, and his exhausted expression made him look several years older. System, congratulations. Your legendary mana body has reached the 120% completion rate. You have become a special life form. System, you have become a special life form. Your maximum reaction speed is increased by 50%, physique is increased by 100%, concentration standard is increased by 1 level, stamina and concentration recovery rates are increased by 200%, and all basic attributes are increased by 50%. Special life form? Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the system notification. Previously, his life rating was only equivalent to the archaic species standard of monsters, also known as a higher life form. This was also the limit for most players. As for special life forms, that was already the level of heroes and six-winged Valkyries. After a brief surprise, Shi Feng sensed the mana around him gradually condensing into a solid state. His mental state also improved significantly. In my current state, I can probably hold my ground even against bona fide Tier 5 legendary monsters. Shi Feng smiled as he clenched his fists and executed a few simple punches, his fists leaving behind several overlapping afterimages and spatial cracks in their wake. Out of the various bonuses he received from becoming a special life form, the increase to his basic attributes was probably the most lackluster. A 50% increase in basic attributes might seem like a lot, but it was basically the equivalent of putting on an extra piece of fragmented legendary equipment that offered nothing but basic attributes. By itself, this bonus wasn't enough to let him achieve a qualitative improvement. His basic attributes would still be at the standard of superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, it was a different story for the increase in his concentration standard and his mana achieving a solid state. These two improvements had pushed him into the Tier 5 threshold. Now, even without upgrading Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank using Ancient Dragon's power, he could still exhibit a portion of a Tier 5 player's abilities. In short, Shi Feng had already recovered 80% of the strength he had during his previous life. Although he still wasn't at his peak, he was already at a pseudo-peak state. This was far more important than a simple increase in basic attributes. At this time, he could even execute the third sword, Holy Annihilation, without putting significant stress on his mind. After resting for about an hour in the combat room, Shi Feng looked at the time and thought, application for the rookie competition's preliminaries should have started already. It's about time to leave. When Shi Feng stepped out of the combat room, the doors to Wu Xiaoxiao's and Midsummer's combat rooms remained shut. Evidently, the two were still in the middle of developing their mana bodies. After Shi Feng waited for around half an hour, the gathering time he had agreed upon with Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer arrived. Right on time, the two girls exited their respective combat rooms, their faces showing great reluctance to part with their combat rooms. Shi Feng wasn't surprised by the two's behavior. Instead, he smiled and asked, how did it go? The 100 Refinement Building in his previous life was a place countless experts sought to visit. Meanwhile, anyone who got the opportunity to enter the 100 Refinement Building would choose to stay the full 5 days even if they had long used up all 100 of their simulation opportunities. Unfortunately, as they were pressed for time, they had no choice but to limit their stay to just 3 days. Fortunately, 3 days was already enough for players to push their mana body development to its current limit. Although players could use their excess time in the 100 Refinement Building to train in their combat techniques, skills, and spells, the amount of improvement they could make in only 2 days was very limited, so losing 2 days of training time wouldn't be a huge loss. Meanwhile, it was also evident that Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer had achieved significant growth during their 3 days in the 100 Refinement Building. Currently, the mana they radiated had already reached a fully liquid state, a vast improvement from their previous selves. The strength of their mana had also increased by a notable margin. Based on his experience, Shi Feng was certain that Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer had already broken through the 11.5% threshold, reaching the standard of peerless geniuses in the ancient River Kingdom. However, after hearing Shi Feng's question, Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer smiled at each other before answering, secret. TL notes, 1 UA. There's a reason why Shi Feng is described to have a life rating at the standard of higher life forms. Recap from Chapter 61. In terms of life rating, primal life forms did not exceed higher life forms such as demi-dragons by much. Some primal life forms were even inferior to demi-dragons when it came to life rating. However, there was one aspect in which primal life forms had an insurmountable advantage over the higher life forms. World Affinity. Chapter 3232, Chapter 36. Divine Shield Bearer, Chapter 36. Divine Shield Bearer, the ancient river secret land was a majestic island floating in the void, and 10 temples measuring over 1,000 meters in height lined the island's edges. Currently, streaks of light were constantly descending onto the plazas outside these massive temples as players across the ancient river kingdom entered the secret land one after another. The majority of the players in the crowded plazas were youths under the age of 25. Among these youths, handsome men and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. At this time, many of the youths in one particular plaza had their attention focused on 3 people. one man and two women, standing in the corner of the plaza. The man had a plain appearance. In the greater god's domain, where handsome men could be found everywhere, the man's looks were rather ordinary. However, the two women standing next to the man were as eye-catching as the sun. Of the two women, one was a great beauty with silver hair and a sultry figure, while the other was a lovely beauty with a face as delicate as jade. Both women exuded a unique temperament, and those who saw them couldn't help but want to look at them more. What beautiful women! Could they be the heiresses of some corporation? I don't think so. Look at the man standing next to them. Would the heiresses of a corporation stand with someone like that? My guess is that they're the rookie geniuses of some hegemonic power. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Rookie geniuses of a hegemonic power? It'd be great if I could get acquainted with them. Many young men started a hushed discussion among themselves as they looked at Shi Feng's group of three, their minds filled with curiosity toward the trio. The mana here is surprisingly thin. Its density doesn't even reach 1/10 of the outside world's. The gravity here is also several times that of the outside world. Even walking in this place will be a problem for the average Tier 4 player, Wu Xiaoxiao commented. She had long since grown used to being gawked at by other people, so she simply ignored the stares she received and calmly analyzed her surroundings. Even though there are so many people here, none of them seem affected by this environment. Sure enough, nobody participating in the rookie competition is simple. With the state of the mana and gravity in the ancient river secret land, players would need at least one fragmented legendary item or one full set of epic equipment equipped if they wanted to move unhindered here. They would also need to pair that equipment with control at the 3rd floor standard. However, fragmented legendary weapons and equipment remained precious even in the greater god's domain. The various powers would typically only give their core geniuses one or two fragmented legendary items. As for epic immortal equipment, they might not be as precious as fragmented legendary items, but they were still highly valuable. Yet, there were well over 100,000 players currently gathered in the plaza. Even if all of her homeworld's various powers joined forces, they couldn't even come close to mustering such a force. Moreover, these were only the players teleported to one of the ancient river secret land's temples. There were 10 such temples in the entire secret land. It might only cost 10 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to participate in the kingdom's rookie competition, but nobody will join the competition unless they are confident in their strength, Midsummer explained. This annual rookie competition is also the perfect place for rookie geniuses to market themselves to the various hegemonic powers and corporations. So long as they can get into the top 100, they can instantly become a reserve executive of one of the ancient river kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers and gain authority over a main guild city. Even if these rookie geniuses can't get into the top 100, so long as they perform excellently in the competition, they will still have a high chance of getting recruited by a hegemonic power or corporation. If they get lucky and become a corporation's core member, they will receive a big monthly salary and enter the upper echelon of the greater world's various cities. Realization dawned on Wu Xiaoxiao when she heard Midsummer's explanation. Had she not been fortunate enough to join the Green God Corporation, she would most likely be similar to these rookie geniuses in trying to market herself to attract the various hegemonic powers' attention. While Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were talking, Shi Feng turned his gaze to the center of the floating island. The fragment should be there, Shi Feng thought, a hint of anticipation burning in his eyes when he sensed the fluctuations coming from the 7 Luminaries Codex inside his bag. The 7 Luminaries Codex had remained silent all this time, yet as soon as he entered the ancient river secret land, it immediately started to show a reaction. Although the Codex only gave him a vague hint of the fragment's location, he was certain the Codex's fragment was located in the heart of the island. Now, all he needed to do was advance to the rookie competition's top 100 and entered the island's central zone to search for the fragment. Just when Shi Feng thought of analyzing the Codex's fluctuations to narrow his search radius, a deep and powerful voice suddenly came from nearby. Midsummer, Xiaoxiao, why are you two here? Subsequently, a group of 4 youths, 3 male and 1 female, approached Shi Feng's group. All 4 of these youths were at level 139. On top of that, all 4 wore a gold leaf emblem on their chest, indicating that they were all 4th floor experts. Every one of them was also equipped with upwards of 2 fragmented legendary items, with the scholarly young man standing in the lead having 4 fragmented legendary items. The white jade square shield the scholarly young man carried was even of indiscernible rank. Commander Fury. Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were greatly surprised when they saw this group of 4, especially when they saw the scholarly young man. Desolate Fury. He was the #1 genius nurtured by the Purple Melody Alliance. Only, Desolate Fury and his group typically operated in the Myriad Forest Empire, which neighbored the ancient River Kingdom. Rarely would they return to the ancient River Kingdom. Desolate Fury was currently ranked 35th out of the Myriad Forest Empire's top 100 geniuses. Several upper-ranking hegemonic powers had already extended an olive branch to him because of his strength. Only, he had rejected every invitation he had received so far. At this time, though, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao weren't the only ones to recognize Desolate Fury. Shi Feng had also recognized the scholarly young man, the Myriad Forest Empire's divine shield bearer. During Shi Feng's previous life, Desolate Fury had single-handedly defended a city from more than 20 Tier 6 experts. Although he didn't manage to kill these Tier 6 experts, he had held them back for several hours until the Myriad Forest Empire's army arrived. Desolate Fury's fame also skyrocketed after that battle. As for the shield Desolate Fury wielded at the time, although it wasn't a real divine artifact, it was a highly accurate replica of a divine artifact. However, because news of the replica got out, Desolate Fury got targeted by Demon's Gate, an apex power. Not even the Myriad Forest Empire dared to go against Demon's Gate. Adding to the fact that Desolate Fury had limited strength as an individual, he eventually disappeared from the Greater God's domain, leaving many experts lamenting this situation. Midsummer, Xiao, you two have worried us sick. At this time, a bright young swordsman standing behind Desolate Fury hurriedly stepped forward and spoke up. We heard that you two offended Saint 3, and the Twin Saints Alliance is even hunting you now. How have you two been these past few days? We're fine, Vice Commander Chaser, Midsummer said, smiling. On the contrary, we've been having a great time these past few days. Since it's such a good coincidence that we met here, why don't you join our party? The bright youth named Lightning Chaser suggested, acting as if he didn't notice Shi Feng's existence. That way, we can watch each other's backs during the competition and have an easier time entering the top 100. As soon as Lightning Chaser finished speaking, a slight frown formed on Desolate Fury's face. Their party of 4 had long since noticed Shi Feng standing with Midsummer and Wu Xiao, so they knew that the 3 should be in the same party. Meanwhile, the kingdom's rookie competition only allowed players to form up to parties of 6 to help each other during the competition. The rookie competition's preliminaries consisted of numerous rounds. For each round, players would be randomly teleported into the island's inner zone in batches of 100, and they would have to fight each other until only 10 remained. This process would be repeated until only 100 players remained. Then, the competition's primaries would begin. Because of this system, the preliminaries would be a considerably long and arduous process. If players partied up before the competition, they would be put into the same batches during the preliminaries. This allowed them to cover each other's backs and increase their chances of survival. However, their party already had 4 members. If Midsummer and Wu Xiao joined, it would mean that Shi Feng would be excluded. Although Desolate Fury had long known that Lightning Chaser was trying to woo Midsummer and Wu Xiao, he didn't expect Lightning Chaser to show so much hostility to Shi Feng simply because Shi Feng was standing with Midsummer and Wu Xiao. Chapter 3233, Chapter 307, Peerless Duo, Chapter 307, Peerless Duo. As soon as Lightning Chaser finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere instantly tensed up. Midsummer's and Wu Xiao's expressions turned a little ugly when they heard Lightning Chaser's words, chilly even. When the female cleric and male ranger on the same party as Lightning Chaser thought of dissuading the young swordsman and neutralizing this awkward situation, they suddenly noticed the lack of an adventurer's emblem on Shi Feng, and they immediately kept their mouths shut. The Greater God's domain was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak. Even if they helped resolve this awkward situation for Shi Feng, so long as he remained with Midsummer and Wu Xiao, he would continue coming across similar situations afterward. After all, Midsummer and Wu Xiao possessed beauty and temperaments that could make even beautiful women grow envious. On top of that, Midsummer and Wu Xiao also possessed great talent. Even the heirs of the greater world's corporations would deem them worthy partners. Had Shi Feng worn a golden leaf emblem, he could more or less stand on the same playing field as them. In that case, they could have considered doing him a favor and helping him out of this awkward situation. However, it simply wasn't worthwhile for them to offend Lightning Chaser, a titled expert, for someone who wasn't even at the 4th floor standard. Moreover, it was evident that Lightning Chaser was only behaving so arrogantly because he had noticed the lack of a golden leaf emblem on Shi Feng. That won't be necessary, Vice Commander Chaser, Midsummer said, her voice taking on a chilly tone. She could naturally tell that Lightning Chaser intended to exclude Shi Feng. We have already formed a party with Brother Black Flame. We don't need to join any other parties. As for Wu Xiao, she couldn't even be bothered to respond to Lightning Chaser. Midsummer had spent a considerable amount of time in the Purple Melody Alliance already. She also more or less belonged to the same generation as Lightning Chaser and Desolate Fury, so she was obliged to humor them a little. However, it was a different story for Wu Xiao. She had only joined the Purple Melody Alliance recently. She wasn't familiar with Lightning Chaser either. Black Flame? When Desolate Fury heard Midsummer mentioning Shi Feng, he couldn't help but feel as if he had heard about it before. However, he failed to recall who exactly Shi Feng was. Don't be so quick to refuse, Midsummer. I'm inviting you two into our party for your sakes, Lightning Chaser nonchalantly said. Then, he briefly glanced at Shi Feng before turning back to Midsummer, smiling as he continued. The Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 3 is indignant over your actions, and the kingdom's various powers are all keeping their eyes out for you to get into Saint 3's good graces. The various powers experts will definitely target you two during the competition, so it's going to be very difficult for you two to get into the top 100 and attract the various corporations' attention. However, so long as you join our party, the various powers experts will more or less hold back out of respect for Commander Fury and me. This will greatly increase your chances of entering the top 100. Lightning Chaser was very confident in his party. Aside from Desolate Fury, Lightning Chaser was also one of the myriad Forest Empire's top 100 geniuses. Specifically, he was ranked 98th. Saint 3 might not show them any respect, but the ancient River Kingdom's other powers would more or less have to respect them. Respect? Midsummer couldn't help but chuckle at Lightning Chaser's words. Xiao Xiao and I don't need your help. Moreover, Xiao Xiao and I aren't aiming for the top 100. You not aiming for the top 100? Lightning Chaser was a little surprised. Now that Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao had angered Saint 3, their only hope of surviving his wrath was to get within the rookie competition's top 100. If they could get within the top 100, it would more or less deter the ancient River Kingdom's various powers from interfering in their feud with Saint 3. Dealing with the Twin Saints Alliance wouldn't be a problem either. After all, the Purple Melody Alliance wasn't a pushover. So long as Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao could enter the rookie competition's top 100, the Alliance would definitely view them with much greater importance. The Alliance might even mobilize a Tier 6 Elder to protect them long term. That's right. Our goal isn't to be in the top 100, Wu Xiao Xiao suddenly said. Instead, it is to get into the overall rankings top 10. Top 10? Lightning Chaser couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Wu Xiao Xiao's statement. Do you know what kind of people is competing for the top 10 spots, Xiao Xiao? Not even the commander can confidently say he can get into the top 10. Aside from Lightning Chaser, even the female cleric and male ranger on his party couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle at Wu Xiao Xiao's declaration. Although the rookie competition wasn't a direct competition of combat power, but a competition to see who could survive the longest in the Ancient River Secret Land's Central Zone instead, those seeking to get into the competition's top 10 would still need to have a certain degree of combat power. Wu Xiao Xiao and Midsummer could indeed be considered powerful experts in the Ancient River Kingdom. However, the rookie competition was a gathering of geniuses. In this competition, Wu Xiao Xiao could only be considered average. As for Midsummer, although she had already reached the 4th floor standard, it remained unknown whether she could even get into the preliminaries top 100. As for the top 10, when the female cleric and male ranger initially received the Purple Melody Alliance's priority training, they had indeed thought of themselves as the strongest geniuses in the Ancient River Kingdom. However, after participating in the kingdom's rookie competition time and again, as well as fighting against the myriad Forest Empire's geniuses, they realized they were merely in a fool's dream. The truly peerless geniuses had never been fighting on the same level as they were since the very beginning. Evidently, the current Wu Xiao Xiao had yet to wake up from her fantasy. Setting all other factors aside, do you know what's the minimum your monobody's completion rate must be at if you wish to get into the top 10, Xiao Xiao? Lightning Chaser asked rhetorically. 115%. Moreover, this is only the bare minimum. In past competitions, the average completion rate of the top 10 rankers' mana bodies is 117%, 105%. And what about your mana body's completion rate? Is it at 105%, or has it reached 110%? In Lightning Chaser's opinion, Wu Xiao Xiao was certainly talented. However, in her current state, she should hit her limit after reaching 110%. After all, it wasn't easy to develop an epic mana body. Take Midsummer, for example. Even after receiving plenty of resources from the Purple Melody Alliance, her epic mana body's completion rate remained at 110%. She'd have to thank the heavens if she could reach 112% in the future. It should be known that even Desolate Fury, the Purple Melody Alliance's #1 genius, had only developed his epic mana body to a completion rate of 11.6%. This was why Lightning Chaser had said that even Desolate Fury couldn't confidently say that he could get into the rookie competition's top 10. 105%? 105%? Wu Xiao Xiao smiled when she heard Lightning Chaser's guesses. Immediately afterward, the intensity of her aura increased by several times. The surrounding mana also swarmed her as if they had just found their home, causing the density of her surrounding mana to increase rapidly. Gas, liquid, even after the mana around Wu Xiao Xiao had thoroughly condensed into a liquid state, its density still did not stop increasing. Boom. Suddenly, the mana surrounding Wu Xiao Xiao seemingly exploded like a geyser as it shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. While this phenomenon was occurring, Wu Xiao Xiao calmly looked at Lightning Chaser and asked, "Take a guess and see what my mana body's completion rate is." Chapter 3234, Chapter 308, Gap Chapter 308, Gap 11-15%. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at the pillar of mana rising from Wu Xiao Xiao. In the Greater God's domain, forming a pillar with one's mana was not a feat players could achieve with only a 110% epic mana body. Typically, players would need an epic mana body that had reached a 115% completion rate to accomplish such a feat. 11-15%, this was the goal countless geniuses in the Greater God's domain sought to achieve. Even Lightning Chaser, a top 100 genius in the Myriad Forest Empire, had only managed to develop his epic mana body to a completion rate of 11.4% thus far. Moreover, he was already stuck at this threshold for many months and wasn't even certain if he could ever break into the 115% threshold in the future. Every 5% of a mana body's completion rate was a major threshold. The 105th% threshold was even a monumental threshold that separated geniuses from peerless geniuses. So long as a genius could develop an epic mana body to a completion rate of 115%, they would become a hot commodity for the various hegemonic powers. Some corporations might even extend an olive branch to them. This was because only peerless geniuses could create a powerful mana body and gain strength rivaling NPC demigods when they got promoted to Tier 5 in the future. Some of the more powerful peerless geniuses could even fight against Tier 6 divine monsters without the help of any legendary weapons or equipment. So long as these peerless geniuses reached Tier 6, every one of them would become a highly influential figure in the greater god's domain. They would also stand far above ordinary Tier 6 experts. No, it's not 115%, Desolate Fury suddenly said. Even he had needed a moment to react to this unexpected development. Her mana body's completion rate should have already reached the legendary 120%. 120%? Lightning Chaser couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard Desolate Fury's words. Are you joking with me, Commander? How long had it been since Wu Xiaoxiao joined the Purple Melody Alliance? It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao hadn't even reached Tier 4 when she joined the Alliance. Her combat standard also wasn't at the 3rd floor standard at the time. Yet now, he was being told that Wu Xiaoxiao had already developed her epic mana body to the legendary 120%. The female cleric and male ranger were similarly shocked by this revelation. An epic mana body with a 120% completion rate was akin to a legend in the greater god's domain. Even Saint 3, a genius highly regarded by the ancient River Kingdom's various powers, had only managed to develop his epic mana body to a 109% completion rate thus far. There might only be a 1% difference between 11.9% and 120%, but the actual gap was like heaven and earth. One could only remain a peerless genius in a kingdom, while the other would be regarded as a legend in the greater god's domain. There should be no mistake, Desolate Fury said definitively as he looked at the mana pillar roughly 100 meters tall. The last time I met Saint 3, the mana pillar he revealed only reached a height of roughly 60 meters, and he wasn't holding back at the time. Aside from her mana body's completion rate reaching 120%, I can't think of any other explanation for why her mana pillar can reach such a height. Mana was greatly restricted in the greater god's domain, so extending a mana domain was extremely challenging for players. Getting mana to expand naturally and explosively was also an incredibly difficult task. Normally, even with a 115% epic mana body, a player could, at best, produce a mana pillar of roughly 20 meters in height. Afterward, each subsequent increase of 1% in completion rate would result in a height increase of around 10 meters. So even if Wu Xiaoxiao's epic mana body was at a 109% completion rate, it shouldn't be possible for her to produce a mana pillar that reached 100% meters in height. However, it was a different story if her mana body was at the legendary 120% completion rate. The mana body would undergo a qualitative transformation every 5%, so if Wu Xiaoxiao's mana body had reached the 120% completion rate, it would make sense that she could produce such a tall mana pillar. Meanwhile, the appearance of Wu Xiaoxiao's mana pillar also startled the other players in the plaza. A mana pillar? Her mana body's completion rate has reached 115%? You country bumpkin, can you not see how tall that mana pillar is? Do you think that's something a 115% mana body can produce? Heavens, that mana pillar's nearly 100 meters tall. A legend. She's a legend. I can't believe I get to see a legend in person. Holy crap, a 150% mana body. Who is this beauty? Many of the players present failed to comprehend the situation even after seeing the spectacular mana pillar that rose nearly 100 meters into the sky. However, when some of the more well-informed players saw the mana pillar, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. At the same time, they also wondered if Wu Xiaoxiao was the paragon of some upper-ranking hegemonic power, or a paragon nurtured internally by a conglomerate. Wu Xiaoxiao? Isn't she one of the people who had offended Saint 3? An expert with a master-ranked identification skill quickly uncovered Wu Xiaoxiao's information, and he couldn't help but be shocked by what he saw. Wasn't she supposed to be a newcomer in the Purple Melody Alliance? A 120% epic mana body? Madness. This is madness. Why is the Purple Melody Alliance staying silent towards Saint 3's behavior? How can Purple Melody treat such a peerless paragon like this? A corporation's observer wore an incredulous look on his face as he looked at the mana rising from Wu Xiaoxiao. This won't do. I have to meet with the president right away. We must pull this talent into the corporation before the upper-ranking hegemonic powers learn about her. At the same time, the hidden observers of several other corporations and hegemonic powers also promptly contacted their superiors, afraid they would miss this perfect opportunity to recruit Wu Xiaoxiao, a legend. So long as Wu Xiaoxiao was nurtured properly, she would definitely become a big shot capable of standing at the very top of the greater god's domain. The amount of assistance she could provide to a power would surpass even an entire elementary god's domain. After all, only tier 6 experts of such caliber could have any speaking rights near the heart of the greater god's domain. While all of this was taking place, Midsummer looked at Lightning Chaser's dazed expression and smiled, asking, "Do we have the qualifications to compete for the top 10 spots now, Vice Commander Chaser? We?" Lightning Chaser snapped out of his daze and looked at Midsummer. Then, realization seemingly dawned upon he asked with a stunned expression, "Don't tell me you are also." Lightning Chaser knew that Midsummer would always speak concisely. She would never use words indiscriminately. If Wu Xiaoxiao was the only person to have developed her epic mana body to a 120% completion rate, Midsummer would, at most, say that Wu Xiaoxiao could compete for the top 10 spots. Yet, Midsummer had used the word we. In other words, aside from Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer had also developed her mana body to 120%, 120% epic mana bodies? Was this possible? Looking at Lightning Chaser's stunned expression, Midsummer revealed a wicked smile and slowly said, "What do you think?" Chapter 3235, Chapter 309, Rookie Competition Begins. Chapter 309, Rookie Competition Begins. Impossible. This is impossible. When Lightning Chaser saw Midsummer's smile, his mind instantly went into denial, thinking that Midsummer must be fooling him. Midsummer was not Wu Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiaoxiao was a newcomer who had only recently joined the Purple Melody Alliance. He didn't have a particularly good understanding of Wu Xiaoxiao, so even though he found it shocking that she was talented enough to develop a 120% epic mana body, it wasn't outside the realm of possibilities. However, Midsummer had joined the Purple Melody Alliance in roughly the same generation as he did. They were former rivals, so he understood her talent and standards well. Even developing an epic mana body with a 115% completion rate was impossible for her, let alone one with the legendary 120% completion rate. It had only been some days since they had last met. There was no way he would believe that Midsummer had managed to refine her epic mana body to a 120% completion rate in such a short time. Not even in her dreams would this be possible. While Lightning Chaser was stuck in a cycle of confusion and denial, a threefold magic array suddenly appeared above the temple. The magic array was massive, covering not only the temple but also the entire plaza outside the temple. Immediately afterward, some players in the plaza received a system notification. System, participant 1,642,062, the preliminaries will begin soon. Please enter the designated teleportation magic array in the order of your number. The preliminaries have started. Midsummer. "Let's head over," Shi Feng said to Midsummer after looking at the system notification before him. Then, he walked to one of the several dozen magic arrays that had appeared in the middle of the plaza, showing no interest whatsoever in Lightning Chaser's thoughts. Midsummer nodded in response. Then, ignoring Lightning Chaser, she bid Desolate Fury, the female cleric, and the male ranger goodbye before running after Shi Feng. "She dares to ignore me?" Lightning Chaser immediately felt anger rising within him when he saw Midsummer leaving. As one of the peerless geniuses nurtured by the Purple Melody Alliance, he had a limitless future ahead of him. Normally, countless female players would flock to him. Although Midsummer was talented, she wasn't unique. Several of his female admirers could easily match her. Yet, now, Midsummer had chosen to ignore him. "You ignored her friend, so it's only natural she will take such an attitude with you," Desolate Fury said, rolling his eyes. "You've gone too far this time. You might have finally gained the Extreme Eagle Corporation's recognition and become an official successor, but Midsummer's future achievements and status definitely wouldn't be beneath yours." The female cleric and male ranger nodded, agreeing with Desolate Fury's words. Lightning Chaser indeed possessed very high status in the real world. Previously, his status as one of the Extreme Eagle Corporation's young masters was already enough to cause many hegemonic powers to fawn over him. Now that he had become one of the Extreme Eagle Corporation's official successors, his status in the real world had risen even further. However, the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this year differed from past rookie competitions. It was one of the grandest rookie competitions the kingdom had ever held in its long history. Meanwhile, this was all because of the Galaxy Conglomerate, one of the Starlight Realm's top conglomerates. The Galaxy Conglomerate had recently announced an assembly to all kingdoms and empires in the Starlight Realm. This assembly was targeted at young Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts under the age of 35, and the conglomerate intended to extend its invitation to 300 players of each tier of the two tiers. For those fortunate enough to receive an invitation, not only would they gain the Galaxy Conglomerate's precious silver membership, but they could also gain permanent access to Galaxy City, which was the Starlight Realm's holy land for business and the Galaxy Corporation's main headquarters. Setting aside Galaxy City, a place where countless players sought to enter. Just the opportunity to acquire the Galaxy Conglomerate's silver membership was already enough to tempt countless players into action. In the real world, anyone who possessed the Galaxy Conglomerate's silver membership could essentially waltz around in the greater world's various cities as if they owned the place. Even then, the various corporations based in these cities would still have to show them a certain degree of respect. Under normal circumstances, even the helmsmen of corporations would have to go through great difficulties to acquire the Galaxy Conglomerate's silver membership. Yet, the Galaxy Conglomerate was giving away 600 silver membership slots for its assembly this time. One could easily imagine how intense the competition to join the assembly would be. However, according to insider information their party received, anyone who managed to get into the top 20 of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time could skip the preliminaries to join the assembly and get promoted straight into the official competition. This was a huge boon to Tier 4 players seeking to obtain the Galaxy Conglomerate's silver membership. It should be known that the Starlight Realm was massive. Setting aside the many gods' domains that existed in the Starlight Realm, just the kingdoms and empires in the realm numbered over 1,000. So, nobody knew how many under 35 Tier 4 experts there were in the Starlight Realm. The Tier 4 players participating in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time consisted of only a small portion of the kingdom's Tier 4 youths. Even so, the number of participants had still exceeded 1 million. As for the other Tier 4 youths, they had already participated in past rookie competitions and joined the various powers, so they no longer needed to participate in the rookie competition. However, once the Galaxy Conglomerate's official selection began, it wouldn't even be strange to see over 10 million participants coming from the Ancient River Kingdom. 1,000 kingdoms would mean 10 million participants. Not to mention, there were still the bigger and stronger empires. Yet, the Tier 4 category of the Galaxy Conglomerate's official competition would only be open to 100,000 participants. After deducting the slots reserved for the various kingdoms and empires, there wouldn't be many left for those participating in the preliminaries. If players couldn't get their hands on any of the various kingdoms and empires' reserve slots, the difficulty of getting into the official competition would increase exponentially. Meanwhile, it was precisely because they had received insider information about the Galaxy Conglomerate's plans for the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition that their party had come to participate in a competition that normally wouldn't benefit them. Now that the completion rate of Midsummer's mana body had already reached 120%, she could absolutely achieve excellent results in the Galaxy Corporation's official selection. And if she were lucky and got into the top 300, her status would instantly skyrocket. At that time, even the Extreme Eagle Conglomerate would have to show her respect. Humph! So what if her mana body's completion rate has reached 20%? Lightning Chaser curled his lips in disdain. She might receive significant improvements from it, but whether she can even get into the top 20 remains uncertain. Surprisingly, Desolate Fury did not rebuke Lightning Chaser's words this time. As Lightning Chaser said, it remained uncertain whether Midsummer could even get into the rookie competition's top 20, let alone the top 10. This was because even a mana body that had reached a 120% completion rate could only provide players with a limited increase in strength. Rather than a representation of strength, a 120% mana body was more of a representation of a player's future potential. If it was before the Galaxy Conglomerate had announced its assembly a month ago, Midsummer would have had a very good chance at entering the rookie competition's top 10. However, because of the Galaxy Conglomerate's announcement and its subsequent arrangement for the rookie competition, many geniuses from the neighboring kingdoms and empires had also come to compete for the rookie competition's top 20 positions. This situation drastically increased the rookie competition's intensity. The competition was so fierce that even Desolate Fury wasn't confident he could get into the top 20. While Desolate Fury and Lightning Chaser were talking, the female cleric standing beside them looked up at translucent magic mirrors that had appeared above the plaza. Then she suddenly pointed at one of the mirrors and said, "Midsummer seems to have gotten into a precarious situation." Shown in the magic mirror the cleric pointed at was Midsummer in her icy blue robe. Aside from Midsummer, another player was shown in the same mirror, and this player was a titled expert from the Myriad Forest Empire. TL Notes made some changes in Chapter 29.4, Original, Icy Green Robe and Icy Green Hat, Changed, Icy Blue Robe and Icy Blue Hat, Chapter 3236, Chapter 310, One Finger to Bring Down the Heavens, Chapter 310, One Finger to Bring Down the Heavens. This is indeed a tricky situation. I didn't think she would meet Ocean Breeze of all people. Desolate Fury was greatly surprised when he saw the young knight displayed in the same magic mirror as Midsummer. Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, ranked 50th in combat power among the Myriad Forest Empire's young experts. Although his rank wasn't as high as Desolate Fury's, he was an anti-magic knight, the bane of all magical classes. The anti-magic knight was a peak class that could unleash an anti-magic domain. Within his anti-magic domain, all magic arrays would lose effect. It was a powerful counter against magical classes that relied mainly on spells to attack. The anti-magic domain would have been considered a perfect ability if not for its limited range. When used in the Greater Gods domain, a Tier 4 anti-magic knight could only extend their anti-magic domain up to a 50-yard radius. So long as magical class players stayed outside the anti-magic domain's range, they could freely cast their spells, and there'd be nothing the anti-magic knight could do about it. However, to make up for his anti-magic domain's lack of range, Ocean Breeze had learned an advanced silver footwork. With the help of this footwork, it was practically impossible for any Tier 4 magical class player within his sight to keep their distance from him. Ha ha ha. I already said she won't get into the top 20. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the magic mirror hovering in the air. Although he knew that Midsummer had incredible potential and could perhaps achieve a higher status than he could in the future, his mood brightened significantly when he saw that Midsummer was going to get disqualified in the first round of the preliminaries. Moreover, so long as Midsummer failed to get into the rookie competition's top 20, her chances of getting into the Galaxy Conglomerate's official competition would become very slim. If Midsummer failed to become a silver member of the Galaxy Conglomerate, he would have plenty of opportunities to get his hands on her. After all, he knew Midsummer's real identity. With the Extreme Eagle Corporation's strength, there'd be nothing Midsummer and her family could do to resist him. While Desolate Fury's party members were talking among themselves, the other experts in the plaza also turned their attention to Midsummer's fight. Isn't that beauty the companion of that legend just now? She has quite the rotten luck to meet the Knight of Thousand Winds right off the bat. It seems she's going to get disqualified on the very first round. You can't really say she has bad luck. Many experts in the Ancient River Kingdom are currently targeting her because of Saint 3. Even if she didn't come across Ocean Breeze this round, everyone she comes across would most likely make her a priority target. You might be right, but getting disqualified in the first round is still a little miserable. I wonder if Ocean Breeze will show mercy? I heard that players he kills would typically have their souls put into a weakened state for half a month. If that beauty gets put out of commission for such a long period, she'll most likely miss the Galaxy Conglomerate's assembly. You expect the Knight of Thousand Winds to show mercy? Are you dreaming? Ocean Breeze and Saint 3 are good friends. He might show mercy to others, but he definitely won't do so for that beauty. He's good friends with Saint 3? But Wu Xiaoxiao is a legend with an immeasurable future, while that beauty looks like she is close to Wu Xiaoxiao. Will Ocean Breeze really be dumb enough to offend a legend for Saint 3? The various hegemonic powers experts in the plaza engaged in an enthusiastic discussion as they looked at the magic mirror displaying Midsummer's battle. After Wu Xiaoxiao had revealed her 120% epic mana body, the various hegemonic powers experts present conducted a thorough investigation of her background. So, they knew about the conflict Wu Xiaoxiao's group had with Saint 3. Originally, everyone had planned on doing Wu Xiaoxiao a favor during the preliminaries by ignoring Midsummer and Shi Feng should they come across these two people. However, it would seem that their hopes of doing the legend a favor might be dashed soon. Out of all the people Midsummer could have encountered, she just had to meet Ocean Breeze, Saint 3's close friend. Now, whether Midsummer could pass the preliminaries' first round depended entirely on Ocean Breeze's attitude. While the spectating participants in the plaza were engaged in their discussion over Midsummer, Ocean Breeze equipped the axe and square shield he carried on his back and slowly walked toward Midsummer, continuously closing the distance between them. 100 yards, 80 yards, 70 yards. You are terribly unlucky to meet me in the first round, little beauty, Ocean Breeze said, chuckling as he looked at Midsummer, who quietly stood ahead of him. Originally, I was planning on getting rid of that Wu Xiaoxiao permanently to get Saint 3 to owe me a huge favor. I didn't think I would meet you first. Moreover, it seems your mana body's completion rate is also quite high. It should be above 115% already, right? In that case, I'll give you two options. The first option is to tell me Wu Xiaoxiao's real identity. Do that, and I will only heavily injure you. I won't annihilate your soul, and you won't have to waste all the effort you've put into developing your mana body. The second option is to restart a new account. Take your pick. Soul annihilation? Midsummer was a little surprised when she heard Ocean Breeze's words. Soul annihilation abilities were normally available to only Tier 5 existences or above. She didn't think Ocean Breeze would possess such a frightening ability at Tier 4. You can only blame yourself for having poor luck. It was only a few days ago that I fully grasped my soul annihilation ability. Although this ability is useless against Tier 5 and Tier 6 players, it is enough against Tier 4 players, Ocean Breeze said, nodding in delight. Soul annihilation abilities were powerful abilities that Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts used against lower-tiered players. However, because many kingdoms and empires prohibited high-tiered players from taking action against low-tiered players, the significance of soul annihilation abilities fell significantly in the Greater Gods domain. However, it was a different story for him. Thanks to his anti-magic knight class, he had grasped a soul annihilation ability at Tier 4, and it was even effective against players of the same tier. This was why the paragons of many kingdoms and empires would try to befriend him. Ocean Breeze admitted that an epic mana body with a 120% completion rate might be frightening. However, he could also tell that Wu Xiaoxiao didn't have very high combat standards, so he guessed that Wu Xiaoxiao simply got lucky and developed her mana body to the legendary completion rate. As long as he could destroy Wu Xiaoxiao once, she would no longer be a threat to anyone. I have poor luck? When Midsummer saw that Ocean Breeze was close to moving within 50 yards of her, she suddenly smiled. Do you think you were very lucky? As soon as Midsummer finished speaking, the intensity of her aura and the density of the mana surrounding her suddenly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, a towering mana pillar rose from her. A 100-meter mana pillar? Ocean Breeze was stunned when he saw the mana pillar rising from Midsummer. Then, he looked at Midsummer in disbelief and asked, "You are also a legend?" He had already found it shocking when he saw Wu Xiaoxiao revealing herself as a legend. He didn't think that Midsummer, an ordinary member of the Purple Melody Alliance, would also be a legend. With this, he had seen 2 legends on the same day. Others would probably think he was crazy if he told them about this. However, Ocean Breeze quickly recovered from his surprise and contemptuously saying, "You have indeed surprised me, but death remains the only outcome awaiting you." He would definitely be experiencing a huge headache right now if Midsummer wasn't a magical class player. Unfortunately for Midsummer, there was no changing reality. Not only was Midsummer a tier 4 great wizard, but there were also only 55 yards separating them right now. So long as he took one step forward, Midsummer would be within his anti-magic domain, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. After saying so, Ocean Breeze took a step forward, intending to put Midsummer within his anti-magic domain. Is that so? As if to mock Ocean Breeze, Midsummer allowed the Knight of Thousand Winds to move within 50 yards of her while she pointed at the sky. Subsequently, a huge tear in space appeared in the sky and spewed gigantic fireballs out one after another, the fireballs covering a radius of over 500 yards. Silent cast twofold, tier 4 curse, Starfire Shower. Boom. When the fireballs made contact with the ground, they instantly turned the battlefield into a sea of fire, the flames so bright their glow could be seen from across the entire island. Chapter 3237, Chapter 311, Sword Drawn, Souls Gone, Chapter 311, Sword Drawn, Souls Gone. When Midsummer's Starfire Shower descended, all magic mirrors above the plaza radiated a blinding glow, preventing anyone from looking at them directly. However, when the blinding light faded, what everyone saw shocked them to the core. The Knight of Thousand Winds got killed in one move? Crazy. This is crazy. I must be dreaming. Not only does she have a 120% mana body, but she also silent cast a twofold tier 4 curse? Who is she? Everyone in the plaza couldn't keep their mouths closed when they saw the outcome displayed in the magic mirror keeping track of Midsummer's battle. Not just Wu Xiaoxiao, but even Midsummer had a mana body that had reached the legendary 120% completion rate. Moreover, the combat prowess Midsummer displayed was utterly astounding. It should be known that Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, was not only a genius who ranked 50th in the Myriad Forest Kingdom's first-generation rankings, but due to his class, he was also the bane of all magical classes. Yet, he had died to a magical class player in one move. With such strength, Midsummer could already be put on the same level as the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. She silent cast a twofold tier 4 curse? Desolate Fury was similarly shocked when he saw Midsummer's performance. Currently, the area 5 yards ahead of Midsummer had already transformed into a lava hell. The high temperatures of this field of lava were so high that even tier 5 players would rapidly lose HP while standing in it and transform into a charred corpse in just a little more than 10 seconds. However, the power of Midsummer's attack wasn't what shocked Desolate Fury, since tier 4 curses originally possessed the power of tier 5 spells already. Not to mention, the tier 4 curse Midsummer used was even under the large-scale destruction spell category, and spells under this category were strategic-level spells in God's domain. Rather than the curse's power, what shocked Desolate Fury was the way Midsummer had cast her Starfire Shower. Tier 4 curse-ranked destruction spells were rarely used in 1 versus 1 PvP situations due to their overly long casting times. If a player wasn't capable of silent casting, it'd be incredibly foolish to even try to use such a curse. However, so long as a player could silent cast such a curse, even titled experts of the same tier would fall if they weren't careful. As for twofold tier 4 curses, if a player could silent cast one, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a moving disaster. A silent cast tier 4 curse would be weaker than a tier 4 curse that was cast normally, so it wasn't impossible for a tier 4 titled expert to try and defend against it. However, a silent cast twofold tier 4 curse was something not even titled experts could defend against. This was because the moment they blocked the first tier 4 curse, the second tier 4 curse would immediately follow. With the limitations of a tier 4 player's strength, there was no way a tier 4 player could react in time before they got hit by the second tier 4 curse. Typically, when tier 4 players were going up against an expert capable of silent casting twofold tier 4 curses, their only option was to put as much distance between themselves and the caster as possible. It was simply impossible for a Tier 4 player to react to such an attack at close range. Hence, Tier 4 experts capable of silent casting twofold Tier 4 curses were regarded as nigh invincible among Tier 4 players. Of course, silent casting a twofold Tier 4 curse was incredibly difficult. Even among titled experts, only a small minority of magical class paragons could accomplish it. Not only did accomplishing such a feat require the caster to have an extremely high affinity with mana, but the caster would also need a considerably high mastery over the various elements of mana. These were harsh requirements that most Tier 4 players would find impossible to meet. Damn it. When Lightning Chaser saw Midsummer's goddess-like appearance displayed in the magic mirror, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Why is she in the same party with that guy? If it weren't for that insignificant bastard, Midsummer would have never behaved so indifferently to me. It's all that bastard's fault. The combination of a 120% epic mana body and the ability to silent cast a twofold Tier 4 curse was enough to place Midsummer at the top of even the Myriad Forest Empire. She would be put on the same level as the Empire's paragons, and even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would fight to recruit her. The status she could gain would surpass his status as a corporation's potential successor. Originally, this beautiful and talented goddess could have been his, yet now he had missed the opportunity to obtain her. When Lightning Chaser thought up to this point, his gaze turned toward the magic mirror displaying Shi Feng's figure, his eyes filled with envy and killing intent as he watched Shi Feng walking in a forest. He, an official successor of the Extreme Eagle Corporation, had lost to some nobody? Moreover, this nobody didn't even have a golden leaf emblem. If this nobody were to talk out on the streets, an ordinary beauty wouldn't even glance at him. Shortly after Lightning Chaser started watching Shi Feng, his blood pressure spiked again. Currently, displayed in the magic mirror were Shi Feng and Wu Xiaoxiao walking together. However, every expert the two came across was dealt with by Wu Xiaoxiao. Although Wu Xiaoxiao wasn't as strong as Midsummer, she could still silent casting Tier 4 curses, so her combat power was comparable to titled experts. Meanwhile, throughout this entire time, Shi Feng only watched from the side and quietly waited to get promoted through the round. However, what Lightning Chaser couldn't stomach the most was that Shi Feng was chatting merrily with Wu Xiaoxiao. The bastard was utterly shameless. At this time, Lightning Chaser wasn't the only person directing feelings of anger and jealousy at Shi Feng. Many young men in the plaza also started to behave this way toward Shi Feng. Not only was Shi Feng acquainted with two goddess-like individuals, but they even shared a close relationship, evidenced by how they interacted with one another. Subsequently, as time passed, fewer players remained in the various regions of the preliminaries first round. At some point, the various youths watching Shi Feng's and Wu Xiaoxiao's actions suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, now that the goddess is pinned down by a titled expert, let's see what that bastard will do. He has to go up against 3 4th floor experts simultaneously. That bastard is definitely going to embarrass himself in front of the goddess. Bets are open. Guess how many seconds that kid can last? How many seconds? Aren't you overestimating that guy? He only survived until now because he was lucky enough to get acquainted with the two goddesses. However, his luck ends here. With 3 4th floor experts as his opponents, the fight will end in 1 second. When the spectating participants saw 3 young men wearing golden leaf emblems slowly closing in on Shi Feng, they couldn't help but grow excited. It was especially so for Lightning Chaser. Quickly get rid of him. Let Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao see just how weak he is, Lightning Chaser muttered excitedly as he looked at the magic mirror. So what if Shi Feng got to be in the same party as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao? He was merely an ant who hadn't even reached the World Tower's 4th floor. In the end, he was still going to get disqualified. Black flame. When Desolate Fury looked at Shi Feng's figure displayed in the magic mirror, he muttered to himself, "Why do I keep feeling as if I've seen him before? How could you possibly have met that kid before, Commander? He's merely an ant who doesn't even have a golden leaf. You normally only interact with the Myriad Forest Empire's peerless geniuses. That kid can't possibly be one of those peerless geniuses, right?" Lightning Chaser said, scoffing. While Lightning Chaser was speaking, the 3 4th floor experts displayed in the magic mirror sneered and began their offensive on Shi Feng. However, as if they wanted to toy with Shi Feng in front of Wu Xiaoxiao, they deliberately slowed down their movements. Then, when they were within 10 yards of Shi Feng, all 3 attacked Shi Feng simultaneously, one slashing with a longsword, another smashing with a warhammer, and another stabbing with a pair of daggers. Even though the 3 youths were already holding back, which was evidenced by their lack of skill usage, the speed and frequency of their attacks were still too much for ordinary Tier 4 players to keep up with. Moreover, all 3 of them attacked from Shi Feng's blind spots. When the 3 youths' attacks were within 1 yard of reaching their target, Shi Feng, who had remained motionless all this time, suddenly moved. Draw, swing, sheath, Shi Feng executed 3 simple movements nearly in slow motion in the eyes of the spectating participants. However, even though Shi Feng's movements were slow and gentle, the 3 4th floor experts failed to react to his movements. Or, more specifically, as if their bodies became frozen in time, the 3 youths stopped moving altogether and simply allowed Shi Feng's sword to cut across their necks. Even until their HP had fallen to 0, the 3 did not show the slightest bit of resistance. The spectators were dumbfounded when they saw this, and silence enveloped the entire plaza. What just happened? Chapter 3238, Chapter 324, Asura Sword Emperor, Chapter 312, Asura Sword Emperor, no, impossible. Lightning Chaser couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 3/4 floor experts in the magic mirror collapsing to the ground. Shi Feng had not only killed 3/4 floor experts in one move, but he had also done so without using any skills or combat techniques. All he did was swing his sword. 4th floor experts were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. They would be regarded as powerful experts in any city. Unless there was an overwhelming gap in basic attributes, even titled experts would need to put in some effort to kill an ordinary 4th floor expert. After all, experts of this caliber would have all factors within their immediate vicinity under their control. They could also make perfect predictions of their opponent's attacks and take the necessary countermeasures. Unless they were targeted by a powerful AoE attack that couldn't be dodged, there was no way they could be killed instantly. Yet 3 4th floor experts were killed by Shi Feng, an ant who didn't have a golden leaf emblem with only one slash. Even dreams would be more believable than this situation. This situation was so unbelievable that Lightning Chaser couldn't help but suspect if the 3 4th floor youths were paid actors. Otherwise, why would they stand still and do nothing as Shi Feng killed them? Lightning Chaser wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. Many of the spectating participants in the plaza also thought as such. Aside from the 3 youths being actors hired by Shi Feng, they couldn't think of any other reason to explain this bewildering situation. While the spectators were speculating whether the 3 youths were paid actors hired by Shi Feng, the expression of the young male assassin fighting Wu Xiaoxiao turned ashen as he looked at Shi Feng. He has a tier 5 physique? Although this assassin youth spoke under his breath, his voice was conveyed clearly through the magic mirror, and his speculation shocked the spectating crowd. Could he have a piece of legendary equipment equipped? No wonder those 3 failed to even react. There's no way tier 4 players can keep up with a tier 5 physique's reaction speed. Legendary equipment? Could he be from an upper-ranking hegemonic power? Everyone participating in the rookie competition was a genius among the ancient River Kingdom's younger generation. Although they had yet to get promoted to tier 5, they understood the significance of having a tier 5 physique. Invincibility among tier 4. Indeed, this was true invincibility among tier 4. Players would see a huge improvement in various parameters for every tier they climbed in God's domain. It was especially true for their physique. The stronger a player's physique, the higher their reaction speed's limit would be. If one compared the reaction speed limits of an ordinary tier 4 expert and a tier 4 titled expert, the difference would only be about the same as the gap between the tier 3 and tier 4 standard, which was a relatively small gap. It was just that titled experts were much better at pushing their reaction speeds to their limit, with some even capable of keeping their reaction speed at maximum at all times. In contrast, ordinary tier 4 experts couldn't even push their reaction speeds to their limit. Hence, even after setting aside factors such as equipment and basic attributes, there was still a massive gap in combat performance between ordinary experts and titled experts. However, the difference between having a tier 4 physique and a tier 5 physique would create a much bigger gap in reaction speeds. It was basically a difference between 1 and 2. In the time it took a tier 4 titled expert to execute 1 attack, a tier 5 expert could execute 2 attacks. In other words, should the 2 clash, the tier 4 titled expert would only be halfway to completing their defensive maneuver when the tier 5 expert had already completed their attack. The tier 4 titled expert's body simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the tier 5 player's attack. Just this point alone made it impossible for most tier 4 players to go up against tier 5 players. This was also why transcending tiers was such a difficult feat in God's domain. If players wished to fight opponents of a higher tier in God's domain, especially at the higher tiers, they'd need to have a legendary weapon or equipment. Either that or Hall of Fame level fragmented legendary equipment at the very least. Otherwise, attempting such a challenge would be no different than committing suicide. Damn it, he's nothing but an ant who doesn't even have a golden leaf emblem. How can he have a piece of legendary equipment? Lightning Chaser went mad with jealousy as he looked at Shi Feng in the magic mirror. Legendary weapons and equipment served as foundations for the greater God's domain's various powers. They were so rare and precious that even the tier 6 experts of hegemonic powers wouldn't necessarily have one. So, how could an ant who couldn't even conquer the world tower's 4th floor own one? Even though Lightning Chaser had already become an official successor of the Extreme Eagle Corporation, the corporation would only assign a legendary weapon or equipment to him after he had gotten promoted to tier 5. He couldn't get his hands on one at tier 4 even if he wanted to. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were extremely precious. Any one of them could be used to create a powerhouse capable of transcending tiers. Only after players had reached tier 5 could they adequately protect the legendary weapon and equipment they owned. Apart from upper-ranking hegemonic powers, apex powers, and conglomerates, no other power would dare to put their legendary weapons and equipment in the hands of a tier 4 player. While the spectating crowd was looking at Shi Feng enviously, Desolate Era, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly gasped. "I remember now," Desolate Era exclaimed in realization. I remember where I heard Black Flame's name from. Commander? Lightning Chaser looked at Desolate Fury in confusion, failing to understand what was going through the other party's mind. So, what if Desolate Era had heard Black Flame's name before? Black Flame was now the #1 target Lightning Chaser had to deal with, not only because of Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao, but also because legendary items were incredibly important to the Extreme Eagle Corporation. If he could get his hands on an additional piece, he would have 2 legendary items in his possession once he got promoted to Tier 5. At that time, he would have a greater chance of becoming first in the corporation's line of succession. I was wondering why I had such a deep impression of Black Flame's name before, but now I know why, Desolate Era said, a flash of awe appearing in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng's figure. It's because I happened to watch a recording of Black Flame fighting, and that recording was shown to me by none other than the Empire's #2 Paragon. He even showed great interest in Black Flame. Are you joking with me, Commander? That Paragon from the Paimon conglomerate is interested in him? Lightning Chaser was dumbfounded. The Paragon in question was a genius from the Paimon conglomerate who had shocked the entire Myriad Forest Empire. Not only did he triumph over the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers' young Paragons, but he had also fought the Myriad Forest Empire's publicly acknowledged #1 monster to a standstill. If it weren't for the battlefield's constantly shrinking size putting the Paimon conglomerate's Paragon at a disadvantage, he wouldn't necessarily be in second place right now. I'm not joking, Desolate Fury said, shaking his head. Then, with admiration, he continued, Brother Black Flame had outperformed the Paimon conglomerate's meteor in the video. Moreover, in the miniature ancient world that the Starlight Realm's various hegemonic powers and even conglomerates have chosen to invest in, Brother Black Flame is known as the Asura Sword Emperor, and currently ranks 7th on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's God list. He is much stronger than even the Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 9. Chapter 3239, Chapter 33W, Astonishing Identity, Chapter 333W, Astonishing Identity, TL Notes, made some changes to Chapter 36 and Chapter 311. Chapter 306, Original, if players partied up before the competition, they would be put into the same batches during the preliminaries. This allowed them to cover each other's backs and increase their chances of survival. Edited, if players partied up before the competition, they could cover each other's backs and increase their chances of survival if they got assigned to the same batch. I misinterpreted the Raws. Chapter 311, Original. It should be known that Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, was not only a genius who ranked 50th in the Myriad Forest Kingdom's first-generation rankings, but due to his class, he was also the bane of all magical classes. Edited, it should be known that Ocean Breeze, the Knight of Thousand Winds, was not only a genius who ranked 50th among the Myriad Forest Kingdom's younger generation, but due to his class, he was also the bane of all magical classes. I suspect it is a typo. 7th on the God list, recognized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance as the Asura Sword Emperor, stronger than even Saint 9. The information Desolate Fury revealed caused Lightning Chaser's mind to doubt his worldview. Although Lightning Chaser understood every individual word said by Desolate Fury, these words pieced together made zero sense to him. Setting the God list aside, just the fact that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was using a title to address a player meant that this player had already gained the Alliance's recognition. In other words, this player would be a titled expert recognized by the entire Greater Gods domain. But how could Black Flame, a person who didn't even have a Golden Leaf emblem, be a titled expert recognized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance? Moreover, he was stronger than even Saint 9. No matter how Lightning Chaser looked at it, this was simply a joke. It should be known that Saint 9 used to be one of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. He had only withdrawn from the position after getting defeated by Saint 3. However, that didn't mean Saint 9 was no longer worthy of being one of the 10 great paragons. On the contrary, he could occupy a different position among the 10 great paragons whenever he wanted. Moreover, he would rank within the top 5. Asura Sword Emperor? So, he's that miniature ancient world's rumored Asura Sword Emperor? He's the 7th paragon in that miniature ancient world's god list? No wonder he can kill 4th floor experts like he is killing ants. I see. So that's why the 2 goddesses are showing him so much favor. If he's someone superior to Saint 9, even the young heiresses of the Starlight Realm's top 100 corporations will look at him favorably. When the others in the plaza heard Desolate Fury's exclamation, some of the more well-informed geniuses of hegemonic powers quickly came to a realization. At the same time, the envy in their eyes disappeared when they looked at Shi Feng in the magic mirror. Instead, replacing it was feelings of reverence. The Greater Gods domain was an incomparable harsh place. It was a world where might was right and where the strong preyed upon the weak. This was because only those who were strong in the Greater Gods domain could live a better and longer life in the greater world. Many corporations in the greater world even depended on the Greater Gods domain's powerhouses for their prosperity. Meanwhile, Shi Feng evidently possessed the qualifications to join the ranks of the Greater Gods domain's powerhouses in the future. Let alone talented beauties, even young men would be tempted to make a move on him. Brother Black Flame is that powerful. When Midsummer, who had just concluded her first round, overheard the discussions of the surrounding players, she couldn't help but look at Shi Feng's figure in the mirror with widened eyes. Although Shi Feng had already shown astonishing strength when he fought against Uncaring Arrogance's team, his achievements mentioned by the spectating crowd were on a completely different level. The fact that Shi Feng was stronger than Saint 9 meant that he was at least equal to Saint 3. With such strength, he could already compete for the position of the Ancient River Kingdom's first paragon. While the spectators in the plaza were having their impression of Shi Feng refreshed, Shi Feng gradually walked over to Wu Xiaoqiao and the titled assassin she fought. When the titled assassin saw this, he hurriedly distanced himself from Wu Xiaoqiao and eyed Shi Feng warily. "Let's talk things out, Brother Black Flame. I am Unforgettable Leaf, and I am from the Myriad Forest Empire's Heavenly Boa Guild. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I don't have any intentions of being your enemy. I was only buying time and waiting until the round was over. I meant to do nothing more than that," Unforgettable Leaf hurriedly explained after taking his mask off. A player with a Tier 5 physique was not an opponent a Tier 4 titled expert could go up against. His current goal was only to get into the rookie competition's top 20 and advance to the Galaxy Conglomerate's official competition. If he couldn't get into the rookie competition's top 20, the challenges he'd have to face to get into the official competition would increase drastically. The Heavenly Boa Guild's Unforgettable Leaf? When Wu Xiaoxiao heard Unforgettable Leaf reporting his identity, she subconsciously stopped chanting her incantation, and a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Any player who had lived in the Ancient River Kingdom for some time would have most likely heard of the Heavenly Boa Guild's name. Where 6 hegemonic powers ruled the Ancient River Kingdom, 3 guilds managed the Myriad Forest Empire. Meanwhile, Heavenly Boa was one of these 3 guilds. The guild was not only funded by 2 of the Starlight Realm's top 100 corporations, but it also possessed a paragon that the entire Myriad Forest Empire could only see once every century. Thanks to these factors, Heavenly Boa was currently the closest existence to becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Myriad Forest Empire. As for Unforgettable Leaf, he was quite the famous individual in the Myriad Forest Empire. He ranked 32nd during the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Not only was he one of the reserve executives being nurtured by Heavenly Boa, but he had also taken on the position of Vice Commander of Heavenly Boa's 3rd Trump Card Legion already. One could see how much Heavenly Boa valued him through this arrangement. "So you know me, Miss Xiaoxiao?" Unforgettable Leaf smiled when he saw that Wu Xiaoxiao recognized him. He had previously worried that Shi Feng might not know him. However, things were fine now that Wu Xiaoxiao knew his identity. After all, no power in the Ancient River Kingdom dared to offend Heavenly Boa. Shi Feng might be able to do as he pleased in the Ancient River Secret Land, but once he left the Secret Land, the Heavenly Boa Guild would have plenty of ways to kill him. However, even after hearing Unforgettable Leaf's introduction, Shi Feng calmly asked, "Are you done yapping, Brother Black Flame? I am here with an important mission from the guild this time." Unforgettable Leaf's voice grew cold when he saw that Shi Feng did not stop approaching him. "If we continue fighting, it wouldn't do either of us any good. So, you're saying you can kill us, but we can't kill you. Is that right?" Shi Feng chuckled. If Unforgettable Leaf truly intended to wait out the round, he could have simply hidden in the woods and nobody would be able to find him. Yet, he did not do so. Instead, he had attacked them without hesitation, all because he thought he could bully them. "I already said this is a misunderstanding, Brother Black Flame." Unforgettable Leaf did not refute Shi Feng's words. Instead, he lowered his voice even further as he said, "Why must you be so aggressive, Brother Black Flame? Do you think I can't beat you or escape safely from here?" The assassin class possessed the greatest survivability out in the fields. If an assassin's initial strike failed, they could simply run away and nobody could catch up to them. Although Unforgettable Leaf was confident he could escape from Shi Feng, doing so would require him to use some of his trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to bear with Shi Feng. If he really made use of his trump cards, the only thing Shi Feng could do was watch him get away. "Try and see if you can escape from me then," Shi Feng said in response to Unforgettable Leaf's confidence. Immediately afterward, a ripple of mana spread from under his feet, instantly covering a radius of 500 yards. Then, the shadow of a miniature world descended upon the covered area, isolating it from the outside world. Even the magic mirror in the plaza could no longer capture what was happening inside the affected area. World Creation. Chapter 3240, Chapter 314, True Swordsman. Chapter 314, True Swordsman, World Creation. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw the miniature world's shadow descending upon the forest. World creation was an ultimate technique that only an incredibly small number of Tier 5 magical class NPCs could perform. Meanwhile, any Tier 5 player capable of executing world creation would be invincible among players of the same tier. Although there were some peerless geniuses in the Greater Gods domain capable of using world creation at Tier 4, their world creation was incomplete. They could only exert a limited suppression on their opponents using the power of the world they created. They couldn't prevent their opponents from using the mana in the affected area. In comparison, a player who could perform a complete world creation could not only influence their opponent's ability to use ambient mana, but could also suppress their opponent's life rating. This was why Tier 5 players who had mastered world creation were known to be invincible at Tier 5. Life rating was the foundation of all creatures in God's domain, and players were no exception. So long as a player's life rating was weakened, not only would they face a serious reduction in basic attributes, but even their physique would plummet. It was essentially an overall reduction in combat power. In a fight between two Tier 5 players, adding world creation to one side was enough to separate the two players into two different levels. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng's world creation took effect, Unforgettable Leaf's overall parameters instantly fell to the Tier 3 standard. At this time, Unforgettable Leaf most likely couldn't even beat an ordinary Tier 4 expert, let alone escape from the miniature world Shi Feng created. World creation was more like a super large magic barrier than a normal mana domain. Meanwhile, the walls of a complete world creation were something even Tier 5 players would have to expend significant effort to break through. With his life rating reduced to the Tier 3 standard, there was no way Unforgettable Leaf could do anything against it. While Wu Xiaoxiao was looking at Shi Feng's world creation in disbelief, the spectators in the plaza were also experiencing a moment of shock. What happened? Why did the magic mirror stop working? What happened over there? I remember that the magic mirror can only observe areas up to a certain distance. If the selected area is too far, the magic mirror cannot observe it. But we are all on this floating island in the ancient river secret land right now, so it shouldn't be possible for them to be outside the magic mirror's viewing range. No, there is another possibility. The magic mirror can only observe scenes in the same world. Since the magic mirror can't locate them, they should be in a different world from us. That shouldn't be possible, right? They're currently in the competition area, so how can they be teleported out of the competition area? Moreover, the magic mirror shouldn't show a blank image even if they get teleported out of the competition area. It should continue showing the battlefield. No, no, no. There is one other possibility that can block the magic mirror's viewing without leaving the competition area. Could it be, do you mean, world creation? The many players in the plaza started voicing all sorts of speculations when they saw the magic mirror suddenly failing to display the battle between Shi Feng and Unforgettable Leaf. Unforgettable Leaf was ranked 32nd among the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation geniuses. He might not be as strong as the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons, but nobody could stop him out in the fields if he focused on escaping. Meanwhile, should Unforgettable Leaf successfully get away, Shi Feng's group of 3 would have to be very concerned in subsequent rounds of the rookie competition. The assassin class's strong suit was not direct combat. Instead, the class shined in assassination techniques. Relying on these assassination techniques, an assassin could even kill players of a higher tier. After all, if a Tier 5 player received a vital hit from a Tier 4 player and got heavily injured, unless there was a massive difference in levels and basic attributes, it was entirely possible for the Tier 4 player to deal enough damage to kill the Tier 5 player before the latter could recover. Previously, Unforgettable Leaf had fought Wu Xiaoxiao head-on from beginning to end. He never showed the assassin class's true capabilities and simply thought of having Wu Xiaoxiao watch how Shi Feng got killed. Otherwise, with Wu Xiaoxiao's vastly inferior combat standards, Unforgettable Leaf could have long since killed Wu Xiaoxiao. Commander, do you think Black Flame has really mastered world creation? The female cleric from the Purple Melody Alliance asked Desolate Fury when she saw the magic mirror's black screen, her eyes full of yearning. World creation was a goal all magical class players in God's domain dreamed of achieving. Anyone who could master world creation would be highly valued by the various hegemonic powers. They would also be given an elder's seat immediately if they joined a hegemonic power, even if they were only at Tier 5. It should be a complete world creation, Desolate Fury said, a hint of envy in his eyes. Although the magic mirror isn't a powerful observation tool, it is made using magic that has been passed down from primordial times. An imperfect world creation isn't enough to stop it. So what if he knows world creation? Lightning Chaser suddenly smiled. Do you really think he can kill that Unforgettable Leaf with only this much? Have you two forgotten what Unforgettable Leaf's title is? Even the 6th Paragon had to expend quite a lot of effort to kill him during the Battle of Geniuses. If not for the dueling arena being overly small, Unforgettable Leaf might have even survived until the end of the round. Lightning Chaser admitted that he could no longer afford to clash against Shi Feng. Shi Feng having strength that surpassed Saint 9 meant the various hegemonic powers would definitely extend an olive branch to him. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would most likely try to recruit him. Although the Extreme Eagle Corporation's influence and strength in the Greater God's domain were above ordinary hegemonic powers, it was still significantly inferior to upper-ranking hegemonic powers. If Shi Feng were to join an upper-ranking hegemonic power, he would most likely be put in a high position. In that case, Lightning Chaser could no longer afford to offend Shi Feng. However, it was a different story for Unforgettable Leaf. Unforgettable Leaf was a future executive of the Heavenly Boa Guild. Meanwhile, Heavenly Boa was in existence with great prospects of becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the future. So, Unforgettable Leaf did not have any reasons to fear Shi Feng. Meanwhile, now that Shi Feng had offended Unforgettable Leaf with Unforgettable Leaf's vengeful personality, the assassin would definitely make it impossible for Shi Feng's group to advance to the preliminaries top 100 if Shi Feng failed to kill him here. Inside the combat zone, after Shi Feng's world creation took effect, Unforgettable Leaf gradually disappeared from Shi Feng's and Wu Xiaoxiao's vision and perception. A moment later, his presence in the miniature world disappeared completely. Black Flame, do you really think I'll be afraid of you out in the fields? I'll let you know why the Seven Luminaries Alliance gave me the title of Undying Shadow. Unforgettable Leaf's voice came from all directions and constantly echoed throughout the woods surrounding Shi Feng and Wu Xiaoxiao, making it impossible to track his whereabouts. Void Walk and Shadowless Killing Intent? Shi Feng glanced at the swaying trees around him, sensing that Unforgettable Leaf's presence was everywhere in the surrounding woods. Yet, at the same time, the assassin was like a ghost that did not exist. Moreover, Shi Feng could feel the killing intent that filled the air around him. It felt as if a dagger could pop out from anywhere to stab him at any time. If the average person were subjected to this situation, they would have to constantly keep their minds focused on their surroundings. Under such pressure, they would expend concentration rapidly, and they wouldn't be able to stay in battle for very long. Take Wu Xiaoxiao, for example. Even though she wasn't moving her body, her complexion had turned pale, an indicator that she was exhausting her concentration rapidly. That's right, I was originally saving this move for when I am competing for the top 10 since using it places a huge burden on my mind. But now, I'll test it on you two. When Unforgettable Leaf looked at Shi Feng standing still from the void, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. World creation was indeed a powerful technique, however, it had little effect on experts who had mastered Void Walk. This was because Void Walk allowed its user to travel out of their original world and traverse in the void, making it impossible for the players in the original world to perceive the user's location. Players going against a Void Walk user couldn't even attack the latter. They could only wait for the Void Walk user to leave the void and attack them first. However, Unforgettable Leaf did not need to leave the void to attack Shi Feng. He simply needed to launch mental attacks from absolute safety. Void Walk? When Wu Xiaoxiao heard Unforgettable Leaf's unabashed admission, her expression became even more gloomy. Void Walk was a technique comparable to world creation. Once mastered, a player could freely come and go from a battlefield. While Wu Xiaoxiao was falling into despair, Shi Feng suddenly turned to look at a nearby treetop. Do you really think a measly Void Walk is enough to keep you safe from me? After saying so, Shi Feng suddenly disappeared and reappeared before the treetop he had eyed previously. Then, he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and brandished it against the treetop. Immediately, over a dozen sword lights formed and converged into a single point, the convergence of sword lights shattering space. Swords transmigration. Suddenly, space interlaced, and Unforgettable Leaf in the void had his heart pierced. Unforgettable Leaf wore a look of shock and confusion on his face. But as his HP bar had already depleted completely, he could do nothing but watch as his vision darkened and his body dispersed into countless particles of light. Chapter 3241, Chapter 315, Kingdom Treasure Chest, Chapter 315, Kingdom Treasure Chest, TL Notes, fixed a mistake in Chapters 297, 36, Annual Rookie Competition, Monthly 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 Unforgettable Leaf. A peerless genius of the myriad Forest Empire's Heavenly Boa Guild. He was also a titled expert recognized by the Seven Luminaries Alliance from a young age. The Undying Shadow. Unforgettable Leaf's title was known throughout the entire myriad Forest Empire. This was because during his battle against Impact Giant, the Empire's sixth paragon, during the Battle of Geniuses, Impact Giant had only managed to kill him after putting in a lot of effort and taking advantage of the arena's limited space. If not for the battlefield's restriction, Unforgettable Leaf could have simply used Void Walk, ending the fight in a stalemate. After the Battle of Geniuses, Unforgettable Leaf had even grasped the secret mental technique Shadowless Killing Intent. With the help of this secret technique, he didn't even need to find opportunities to re-enter the world and strike at his opponent. He could simply rely on Shadowless Killing Intent to exhaust his opponent's concentration. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Unforgettable Leaf was invincible in the fields. Yet now Shi Feng had killed Unforgettable Leaf out in the fields. Moreover, he had executed his attack so quickly that Unforgettable Leaf had died in the void without being able to react in time. He killed him, just like that? Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw Unforgettable Leaf's body disappearing into the void. The void Unforgettable Leaf had dived into wasn't something that could be reached simply by shattering space. Instead, it was akin to an alternate world connected to the original world. Although the two worlds were connected, a world barrier separated them. The world barrier in question was much stronger than even the world barrier of the miniature world created using world creation. Even Tier 5 existences would have great difficulty breaking it, let alone landing an attack on Unforgettable Leaf after breaking the world barrier. The reason Void Walk was powerful wasn't just because it was difficult to break the world barrier with normal attacks. Instead, it was also because there existed a considerable distance between the Voidwalk user and the world barrier, even if the world barrier looked like it was only centimeters away from the Voidwalk user. Meanwhile, this distance would create enough time for the Voidwalk user to dodge any oncoming attacks. So, Wu Xiaoxiao found it inconceivable that Unforgettable Leaf had gotten killed without reacting to Shi Feng's attack. When Shi Feng saw the surprised look on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, he chuckled and explained, he might have learned Void Walk, but his mastery is low. The most he can do is walk around in the void. He still cannot integrate into the void. So, any attack that can achieve spatial destruction will reach him without any buffer time. If he cannot react to the attack when it is executed in the outside world, he won't be able to dodge it even if he enters the void. Void Walk was indeed a profound technique capable of rivaling world creation. However, Void Walk was divided into multiple levels. Meanwhile, players would only need to reach an entry level in the technique to freely travel in and out of the void. This was something even Shi Feng could do. True Voidwalk experts could integrate their bodies with the void, making it impossible for players in the outside world to locate their presence in the void. Moreover, they could traverse the void as naturally as breathing. They could even selectively hide parts of their body in the void. Simply put, they could accomplish attacks far beyond the imagination of ordinary experts. They had no need to hide in the void and rely on mental attacks to defeat their opponents. He can only walk around in the void? Wu Xiaoxiao grew a little speechless when she heard Shi Feng talking about Void Walk so nonchalantly. If world creation was the technique that all magical class players in God's domain dreamed of mastering, then Void Walk was the technique that all melee class players dreamed of learning. Not only could Void Walk be used to dodge the suppression of world creation, but it could also be used to diversify one's attacks. Meanwhile, just the ability to traverse the void was already enough to put many melee class experts in awe. Players could also use this ability to avoid defeat in most, if not all, scenarios. Yet, Shi Feng spoke about Void Walk as if it were an insignificant technique. While Shi Feng and Wu Xiaoxiao were talking, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered their ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the first round of the Ancient River Secret Lands preliminaries, rewarding 1 Kingdom Treasure Chest. System, the Kingdom Treasure Chest will last for 10 days. It will become invalid if it expires or is brought out of the Ancient River Secret Land. Incredible. I can't believe they would give such an amazing reward on the preliminaries first round. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise when she looked at the crystalline treasure chest that had appeared before her. A kingdom treasure chest contained astonishing rewards. It could contain anywhere from dark gold immortal equipment to fragmented legendary items. It could even contain points for the God's Domain Alliance. Moreover, the awarded amount was extremely generous, ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 points. The God's Domain Alliance's points were incredibly precious. They were even more well-received than star coins. If people in the greater world wished to become mental strength grandmasters, gain higher status, and remain youthful for a longer time, the use of various potions was indispensable. Only, these potions were very expensive. Take the life potion, a potion for improving physical fitness, for example. Under the condition that one had the necessary connections to buy it, one would still have to fork out 50,000 star coins per bottle. In addition to the life potion, there was also the soul potion, which was used for improving mental strength. Each soul potion cost 100,000 star coins. The average person in a city only earned around 500 to 1,000 star coins per month. They couldn't afford to buy one bottle of life potion even with an entire year's worth of salary. However, to achieve any of the goals as mentioned earlier, a person needed to consume at least 1 life potion and 1 soul potion per year. This meant a yearly expenditure of 150,000 star coins. There was no way the average person could afford such an expenditure. Even after going under the Green God Corporation's wing, Wu Xiaoxiao guaranteed this yearly minimum requirement. If she wanted to increase her development speed, she could only rely on herself to purchase more potions. However, earning such a significant sum of star coins was easier said than done. Meanwhile, the God's Domain Alliance's points were of equal value as star coins. In other words, if she had 50,000 points, she could exchange 1 bottle of life potion or other precious resources. Moreover, she could do so directly through the God's Domain Association. She wouldn't need to look for interested sellers or worry about getting fleeced. So, the fact that she could potentially get 5,000 to 50,000 points in the preliminaries first round was simply amazing. Even if she was unlucky and only received 5,000 points, that would still be several years' worth of the average person's salary in the greater world's various cities. This kind of reward is normal. When Shi Feng saw Wu Xiaoxiao's sparkling eyes, he smiled and explained, "Don't forget that our registration fee is 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. All the collected fees go to the Ancient River Kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers, so giving out such rewards is nothing to them. Moreover, this is only the first round. There are still several rounds for the preliminaries, and the rewards will only get better from this point forward." The Ancient River Kingdom's monthly rookie competition was a day for the 6 ruling hegemonic powers to harvest 7 luminaries crystals. At the same time, it was also a day for Tier 4 experts to earn money. Many Tier 4 experts were aware that they couldn't enter the rookie competition's top 100 and enter the Ancient River Secret Lands core. Even so, they were still willing to join the rookie competition because of these rewards. So long as they managed to survive one round in the preliminaries, they would have their yearly minimum requirements taken care of. They would have struck gold if they got lucky and survived the second or even third round. After saying so, Shi Feng promptly opened the kingdom treasure chest before him. At the same time as Shi Feng concluded his first round in the preliminaries, the plaza outside was in an uproar. Chapter 3242, Chapter 342, Ancient River Shocked, Chapter 346. Ancient River shocked Shrine No. 5's plaza. Silence descended upon the entire plaza when the top 10 players of Shi Feng's batch were announced on the translucent display in the center of the plaza. This list can't be right. I don't see Unforgettable Leaf's name anywhere. Did Black Flame really kill him? How can this be? This isn't an arena. If Unforgettable Leaf focuses on running away, how can any Tier 4 player kill him? Not to mention, Unforgettable Leaf is highly valued by Heavenly Boa. He had come here this time to compete for the top 20. Who would dare to eliminate him so early into the competition? The various powers experts couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the qualification list. With Unforgettable Leaf's strength, he would have no problems getting into the rookie competition's top 20. With the help of Voidwalk, not even the Ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons could kill him. Not to mention, everyone in the Ancient River Kingdom knew that Unforgettable Leaf was participating in the rookie competition on the Heavenly Boa Guild's behalf. The current Heavenly Boa Guild was only one opportunity away from becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Meanwhile, the Galaxy Conglomerate's assembly could very well be this opportunity. If Heavenly Boa could get into the Galaxy Conglomerate's good graces, it had a very high chance of crossing the final threshold and becoming an upper-ranking hegemonic power. So, anybody who dared to hinder Unforgettable Leaf and the other geniuses from Heavenly Boa would essentially be making an enemy out of the entire guild. To think Unforgettable Leaf would get eliminated in the first round, Brother Black Flame has made a really huge mess. Desolate Fury was a little flabbergasted as he looked at Shi Feng, who had just returned to the plaza. Desolate Fury wasn't surprised that Shi Feng had defeated Unforgettable Leaf. After all, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had recognized Shi Feng's strength and evaluated him to be stronger than even the Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 9. On the other hand, Unforgettable Leaf only ranked 32nd in the Myriad Forest Empire's most recent Battle of Geniuses. What Desolate Fury did not expect was for Unforgettable Leaf to get killed, on the first round of the preliminaries no less. If news of this reached Heavenly Boa, the guild's anger could definitely cause the entire Ancient River Kingdom to tremble. While Temple No. 5's plaza had fallen into silence, about a dozen players in Temple No. 2's plaza gathered together. Every one of these players had reached already, and they all wore the Heavenly Boa Guild's emblem. Even the weakest among them was a fourth-floor expert, and nearly half of them were titled experts. After these Heavenly Boa members grouped up, a female ranger approached them a moment later. The ranger had pink hair that reached down to her waist. She wore a red and black leather jacket of exquisite quality, the jacket highlighting her perfect proportions. When she walked across the plaza, many of the surrounding players couldn't help but turn their heads and look at her, captivated by her beauty. However, when these players used their identification skills on the female ranger and saw her name, a chill instantly spread across their bodies. Empress Blood Arrow, La Roja. La Roja was one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. 2 years ago, she was also one of the Myriad Forest Empire's 10 great geniuses. However, after winning 3rd place in last year's Battle of Geniuses, she stopped participating in the Empire's Battle of Geniuses. She was a legendary figure among the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation. Many experts even speculated that if Empress Blood Arrow had participated in the most recent Battle of Geniuses, she might be able to compete with the 1st and 2nd place winners. It should be known that the Battle of Geniuses' 1st and 2nd place winners this time were both incredible individuals. The former was a paragon. The Myriad Forest Empire would only see once every century, while the latter was a paragon nurtured by the Paimon Conglomerate. Both of these individuals had the potential to become big shots standing at the apex of God's domain in the future. After approaching the group of Heavenly Boa members, La Roja scanned the group before asking with a dissatisfied expression, "What did you call me here all of a sudden?" "Lady La Roja, we just received news that Unforgettable Leaf got eliminated in the first round," a male guardian knight said tentatively. "Eliminated? In the first round?" La Roja was evidently surprised by this news. Is it one of the Ancient River Kingdom's paragons, or did the paragons of other kingdoms make a move? Unforgettable Leaf was one of the geniuses receiving priority training from Heavenly Boa. He might not be exceptionally strong, but he had learned the Voidwalk technique. With the help of this technique, only a handful of young experts from the Ancient River Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms had the ability to kill him. No, according to the information we got, it was a man named Black Flame who killed Unforgettable Leaf, the Guardian Knight said, shaking his head. This news has already spread across the entire Ancient River Kingdom, and the various powers are all talking about it in private. Black Flame? When La Roja heard the name of Black Flame, she asked in surprise, Do you mean the person who came in 7th in that miniature Ancient Worlds God list? That's right, it's him. The Guardian Knight nodded. Black Flame has severely disrupted our plans. He has also cast a layer of doubt on our influence in the Ancient River Kingdom. So, the Grand Elders want us to rectify this problem and show the Ancient River Kingdom's people that the Heavenly Boa Guild isn't some pushover. Those old bastards sure know how to order people around. LaRoja's dissatisfaction soared when she heard about the Grand Elder's command. He's only a kid who's slightly stronger than Saint Nine, yet they want me to make a move? Are those old bastards going senile? Although LaRoja's voice sounded soft and moving, the words she uttered caused the Heavenly Boa members present to shudder. You've misunderstood, Lady LaRoja. The Grand Elders don't intend to let you take action. It isn't necessary for you to take care of such a trivial matter either, the Guardian Knight hurriedly said. The Grand Elders have asked Lord Markless Blade to handle this matter. Markless? LaRoja couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he is quite suitable for this task. Lord Markless Blade has always refused to see the Grand Elders or us, so the Grand Elders hope that you can talk to him, Lady LaRoja, the Guardian Knight said anxiously. If you are unwilling to speak, we can also go with you and explain the situation to him for you. The Heavenly Boa Guild's 7 great paragons all had different personalities. Among them, Markless Blade was the craziest. Besides LaRoja and a few others in the guild, Markless Blade refused to listen to anybody else. This situation gave the guild's Grand Elders a huge headache. However, the guild's Grand Elders couldn't do anything about it. Markless Blade was not only one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons, but also the newly appointed vice commander of the Star Lake Legion's madwoman Red Frost, so he had the qualifications to act so arrogantly. Okay, come with me then. However, it is up to you whether you can persuade him to act. LaRoja had her interest piqued. Immediately, she spent some 7 Luminaries crystals and teleported to another temple's plaza with the other Heavenly Boa members. Chapter 3243, Chapter 317, Tier 5 Magic Equipment. Chapter 317, Tier 5 Magic Equipment. Over a dozen streaks of light descended upon Temple No. 8's plaza as LaRoja and the other Heavenly Boa members arrived. Many players had come to participate in the rookie competition this time, so there was a huge crowd outside every temple in the Ancient River Secret Land's outer perimeter, and Temple No. 8 was no exception. When LaRoja's group arrived via teleportation, the many players in the plaza couldn't help but turn to look at them out of curiosity. Crap, why is Empress Blood Arrow here? Didn't the rumors say that she has stopped competing among the younger generation? Why would she? She looks no more than 25 to me. You talk as if she's very old. Do you not know? It is true that Empress Blood Arrow is still young, but Heavenly Boa has arranged for her to withdraw from the younger generation's competition so that it can better highlight its new once-in-a-century paragon. If not for this arrangement, her name would most likely be among the Battle of Geniuses' top 3. Could Empress Blood Arrow be here to kill the guy who killed Unforgettable Leaf? I don't think so. We're not even in the same plaza as Black Flame. If Empress Blood Arrow really intends on going after Black Flame, she would have gone to Black Flame's plaza instead. That way, she would at least have a chance of getting paired into the same batch as Black Flame during the preliminaries. If she stays in our plaza, she can only meet Black Flame once the top 100 participants have been decided. Many of the various hegemonic powers experts present were surprised to see LaRoja appearing in their plaza. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder why she had come here. It should be known that LaRoja was a legendary individual among the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation. There was no way she would appear in this place without any reason. Subsequently, LaRoja and her entourage could be seen approaching a sloppy man lying under the shade of a tree in the plaza. When the dozen or so Heavenly Boa members following LaRoja saw this sloppy man, feelings of reverence and joy appeared on their faces. Who's that sloppy berserker? Why are Heavenly Boa's members treating him with such reverence? I saw that guy's performance just now, and he only got through the preliminaries first round because he got lucky and didn't come across anyone throughout the entire round. Otherwise, with the tattered equipment he is wearing, any player he came across could have easily eliminated him. The surrounding crowd grew puzzled when they saw Heavenly Boa's young experts behaving respectfully to the sloppy man. The sloppy man was not only old, looking like he was already nearing his mid-30s, but he also didn't exude the slightest bit of aura. He didn't have any decent weapons and equipment on him either. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he was inferior to ordinary Tier 4 players, let alone Heavenly Boa's members. Logically, it should be impossible for the sloppy man to have any connection with Heavenly Boa's young geniuses. Wait, I've seen him before. I think he's Markless Blade, one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. Markless Blade? You mean the expert who caused a huge uproar in the Myriad Forest Empire over a decade ago? No way. No matter how I look at him, he's just an ordinary person. How could he be the same person as the madman who defeated several of the Empire's top paragons back then? When the surrounding crowd looked at the sloppy and lazy-looking man sitting before Heavenly Boa's members, they found it hard to believe that this was the same person as the man who had defeated several of the Myriad Forest Empire's top paragons over a decade ago. Moreover, in addition to that achievement, the man known as Markless Blade used to offer guidance to the current Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 3. After Saint 3 rose to fame in the ancient River Kingdom, the two of them had even fought each other in a duel in the Myriad Forest Empire. Unfortunately, the duel wasn't broadcasted to the public, so outsiders only knew the duel had ended in a draw and nothing more. Originally, everyone thought Markless Blade would be a strong contender for the Myriad Forest Empire's top 3 geniuses back then. However, to many players' disappointment, Markless Blade never participated in the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Meanwhile, the current Markless Blade was like a completely different person compared to his past self. Not only did he have no vigor whatsoever, but even his life rating felt incredibly low. It was as if his soul had been severely damaged and he was nowhere near as strong as before. Lord Markless Blade? When the young guardian knight from Heavenly Boa looked at the dull and sloppy man before him, he couldn't help but grow puzzled and worried. The current Markless Blade had no aura whatsoever, and even a youngster like him could see that Markless Blade's posture was full of holes. He found it very hard to believe that such a person had managed to fight the Twin Saints Alliance's Saint 3 to a standstill. Even you are here, LaRosia, Markless Blade said as he glanced at LaRosia and the young guardian knight who had walked up to him. It seems those Grand Elders have a job for me, huh? Lord Markless, someone has eliminated Unforgettable Leaf in the first round of the preliminaries, and this has severely affected the guild's plans. Moreover, many of the ancient River Kingdom's powers have started to doubt Heavenly Boa's strength because of this incident. This is going to negatively affect the guild's development plans in the kingdom, the young guardian knight said, nodding. So, the Grand Elders hope you can teach the offender a lesson. Someone eliminated Unforgettable Leaf in the first round? Markless Blade's eyes widened a little, a hint of surprise appearing in his turbid eyes. Is it the ancient River Kingdom's paragons? No, it shouldn't be them. They would have more or less spared him out of respect for Heavenly Boa. Indeed, it isn't them. Instead, the offender is a newcomer to the ancient River Kingdom going by the name of Black Flame, the Guardian Knight explained. According to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's evaluation, Black Flame's strength is superior to Saint 9 and can possibly rival the current Saint 3. That's interesting. If that guy can rival Saint 3, he can indeed kill Unforgettable Leaf, Markless Blade said, laughing as he got up from the ground. When I taught Void Talk to that kid, I told him he couldn't rely on it too much since the technique isn't meant to be used defensively but to diversify his attacks instead. It seems he didn't listen to my warning. Markless Blade's words greatly shocked the young Guardian Knight. The young Guardian Knight never thought that Markless Blade was responsible for teaching Unforgettable Leaf the Void Walk he now knew. It should be known that Unforgettable Leaf had relied on Void Walk to rise to prominence in the Myriad Forest Empire. Even the 6th Paragon Impact Giant had to expend much effort to kill Unforgettable Leaf because of this technique. However, the young Guardian Knight couldn't help but inwardly sigh in lamentation a moment later. After all, Markless Blade's former glory was all but gone now. The man even gave off a spiritless and weak feeling. How could he possibly fight against Black Flame in such a state? Meanwhile, Markless Blade smiled when he saw the change in the young Guardian Knight's expression. He could naturally tell what was going through the other party's mind. Suddenly, an overbearing aura erupted from Markless Blade's body, and a monopillar rose around him, reaching 100 meters into the sky. Then, a powerful mental oppression spread from Markless Blade, causing the young Guardian Knight to stumble 2 steps back, his face pale. At the same time, Markless Blade's tattered chest plate began repairing itself rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, the tattered armor had transformed into a piece of divine armor that exuded endless power. The recovery of this armor also caused Markless Blade's life rating to increase substantially. This is Tier 5 magic equipment? The young Guardian Knight was astonished as he looked at the divine armor Markless Blade wore. Chapter 3244, Chapter 318, Uproar in Star Lake. Chapter 318, Uproar in Star Lake Tier 5 magic equipment. Typically, it was a super special equipment that players could only manage after reaching Tier 5. This was because simply meeting the magic equipment's basic requirements wasn't enough to unleash all of its effects. On top of that, players also needed to fulfill special conditions if they wanted to unleash all of the magic equipment's strength. However, so long as a player could operate a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment normally, it'd be akin to wearing a full set of fragmented legendary equipment. If used by players under Tier 5, it could instantly raise their combat power by 1 whole tier. Only, using Tier 5 magic equipment placed a huge burden on the wearer's concentration. In addition, players also needed to be incredibly skilled at mana manipulation to activate the magic equipment's magic array. These harsh conditions made it so that even among Tier 5 players, few could actually use Tier 5 magic equipment. So, it was even less likely for players beneath Tier 5 to use Tier 5 magic equipment. Yet now, not only did the Tier 5 magic equipment that had been sitting in Heavenly Boa's treasury finally get to see the light of day again, but it was even being used by Markless Blade, a Tier 4 player. A legend. The young Guardian Knight felt that he had just seen the beginnings of a new legend. With Markless Blade's current strength, he could even try to compete for the top 3 positions of Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses, let alone defeat the Ancient River Kingdom's Saint 3. He also wouldn't have any trouble getting into the top 20 of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time. Moreover, This was after taking into account the paragons of other kingdoms and empires secretly participating in the competition. Meanwhile, after revealing his Tier 5 magic equipment, Markless Blade glanced at the young Guardian Knight and proudly said, "Go back and tell those Grand Elders that I will take care of Black Flame during the official competition. I will let everyone in the ancient River Kingdom know the terror of the Heavenly Boa Guild." Markless Blade's words were very domineering, and his voice echoed throughout the entire plaza. Everyone in the plaza heard him loud and clear, and they couldn't help but be shocked by his proclamation. Crap, what's going on? Are we going to see a 1v1 at the Apex level? Tier 5 magic equipment. I can't believe someone can use Tier 5 magic equipment at Tier 4. Amazing. This is simply amazing. As expected of the Heavenly Boa Guild. I really didn't think Markless Blade would reappear with such strength after going silent for so many years. You youngsters might not know it, but although Markless Blade has grown a little old in age, he had shocked the entire Myriad Forest Empire during his youth. The number of paragons he had defeated in the Myriad Forest Empire is well over 10. If he hadn't attracted too much attention back then, causing Heavenly Boa to hide him, he could have easily entered the top 5 of the Empire's most recent Battle of Geniuses. Many youths in their early 20s were shocked by the terrifying aura Markless Blade revealed shocked, and they couldn't help but wonder about his background. Meanwhile, geniuses who belonged to the same generation as Markless Blade began proudly explaining Markless Blade's history to these young geniuses. Before even reaching 20 years of age, Markless Blade had already become famous throughout the Myriad Forest Empire. At 24, he had secured second place in the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses, shocking the entire empire. At 27, he had participated in the 100 Nations Paragon Battle. Unfortunately, he had offended the paragon of an upper-ranking hegemonic power at the time, so the Heavenly Boa Guild had no choice but to hide him and keep him out of the public's eyes. At 30, he joined Star Lake City's Star Lake Legion. Although he was nothing more than an ordinary participant when he joined, he had recently gotten promoted to vice commander by Star Lake City's infamous madwoman Red Frost. Moreover, according to rumors, a significant part of why the Twin Saints Alliance's current Saint 3 had managed to gain his current achievements was because of Markless Blade's teachings. Now, after maintaining a low profile for so many years, Markless Blade had finally decided to stop hiding. Meanwhile, not only did he reveal himself to be capable of using a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment, but his epic mana body had also reached the legendary 120% completion rate. His achievements were already close to rivaling the Myriad Forest Empire's current first paragon. Star Lake City, God's Domain Association, inside an advanced training room on the 500th floor, over 100 talented young men and women were frenziedly training in their attempt to improve their rankings in the City Legion's selection. They all hoped they could get a sufficiently high ranking and join the Star Lake Legion as official participants directly. At this time, though, some of these young men and women suddenly stopped their training one after another as they gathered around a beautiful young woman to discuss something. "Kianan, have you heard about the news from the Star Lake Legion?" A cute girl who currently ranked in the top 100 of the selection asked as she looked at Thousand Scars. "The Legion's Vice Commander Markless Blade appears to have challenged the Black Flame from your miniature ancient world. It seems they will have a one-on-one duel during the official competition of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. News about this fight has spread all over Star Lake City already." "I just heard about it as well," a beautiful girl said, nodding. Then she looked at Thousand Scars and continued, "Kenan, I previously heard you mentioning that Black Flame is Zero Wing's guild leader. Is he strong?" Almost nobody living in Star Lake City knew about Black Flame. However, so long as one had lived in Star Lake City for some time, they would definitely know about Markless Blade. In the past, Markless Blade was merely an unassuming team leader in the Star Lake Legion. The strength he displayed was also average at best. Yet, as soon as that madwoman became the Star Lake Legion's new commander, she promoted Markless Blade into one of her vice commanders without hesitation. Meanwhile, Markless Blade did not disappoint Red Frost's appointment either, displaying astonishing combat standards as soon as he got promoted. He could easily rank within the top 5 out of the Star Lake Legion's dozen or so vice commanders. Many powerful corporations had even extended an olive branch to him as a result. At the same time, Markless Blade also became a target for many wealthy young ladies. He also became the prime real estate for the Star Lake Legion's female participants, many women wishing to marry him. Vice Commander Markless Blade is challenging Black Flame? Thousand Scars was dumbfounded by this news. Markless Blade was an individual standing at the top of Star Lake City's social hierarchy. Even though she had already become an internal member of the Paimon conglomerate, before she developed her untapped potential, her status in the greater world would still be vastly inferior to Markless Blade. Not to mention, the Paimon conglomerate had tasked her to join the Star Lake Legion and carry out all of the Legion's activities normally. Meanwhile, she would be nothing more than an ordinary participant when she passed the selection and joined the Legion. As for Black Flame, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger and in her eyes. Although he had earned some fame in the miniature ancient world and even became a titled expert, he should still be vastly inferior to a paragon of the greater god's domain like Markless Blade. No matter how Thousand Scars looked at it, it should be impossible for Black Flame and Markless Blade to have anything to do with each other. Yet now she was being told that Markless Blade was challenging Black Flame? These people must be joking with her. Chapter 3245, Chapter 319, Ancient Rivers Top 100. Chapter 319, Ancient Rivers Top 100, Impossible. Thousand Scars instinctively denied the words of the people around her. You must be mistaken. Black Flame should still be in the miniature ancient world. How could he appear in the Greater Gods Domain's ancient river kingdom? Her homeworld's passage had yet to fully open, so her homeworld and the miniature ancient world remained isolated from the Greater Gods Domain. Meanwhile, before the world passage opened, nobody in the miniature ancient world could leave it. Moreover, it should be known that Black Flame had only appeared in the Top of Two Worlds' new God Mode regional dungeon a few days ago and fought against the Paimon conglomerate's meteor. It was because of this fight that he had managed to remain within the top 10 of the miniature ancient world's god-ranked expert list and gain some fame among the Greater Gods Domain's various hegemonic powers. It had only been a few days since then, yet she was supposed to believe that Black Flame had not only traveled to the Greater Gods Domain somehow, but he had even entered the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition and received a challenge from the Markless Blade. Even fantasies wouldn't sound so far-fetched. It shouldn't be a mistake, the cute girl said, shaking her head. The Seven Luminaries Alliance is currently broadcasting the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. The broadcast of Black Flame's battles has also received the Alliance's confirmation, and over 100,000 people have already paid to watch the broadcast. Everyone is paying close attention to see whether Black Flame can pass the preliminaries 4 rounds and get promoted into the official competition to fight against Vice Commander Markless. Although she did not know how strong Black Flame was exactly, Markless Blade was a big shot in Star Lake City. He was also the target of worship for many young men and women in the city. It was especially so for those seeking to join the Star Lake Legion. Markless Blade was obsessed with training. Apart from participating in resource battles between cities, he would rarely show himself in public. Even his participation in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition had gone unknown initially. If Markless Blade hadn't taken the initiative to publicly announce his challenge to Black Flame, nobody would have thought that Markless Blade was actually taking part in the rookie competition. Hence, the people seeking to join the Star Lake Legion curiously wondered whether Black Flame was strong or not. If Black Flame was sufficiently strong, they'd be able to observe Markless Blade's strength during the official competition. They could also get to know more about him. That way, they'd have a better chance at joining Markless Blade's battle group after they join the Star Lake Legion. The Star Lake Legion would recruit 1,000 people through its selection every year. After factoring in some special recruits, a little over 1,000 people would join the Legion each year. After having existed for so many years, the Star Lake Legion possessed a very large number of official participants. Meanwhile, to manage all these participants effectively, the Legion had split its official participants into teams and battle groups. Firstly, players would be split into 3 teams according to their tiers. One team would be for Tier 4, one for Tier 5, and one for Tier 6. Then, each team would be split into multiple battle groups, and these battle groups would be further divided into ordinary battle groups and ace battle groups. Normally, ordinary battle groups would be led by team leader-level participants, while the Legion's vice commanders would lead the ace battle groups. Among these 2 types of battle groups, members of ace battle groups would get to enjoy special privileges in the Legion. Their chances of promotion in the Legion were also much higher than members of ordinary battle groups. There are over 100,000 spectators already, a short-haired beauty exclaimed. I recall the Seven Luminaries Alliance charges an exorbitant viewing fee. The price to spectate individuals starts at 10 star coins and increases depending on their popularity, and the person being spectated can get 10% of the earnings. If there are 100,000 spectators already, the number of spectators might increase to over 1 million by the time Black Flame makes it into the official competition. In addition to being one of the most ancient powers in the Greater Gods Domain, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was also an information broker for all sorts of information. It had branches in the Greater Gods Domain's various cities. So long as players paid the Alliance a fee, they could spectate the competitions organized by the Greater Gods Domain's various kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, the players being spectated would receive 10% of the generated profits. Depending on the popularity of the player being spectated, the viewing fee the Seven Luminaries Alliance charged would also differ. For someone as famous as Markless Blade, it wouldn't even be strange for the Alliance to charge double their minimum. Because of this service, many top-tier experts who were famous in the Greater Gods Domain didn't even need to join any corporation or power. By simply participating in battles and competitions taking place in the various kingdoms and empires, they could generate enough income to cause even corporations to grow envious. Currently, even though news of Markless Blade's challenge had just spread, over 100,000 people had already bought the viewing rights to watch the upcoming duel. It should be known that this was before Black Flame had even gotten promoted into the official competition. Once Black Flame successfully entered the official competition, the number of spectators could easily exceed 1 million. In that case, Black Flame could earn a minimum of 1 million star coins. For ordinary participants in the Star Lake Legion, it would take them at least 2 or 3 years to earn 1 million star coins. Yet, Black Flame could earn this sum in only one competition. 1 million star coins a competition? Thousand Scars couldn't help but grow a little envious when she heard the short-haired girl's words. She might receive a lot of resources as an internal member of the Paimon conglomerate, but competition between the conglomerate's internal members was incredibly fierce. She'd have difficulty competing with her peers if she relied solely on those provided resources. If she wanted to stay competitive, she would need to acquire additional resources. However, if she wanted additional resources, she would have to acquire them herself. She was still in her newcomer period in the greater world, so she could use this advanced training room, which helped her improve her physical fitness and combat reactions rapidly, for free. However, once her 1-month newcomer period ended, she would have to pay star coins to use this training room. Not to mention, the advanced training room wasn't even the best training room available in the God's Domain Association. It was only the best training room that she could use for free during her newcomer period. Above advanced training rooms, there were special training rooms which cost 10,000 star coins per day. There were also meditation rooms that could help improve mental strength, and those similarly cost 10,000 star coins per day to rent. These were places that many of the Paimon conglomerate's top-tier internal geniuses frequented. Some of these geniuses had even built an exclusive meditation room in their homes to have a greater chance of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster and getting promoted into an executive in the Paimon conglomerate. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had invested heavily into her, the organization could only earn a very limited amount of star coins before their homeworld's world passage fully opened. Moreover, the Flower of Seven Sins couldn't afford to invest all of its star coins into her since it still needed to develop its other geniuses. As a result, the amount of star coins she received was nowhere near enough to put her on par with the Paimon conglomerate's top-tier internal geniuses. Although the young masters of many companies and corporations in Star Lake City had sent her gifts, 1 million star coins. This sum was far more than what she had earned throughout her time in Star Lake City. Black Flame simply got lucky, Kianan, the cute girl said when she noticed the envious look on Thousand Scars. Then she smiled and continued, this will be the only time he can earn such a large sum. Another opportunity like this won't come again for him in the future. Once Vice Commander Markless defeats him, nobody will pay attention to him anymore. Moreover, with your talent and beauty, you can easily get the various corporations' young masters to line up before you. Any one of those people is easily 100 times richer than Black Flame. Thousand Scars nodded to the cute girl and stopped paying attention to Black Flame's matter. Instead, she walked into the reaction training room and started another training session. There were countless geniuses and powerhouses in the Greater God's domain. There were also many geniuses and powerhouses who would appear and vanish like shooting stars. Black Flame might have attracted Markless Blade's interest, but his fame would be short-lived. It was simply impossible for a wild expert with no background like Black Flame to make any waves in the Ancient River Kingdom and Myriad Forest Empire, places where countless geniuses resided. Only the geniuses and paragons nurtured by the various hegemonic powers could survive long enough to spread their fame across the entire Greater God's domain. While Star Lake City was in an uproar over Markless Blade's challenge, Shi Feng's group of 3 was conquering the rookie competition's preliminaries one round after another in the Ancient River Secret Land. Early morning the next day, the brutal preliminaries involving the participation of over 1 million geniuses finally ended. Unsurprisingly, Shi Feng, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao passed all 4 rounds of their preliminaries and were successfully promoted into the official competition. As soon as the official competition's 100 participants were decided, they were forcibly teleported to the Ancient River Secret Land's Central Zone. Chapter 3246, Chapter 32000, Kingdom's Apex. Chapter 32000, Kingdom's Apex Ancient River Kingdom. Ancient River Secret Land's Central Zone, located at the center of the island, was a tall mountain. The top of this mountain was completely shrouded in fog, the fog preventing anyone from seeing what was going on at the mountaintop. There were also tens of thousands of magic arrays flickering in and out of existence on the outer perimeter of this fog. These were not ordinary magic arrays, but rather ancient magic arrays composed of divine runes. Even if 1 million years passed, these magic arrays would remain unchanged without external intervention. At this time, 100 streaks of light converged toward the top of the mountain, disappearing into the fog in the blink of an eye. When these streaks of light landed on the mountaintop, they transformed into the silhouettes of the rookie competition's top 100 participants. Compared to past instances of the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition, many of the top 100 participants this time were new faces. When they arrived at the mountaintop, they looked at their surroundings curiously, and they couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. The Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition isn't all that worse compared to the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Not only did the preliminaries give a bunch of star coins and immortal equipment, but there is even such an amazing place in this secret land's central zone. These technique stelae are so ancient and incredible. Are these the rumored ancient stelae? The ancient river kingdom had a long history, and it was one of the few ancient kingdoms in the Starlight Realm. Yet, the ancient river secret land predated the ancient river kingdom, existing long before the kingdom did. It was also shrouded in a layer of mystery, and nobody could uncover its secrets even to this day. However, no matter what secrets the ancient river secret land held, they were bound to be extraordinary. This point could be seen through the fact that the ancient river kingdom was named after the ancient river secret land. Although everyone participating in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition had known beforehand that the Ancient River Secret Land was an extraordinary location, they didn't think it would be to such an extent. For those entering the Ancient River Secret Land's central zone for the first time, apart from those originating from the Ancient River Kingdoms and myriad forest empires' hegemonic powers, everyone else was greatly shocked when they saw the ancient stone tablets covering their surroundings. It was especially so when they saw the divine runes and images engraved on these stone tablets. Ancient Stelae. These were stelae passed down from ancient times, and they recorded the combat techniques and mana techniques of gods. All of these recorded techniques were extraordinary, and many of the techniques currently in circulation were simplified versions developed based on these ancient techniques. The reason these techniques were simplified was that the mana techniques and combat techniques developed by gods were far too complex for most people to learn. Even among Tier 5 NPCs with remarkable intelligence, very few could learn these techniques. Moreover, the complexity of these techniques was not exaggerated in the slightest. Even the most inferior techniques recorded on these ancient stelae were at the level of god-ranked mana techniques and advanced silver combat techniques, while the majority were saint-ranked mana techniques and combat techniques rivaling gold combat techniques. Any player who could successfully learn a gold combat technique would be in existence standing at the apex of God's domain. Even the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers would be willing to extend an olive branch to such individuals. Only, in the expansive greater God's domain, experts capable of learning gold combat techniques were incredibly few. Their rarity could basically match that of divine artifacts. Of course, while gold combat techniques were incredibly difficult to learn, a bigger reason there were incredibly few experts who had managed to learn gold combat techniques was that not many powers owned a gold combat technique. Apart from apex powers and a minority of upper-ranking hegemonic powers, other powers did not have any way of letting their members learn gold combat techniques. So, upon seeing the ancient stelae that covered the mountaintop, many of the first-time visitors here couldn't help but grow excited. It was especially so for the various independent experts. This was a learning environment that even the greater God's domain's apex powers would have difficulty providing, let alone the various hegemonic powers. What a bunch of country bumpkins! Do they honestly think they can learn the techniques on these stelae so easily and without restrictions? Only independent players like them will be so naive. If the techniques here were so easy to acquire, the powers based in the neighboring kingdoms and empires would have long since taken action. There's no way they'd let the ancient river kingdom's powers monopolize everything. Many of the experts originating from hegemonic powers looked at the excited, independent experts around them in contempt. The fact that the ancient secret land's central zone housed a large number of ancient stelae was no secret to the surrounding kingdoms and empires' hegemonic powers. Or, more specifically, this was common knowledge among all hegemonic powers in the greater God's domain. Saint-ranked mana techniques and gold combat techniques were highly sought after in the greater God's domain, valued above even legendary weapons. If there existed a place with many pseudo-gold combat techniques and saint mana techniques available for players to learn, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers would have fought to occupy it without hesitation. There was no way the ancient river kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers could retain control over the ancient river secret land. While the various independent players were in awe over the ancient stelae, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had their attention focused on something else. Rather than look at the ancient stelae, they looked at the various parties protected by magic barriers around them with ugly complexions. Why are there so many experts from other kingdoms and empires in the rookie competition this time? Wu Xiaoxiao's expression grew solemn as she looked at the several parties around her. Although she knew that the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition was a gathering of experts, most of the participating experts typically originated from the kingdom. Yet, the 3 parties around them were all made up of experts originating from hegemonic powers of other kingdoms and empires. None of them were players from the Ancient River Kingdom. Moreover, every one of these players possessed great fame, so much so that even Shi, someone who had only arrived in the Ancient River Kingdom recently, knew about them. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra, the Iron Lion Kingdom's martial quad beast, the Myriad Forest Empire's silent saintess. Midsummer felt her mind exploding when she saw the leaders of the 3 surrounding parties. Are we really taking part in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition? Glorious Mantra was a young male cursemancer, Martial Quad Beast was a muscular male summoner, and Silent Saintess was a masked young woman. These 3 people were all titled experts recognized by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Every one of them possessed fame rivaling the current Saint 3. It was just that these people were no longer part of the younger generation. Instead, they were older generation paragons who had retired from the younger generation 3 or 4 years ago. It was normally impossible to see all these veteran paragons gather in the same place. Yet, this impossible situation had happened right before her very eyes. At this time, Midsummer wasn't the only one surprised by this situation. Even the players who had paid star coins to spectate the broadcast of Shi Feng's battle were dumbfounded. How was this supposed to be the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition? This participant lineup could already compete with the annual 100 Nations Paragon Battles participant lineup. While Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were scrutinizing the players around them, these players had similarly focused their attention on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao's party of 3. Only, their eyes weren't focused on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. Instead, they were focused on Shi Feng. Before Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao could snap out of their daze, a system notification entered their ears, signaling the start of the competition. Immediately afterward, the barriers protecting the various parties disintegrated simultaneously, and a suffocating silence descended on the mountaintop. Chapter 3247, Chapter 321, 6 Great Divine Sets. Chapter 321, 6 Great Divine Sets Regional System Announcement. The Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition has officially begun. All participants are encouraged to collect as many heroic spirit remnants as possible. The first 10 participants to collect 100 heroic spirit remnants will be able to enter the Ancient River's heart. The top 20 participants will receive the qualifications to participate in the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition. Regional System Announcement. Participants will be resurrected in their respective temple plazas in the event of death in the Ancient River Secret Land. Participants who died will not lose any experience points, but will drop half of their collected heroic spirit remnants. Regional System Announcement. If there are fewer than 10 contestants who have collected 100 heroic spirit remnants after 3 natural days, the top 10 participants will be forcibly teleported to the Ancient River's heart, and the top 20 participants will be automatically awarded the qualifications to participate in the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition. The Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition? Realization dawned on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao when they saw the system announcements. At the same time, they experienced unprecedented pressure. Some corporations and conglomerates would occasionally host invitational competitions in God's domain to recruit geniuses and powerhouses or to help them with some matters. Meanwhile, an invitational competition hosted by the Galaxy Conglomerate was one that any player operating in the Starlight Realm would find too tempting to refuse. So, the fact that the rookie competition's top 20 rewards included the qualifications to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition would undoubtedly increase the competitiveness of the top 100 participants, thereby increasing the difficulty of getting into the rookie competition's top 20, not to mention, their goal was to get into the top 10. To make matters worse, their party's starting location was right next to 3 Paragon-led parties. This was horrendous luck. Currently, Shi Feng's name had already spread across the entire Ancient River Secret Land because of his victory against Unforgettable Leaf. Everyone also knew Markless Blade was looking to challenge Shi Feng to a duel. These were more than enough to prove Shi Feng's strength. So, if other parties were to come across their party of 3 in the official phase of the rookie competition, they would definitely prioritize killing Shi Feng, reducing the competition they needed to face in trying to get into the top 20. After all, not only was Shi Feng a powerful expert, but he was also an expert without any background in the greater god's domain. They could kill him without worrying about any potential repercussions. However, despite receiving the scrutiny of the 3 surrounding parties, Shi Feng behaved as if he did not notice their gazes, a smile forming on his face as he looked at the system announcements. This is interesting. The Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition was a major opportunity in the Starlight Realm. If he remembered correctly, the Galaxy Conglomerate was inviting so many Tier 4 experts because Eternity, one of the 6 great divine sets of legends, had appeared in the greater god's domain. A divine set referred to a divine artifact ranked set equipment in God's domain. Naturally, a divine set's value was much greater than individual divine artifacts. Meanwhile, among the divine sets that existed in the greater god's domain were the 6 great divine sets. Every one of these 6 sets came with countless legends. According to rumors, should a player manage to gather a complete set, they would become invincible in the greater god's domain. To Shi Feng, though, this wasn't a rumor since he had personally seen a divine set in action. Of course, the divine set he saw back then wasn't one of the 6 great divine sets, but a normal divine set instead. It was also the only divine set owned by the apex-powered Demon's Gate. Even though it was only a normal divine set, it was enough to deter other apex powers from casually provoking Demon's Gate. This divine set was also the main reason Shi Feng had a headache dealing with Demon's Gate. Anyway, the Galaxy Conglomerate had happened across a clue leading to the Eternity set, one of the 6 great divine sets during his previous life. Back then, the conglomerate had invited many Tier 4 paragons from all over the Starlight Realm. It had even gone as far as to invite the Tier 4 monsters of other realms to ensure the success of its operation. However, for some reason outside of Shi Feng's knowledge, the Galaxy conglomerate's operation failed. Moreover, it was a catastrophic failure that resulted in severe losses for all participants. Out of the various consequences the participants suffered, the loss of their accounts was the mildest of penalties. Some participants even suffered severe damage to their minds, resulting in their mental strength plummeting. These participants had also never managed to recover fully, resulting in their permanent separation from God's domain's apex. This incident had shaken the entire Greater God's domain, and everybody knew about it back then. Shi Feng never thought that he would actually make it in time for this event in this life. During his previous life, he had only heard about the event from others. Moreover, he had only heard about it after the Galaxy conglomerate's operation had failed spectacularly. As for the Eternity set itself, the original owner of the set had used it to heavily damage the ancient abyssal god. It was something Shi Feng didn't even dare to dream of owning during his previous life. So, he never thought he would get such an opportunity in this life. However, Shi Feng quickly calmed his agitated heart and turned his gaze to the peak of the mountain, which was also the location of the ancient river's heart. He could feel one of the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments there. Although he didn't know which fragment resided there, it didn't matter. So long as he could get his hands on one and recover a portion of the 7 Luminaries Codex's power, he would have enough power to stand at the apex of the Greater God's domain. The Codex could even offer him significant help in acquiring the Eternity set. Brother Black Flame, I get the feeling that these 3 parties hold significant hostility toward us. Moreover, it feels like they are looking to attack us together. Should we retreat for now? Midsummer whispered to Shi Feng. While it was logical for participants in the official competition to prioritize killing the strongest competitors, the 3 parties around them behaved as if they had discussed targeting their party of 3 beforehand. As soon as the magic barriers had disappeared, the 3 parties swiftly moved to block 3 of the safest paths leading out of the starting point. Although there were several other paths that could be taken, these paths had at least 10 level 140 Tier 4 heroic spirits patrolling them, so they were essentially impassable. If these 3 parties hadn't discussed working together beforehand, there was no way they could have moved so neatly and perfectly. Your hunch isn't wrong. They are indeed planning to target us together, Shi Feng said as he looked at the 3 parties with a faint smile. Or, more specifically, they're trying to keep us from leaving. Keep us from leaving? Midsummer couldn't help but look at the 3 parties in surprise and confusion. What exactly did their party do to warrant 3 Paragon-led parties of other nations to target them together? Not even the Myriad Forest Empire's first Paragon would receive such a treatment. While Midsummer was feeling confused over this situation, Marshal Quadbeast looked at Shi Feng's party and said, "By the request of Heavenly Boa's Markless Blade, I will have to ask you 3 to wait here for some time." "This Markless Blade fellow must hold a lot of influence if he can get your 3 parties to sell him a favor," Shi Feng exclaimed, feeling a little surprised as he looked at the leaders of the 3 parties. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra. The Iron Lion Kingdom's Marshal Quadbeast. The Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Sanctus. These were all famous individuals in the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Even when the guild leaders of hegemonic powers tried to hire them as helpers, these 3 turned down the offers they received without hesitation. Yet now, they had agreed to take on Markless Blade's commission. This was truly surprising. "Young man, you have only arrived in the Greater God's domain recently, so there are still many things you do not understand," Marshal Quadbeast, the oldest out of the 3 parties' leaders, said. "You might be confident in your strength, but you have offended someone you should not offend. So, you will have to pay the price now." "What if I insist on leaving?" Shi Feng asked as he calmly looked at Marshal Quadbeast. However, as soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a sloppy-looking man with an astonishingly powerful aura suddenly jumped down from a nearby cliff and landed directly in front of Shi Feng's party of 3. "I'm afraid that's not up to you to decide." Chapter 3248, Chapter 322, Sacred Armament? Chapter 322, Sacred Armament? As soon as the sloppy man jumped down from the cliff, everyone present couldn't help but turn to look at him. The sloppy man in question looked like he was in his mid-30s. He wore a dark gray chestplate that had magic runes engraved on it. His long hair was left scattered, making him look like a savage. Yet, despite his messy appearance, nobody present could ignore him because of his domineering words and, more importantly, aura that rivaled that of Tier 5 legendary monsters. Meanwhile, this sloppy man was none other than Markless Blade, one of the Heavenly Boa Guild's 7 great paragons. How did he arrive so quickly? Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao grew shocked and worried when they saw Markless Blade. The ancient river Secret Land's central zone might only be limited to the peak of the central mountain, but the zone was by no means small. It could easily allow 1,000 players to roam freely without meeting one another. Normally, 100 players split into several dozen parties would have a very low chance of coming across one another in such a vast area. Yet, even though only a few dozen seconds had passed since the official competition began, Markless Blade had already reached them. While it was obvious he had learned of their party of three's starting location through his connections, the fact that he managed to reach them from his starting location so quickly was simply astonishing. Now, because of this situation, their party would have to fight against Markless Blade before they could even kill any Tier 4 heroic spirits. If they ended up getting killed by Markless Blade, they would have to say goodbye to getting into the top 20, let alone getting into the top 10 and entering the ancient river's heart. I can't believe Markless Blade managed to improve so much in the time we haven't met. A Tier 5 magic equipment truly is incredible, the Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra said, a hint of dread appearing in his eyes after he scrutinized Markless Blade. I doubt my odds of winning against him reaches even 20% now. Rumors say that the Asura Sword Emperor is stronger than even Saint 9 and rivals the current Saint 3. I wonder how much strength he can get Markless Blade to use. The Iron Lion Kingdom's martial quad beast wondered, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. It'd be great if he can get Markless Blade to use all of his strength. Although I feel a little sorry for the Asura Sword Emperor, for the sake of ranking in the top 20 and having a better chance against Markless Blade in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition afterward, I can only have him test Markless Blade's current standards, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess said, her lips curling into a faint smile. At the same time, her eyes scrutinized Markless Blade's every move, eager to see how strong the Berserker had become already. Meanwhile, this sudden development had also caused the number of players spectating Shi Feng's broadcast to skyrocket, going from 300,000 to 600,000 in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of spectators was still rapidly increasing as time passed, showing no signs of slowing down. Crap, what's going on? The official competition's first clash is going to be an apex battle. Markless Blade is incredible. He actually got Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess to help him. With this, even getting into the top 5 won't be a problem for him. The players watching Shi Feng's broadcast grew ecstatic at the sudden development. It was especially so for the players currently in the top 1,000 of the Star Lake Legion's selection. They didn't think Markless Blade's influence would be so great that he could get 3 Paragons to help him. Thus far, none of the Myriad Forest Empire's Paragons have shown such influence. While everyone had their attention focused on Markless Blade's gaze stayed on Shi Feng from start to end, never deviating in the slightest. Asura Sword Emperor Black Flame? It seems I have underestimated you before, Markless Blade said, a flash of admiration appearing in his eyes after he was done scrutinizing Shi Feng. He could tell that Shi Feng's basic attributes were not at all inferior to his current basic attributes. No wonder you managed to defeat Unforgettable Leaf so easily. Both your physique and mana are at the Tier 5 standard. You can already be considered a pseudo-Tier 5 with such strength, and getting into the top 10 shouldn't be out of the question. You indeed have some qualifications to be arrogant. Qualifications to be arrogant? Shi Feng chuckled when he heard Markless Blade's evaluation of him. I'm afraid I am still no match for you in this regard. Few people can put on a Tier 5 magic equipment even at Tier 5, yet you've already fused with one. Aside from the lack of Tier 5 skills, you are already no different from a Tier 5 player. Moreover, I doubt that a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment is all that Heavenly Boa has given you, right? There were countless geniuses in the Greater God's domain, but geniuses who could grow to great heights were monopolized by the various hegemonic powers. As for independent experts, their chances of achieving true greatness in God's domain did not reach 1%. As for why that was the case, it was because of the difference in weapons and equipment. Independent experts needed to rely on themselves to get weapons and equipment. However, experts belonging to the various hegemonic powers could rely on weapons and equipment accumulated by their predecessors. They could easily get their hands on fragmented legendary and legendary items without having to invest much time and effort or rely on luck. Because of this, the gap between the various hegemonic powers experts and independent experts would only grow bigger and bigger as time passed. Or, more specifically, how were independent experts supposed to even catch up to the various hegemonic powers experts if they couldn't even get weapons and equipment of passing quality? You are correct. This piece of Tier 5 magic equipment isn't my only trump card, Markless Blade said, a long saber appearing in his hand before anyone realized it. The saber in Markless Blade's hand was as long as he was tall. The blade of the weapon was made of unknown crimson metal. As soon as Markless Blade equipped it, the intensity of his aura increased significantly, and it felt as if he had become a completely different person. At this moment, every one of his movements could cause the space around him to tremble and destabilize. That is, the God Annihilator? The Myriad Forest Empire's 53rd Sacred Armament? Are you kidding me? Heavenly Boa actually gave him the God Annihilator? It seems competing with him is going to be impossible. Glorious Mantras, Martial Quad Beasts, and Silent Saintess's eyes widened when they saw the long saber in Markless Blade's hand. All kingdoms and empires in the Greater God's domain had their own sacred armament list. These lists were used to record the strongest weapons within their respective borders. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator was a terrifying saber recorded in the Myriad Forest Empire's sacred armament list. It should be known that the various kingdoms and empires in the Greater Gods domain possessed many fragmented legendary weapons and legendary weapons. These were all accumulated over many years. So, for a fragmented legendary weapon to be capable of ranking 53rd in the Myriad Forest Empire's sacred armament list, it was bound to have some aspects that allowed it to surpass legendary weapons. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator was indeed superior to legendary weapons in certain aspects. Even though it was only a fragmented legendary weapon, it could exhibit power rivaling legendary weapons. One slash from it was enough to reap the life out of a player's soul. More importantly, the God Annihilator had a passive skill that prevented players from blocking its attacks with a shield. This made it an excellent weapon to harvest players. With the combination of Tier 5 magic equipment and the Myriad Forest Empire's 53rd sacred armament, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Markless Blade was invincible among Tier 4 players. Unforgettable Leaf had previously used the Void Walk one taught him against you. I wonder if you can defend against my Void Walk? After saying so, Markless Blade vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, an imperceptibly thin tier in space rapidly extended from his original location to Shi Feng. Although the spatial tier was incredibly thin, it had an incredible height that extended from the ground all the way into the sky, and it shattered everything in its path. Chapter 3249, Chapter 323, Sword and Saber, Chapter 3232323, Sword and Saber. When the world-dividing spatial tier rapidly extended toward Shi Feng, whether it was the three other parties nearby or the spectating players outside, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The space within the ancient river secret land was incredibly stable. It was especially so for the central zone's space. The space was so stable here that Tier 3 players would find themselves immobilized completely. Because of the space's stability, destructive attacks that could normally create spatial tiers measuring several hundred meters in length couldn't even create a spatial tier over a dozen meters in the ancient river secret land's central zone. Yet now, not only did Markless Blade exhibit phenomenal destructive power with his one attack, but he had also exhibited incredible mastery over the Void Walk technique. At this moment, let alone the three spectating paragons, even Shi Feng, the target of Markless Blade's attack, could not detect Markless Blade's presence in the slightest. It was as if the Berserker had vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. As expected of the God Annihilator, its speed and power are already close to matching legendary weapons, Shi Feng thought, a smile forming on his face as he looked at the numerous spatial tiers extending toward him. These spatial tiers carried incredible power, and even one of them was enough to instantly kill the average Tier 4 player. But between my sword and your saber, I wonder which is stronger. Immediately, Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and brandished it against the oncoming spatial tiers. Swords transmigration. Boom, 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 boom. Sparks and explosions filled the battlefield as the Winter of Eternal Night collided with the spatial tiers, attacking Shi Feng from multiple directions. Over 100 exchanges had taken place in the blink of an eye, the shock waves from the clashes causing the surrounding space to crack like tempered glass. The surrounding terrain was also deformed beyond recognition. From an outsider's perspective, the clash between the inconspicuous swordsman and sloppy berserker didn't look like a clash between players at all. Instead, it looked more like a brawl between two natural disasters. A moment later, Markless Blade suddenly reappeared in everyone's view. However, before anyone realized it, nearly half of his HP bar was missing. As for Shi Feng, he had also lost a little over 20% of his HP. At a glance, it was obvious who had the advantage in raw power. You blocked all of my Void Walk attacks? What about this move then? After saying so, Markless Blade abruptly slammed the God Annihilator into the ground, causing the ground to sink and creating a brilliant mana pillar that rapidly expanded out from him. Universal Destruction. This was an additional skill that came with the God Annihilator. It allowed the God Annihilator's wielder to exhibit their strength to the extreme, instantly increasing the effect of the wielder's strengths by 5 times for one attack that could reduce a 100-yard radius into nothingness. You want to fight using brute force? Shi Feng took a deep breath as he looked at the rapidly expanding mana pillar. Then he gripped the Winter of Eternal Night with both hands and executed a downward slash. Demon God's Armament, Radiant Night. Subsequently, Shi Feng's mana experienced a qualitative improvement, and matching divine runes appeared on his weapon and equipment one after another, the runes increasing the effects of his weapon and equipment by 100%. Immediately afterward, darkness bloomed from the Winter of Eternal Night, devouring everything in its path. Boom. When light and darkness collided, the thick fog covering the sky thinned slightly, and a continuous explosion echoed throughout the mountaintop. Every player in the central zone felt the powerful explosion, and many couldn't help but look toward the source of this explosion. He didn't die? Markless Blade revealed a look of surprise when he saw that Shi Feng had over 60% of his HP remaining. Universal Destruction was the strongest move that came with the God Annihilator. When paired with his Tier 5 magic equipment, he could send even Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level flying. If a Tier 5 MT tried to receive this move without any life-saving skills active, there was a real chance they could get killed from full HP. Yet Shi Feng, a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, had received this move without dying. His strength attribute could practically rival Tier 5 Berserkers. Markless Blade wasn't the only one surprised by this outcome. When Glorious Mantra, Martial Quadbeast, and Silent Sanctus saw that Shi Feng remained alive and healthy, they couldn't help but gasp, their minds failing to understand how Shi Feng had survived Markless Blade's attack. Isn't he only wearing dark gold immortal equipment? How can he match Markless Blade's Tier 5 magic equipment and God Annihilator? Martial Quadbeast had trouble keeping his jaw from hanging when he saw that Shi Feng had over half his HP remaining. Martial Quadbeast had fought Markless Blade when the latter had his Tier 5 magic equipment equipped in the past, so he knew that Markless Blade's strength had already reached an unbelievable level for a Tier 4 player. Even the superior mythic ranked ancient bone dragon he had summoned using a Tier 4 curse was sent flying over a dozen yards when it ate a direct attack from Markless Blade. It should be known that the ancient bone dragon had strength rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters. A normal attack from it could shatter a basic city's defensive magic array in one hit. If a Tier 4 MT tried to block its attack without a life-saving skill, they would get killed in one hit. Yet, the ancient bone dragon was sent flying when it tried to block Markless Blade's attack. Now that Markless Blade had received the God Annihilator, a weapon known for its strength, from Heavenly Boa, his strength had undoubtedly reached an even more frightening level. Against Markless Blade's universal destruction, Martial Quadbeast doubted he could survive the attack even if he activated a life-saving skill. Yet, Shi Feng had blocked the attack without any life-saving skills and survived. It should be because of his sword. He only has a set of dark gold immortal equipment. It is logically impossible for him to match Markless Blade's basic attributes. The only explanation is that his sword offers a lot more strength than the God Annihilator, Glorious Mantra said as he looked at the black longsword Shi Feng wielded. But God Annihilator's strength bonus is already extraordinary. Could his longsword be on par with the Myriad Forest Empire's top 20 sacred armaments? The players spectating the battle from outside the competition venue also looked at Shi Feng's Winter of Eternal Night with eyes full of curiosity and greed. Any weapon capable of entering the sacred armament list of any country in the Greater God's domain would either be a legendary weapon or a fragmented legendary weapon that rivaled legendary weapons in certain aspects. Meanwhile, every one of these weapons was treated like a precious baby by the various hegemonic powers. Even the various hegemonic powers executives would need permission from their respective Grand Elders before using these weapons. After all, weapons that had reached the level of sacred armaments could be of great help to even Tier 6 players. Rather than let Tier 4 and Tier 5 players use them, it'd be much more effective to let a Tier 6 powerhouse equip it. Only a pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic power like Heavenly Boa would be willing to let a Tier 4 paragon equip such a weapon. The average hegemonic power absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. After all, not only was this a waste of opportunity, but there was also a great risk of the weapon being snatched. Weapons at the sacred armament caliber could be sold for astronomical prices. They were so valuable that even Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts would be willing to disregard the rules set by the various powers. While everyone was talking about Shi Feng's Winter of Eternal Night, Shi Feng looked at his remaining HP before glancing at Markless Blade, who was getting ready to attack him again. Then, Shi Feng released the Winter of Eternal Night, letting it merge with the void. Immediately afterward, 9 frost blades materialized around Markless Blade, gradually lingering around him like satellites. I've seen your saber already. Now, it's time for you to see my sword, World of Frost, Ninefold Swords Orbit, Chapter 3250, Chapter 324, Tier 5, Chapter 324, Tier 5. Each of the 9 frost swords possessed 120% of Shi Feng's strength. Under the enhancement of Demon God's Armament and World Creation, each frost sword could execute Sword's Orbit flawlessly and create dozens of stars that carried power at the Tier 5 standard. When these stars intersected, they caused the space around them to tremble. The 9 frost swords attacked Markless Blade from multiple directions simultaneously, forming a tight network of hundreds of stars. There was no room whatsoever for Markless Blade to carry out evasive maneuvers. When high-tiered players in God's domain wished to quickly decide on the outcome of a duel, there were generally only 2 methods they could employ. The first method was to defeat the opponent with overwhelming power. So long as one had an absolute advantage in strength, one's opponent would be incapable of defending against one's attacks. It was a crude yet effective method. It was also the method high-tiered players use most often when dealing with lower-tiered players. The second method was to launch attacks at extraordinary speeds. If one could overwhelm the reaction speed of one's opponent with enough attacks, even if each attack wasn't exceptionally strong, so long as the attacks could do some damage, one could quickly end the duel. The Winter of Eternal Night was never a longsword focused on raw power. Instead, its strong suit was attacking at high frequencies. In his current state, Shi Feng could execute several hundred attacks simultaneously. This was already well beyond the number of attacks a Tier 4 player could react to simultaneously. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng executed his ninefold sword's orbit, Markless Blade immediately felt the threat of death looming over him. He could sense that if he allowed around a dozen of these stars to hit him, even with the Tier 5 magic equipment protecting him, he would die nonetheless. Markless Blade was honestly shocked by this development. He never thought Shi Feng could control 9 individual weapons to such a masterful degree. It was common for players to control multiple weapons summoned via skills or spells in God's domain. However, doing so would usually reduce the amount of control they could exert over each weapon. To manipulate multiple weapons normally was an incredibly challenging feat, and the difficulty would increase exponentially with each additional weapon. Normally, a Tier 4 magical class player could easily launch over 100 magic projectiles. However, while launching so many attacks might make for a spectacular sight, the player would only have full control over 3 or 4 of these projectiles. As for the other projectiles, the player could only have them move in a simple trajectory. As a result, these other projectiles were very predictable and could be easily dodged. However, it was a different story for Shi Feng's frost swords. All 9 frost swords moved as if Shi Feng was wielding them in person. When targeted by the 9 frost swords, Markless Blade felt as if he was being attacked by 9 Shi Feng simultaneously. Rampaging Blade. At this moment, Markless Blade finally stopped holding back. After letting out a loud roar, he instantly split into 4 copies of himself and executed a peerless slash, shattering the space before him and sending countless spatial fragments flying in multiple specific directions. Glorious Mantra, Martial Quadbeast, and Silent Saintess were deeply shocked when they saw this scene. For Tier 4 titled experts like themselves, shattering space wasn't a difficult feat. However, shattering space and having the resulting spatial fragments group up and move in groups like several dozen weapons was something they couldn't do. This feat required an unbelievable amount of control over one's strength and the void. Subsequently, the weapons made of spatial fragments collided with the stars in the air, every collision stirring up a powerful spatial storm. Over 100 collisions took place in the blink of an eye, the resulting explosions and shockwaves making it feel as if over a dozen great wizards were bombarding each other with spells in midair. At this moment, if any Tier 4 player were to jump into the air without taking any defensive measures, they would instantly be bombarded into smithereens. Even Glorious Mantra, Martial Quadbeast, and Silent Saintess had trouble keeping up with the flurry of exchanges taking place in midair. They would die without question if they were to abruptly join this fight without any life-saving skills active. After several hundred explosions erupted in midair, the sky had already transformed into a pitch-black void. However, at this time, Markless Blade could no longer keep up with the 9 Frost Swords' attacks. Immediately, the several hundred stars created by the 9 Frost Swords bypassed Markless Blade's spatial fragments and threatened to attack Markless Blade directly. Ha! Markless Blade remained unfazed even in the face of the approaching stars. After letting out a shout, he willed his 3 doppelgangers to gather around him with their sabers held in a defensive stance. Immediately afterward, magic runes appeared on the doppelgangers' bodies, the runes forming a translucent mana barrier around them. When Shi Feng saw a defensive barrier suddenly forming around Markless Blade's 3 doppelgangers, he reacted instantly and switched his manipulation method on the spot. Suddenly, the dozen stars closest to reaching Markless Blade grouped up into pairs and merged, forming 6 stars of greater radiance. Then, these 6 stars bombarded Markless Blade's defensive barrier one after another. Boom! The defensive barrier mitigated the first 4 stars without fail. However, when the 5th star landed, the barrier shattered. Then, the 6th star landed on the doppelganger directly in front of Markless Blade, the impact sending the doppelganger and Markless Blade himself flying several dozen yards back. Eventually, Markless Blade and his doppelganger crash landed on the ground, their impact shattering the ground and forming a large crater. Subsequently, the doppelganger disappeared, revealing Markless Blade's body. After receiving Shi Feng's attack, Markless Blade had lost another 1/3 of his HP, and there was a visible sword mark in his Tier 5 magic equipment. Crap, how was that even possible? Are those 2 really just Tier 4 players? The players spectating the broadcast of the fight were dumbfounded. Even though the 2 fighters were a swordsman and a berserker, the exchange between the 2 felt like an exchange between a dozen great wizards. Moreover, even though Shi Feng's and Markless Blade's attack rates were already beyond the reaction speed of Tier 4 players, the 2 of them could not only keep up with each other's attacks, but they could also alter their attack methods halfway through their attacks. Markless Blade failed to keep up? When Glorious Mantra, Martial Quadbeast, and Silent Saintess saw that Markless Blade had lost a lot of HP, their expressions changed, and they could no longer remain calm like before. If the 3 of them were standing in Shi Feng's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be able to react to Markless Blade's sudden transition into a defensive stance. Yet, Shi Feng had not only reacted to the sudden transition, but he had even merged his attacks on the spot to further strengthen them. His reaction speed was simply monstrous. This Black Flame guy is amazing. He took away 1/3 of Vice Commander Markless's HP in one move. How absurd is his reaction speed? Don't tell me Vice Commander Markless is going to lose. Star Lake City's spectating players never thought that the mighty Markless Blade would be put at a disadvantage in a fight against a player with little to no fame in the greater god's domain. Moreover, Markless Blade lost 1/3 of his HP to Shi Feng in one move. No matter how they looked at it, Markless Blade's defeat was inevitable. However, just when everyone thought Markless Blade was slated for defeat, Markless Blade suddenly patted the sword mark on his chest plate and revealed an excited smile. Immediately afterward, his aura skyrocketed in intensity yet again, causing Martial Quadbeast and the other spectating players nearby to take a step back in shock and fear. Wonderful. This is truly wonderful. Markless Blade suddenly laughed, the combination of his ruffled hair and cackling making him look even more like a savage. Then he looked at Shi Feng ecstatically and said, I really want to thank you. If you didn't make me feel the threat of death, my concentration would have remained stuck at the limit of Tier 4 until I got promoted. I also wouldn't be able to fully exhibit my Tier 5 magic equipment's strength at Tier 4 as I can now. When the players rooting for Markless Blade heard the man's words, they couldn't help but grow excited. Tier 5 magic equipment. If a Tier 4 player could fully exhibit a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment strength, this player would be able to reach the Tier 5 standard directly. At that point, not only would they have Tier 5 basic attributes and physique, but they would also have access to the Tier 5 magic equipment's Tier 5 additional skills. With this sudden development, there was a very real possibility that Markless Blade could compete for first place in the rookie competition. Black Flame, I admit your attack frequency is incredible. If I am only at the Tier 4 standard, I definitely wouldn't be your match, Markless Blade said, smiling as he looked at Shi Feng. But it's over now. I'll let you know what a true difference in strength is. After saying so, Markless Blade brandished his saber, sending several hundred spatial blades flying at Shi Feng. Markless Blade's spatial blades outnumbered even the stars formed by Shi Feng's ninefold sword's orbit by over 100. Moreover, the strength these spatial blades carried was superior to that of Shi Feng's stars. However, Shi Feng did not look surprised even when he went up against these several hundred spatial blades. Instead, he calmly said, Do you really think you can beat me just because you've reached Tier 5? As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance suddenly burst from the winter of eternal night, and an indescribable power flowed into Shi Feng's body. Godslayer.